Hi, everybody. So today I'm going to talk about a term that I just learned. It's called bare life, which is a life not worth living, but it's too valuable to die. This is a term that was coined by Giorgio Agamben. So this is a concept that is used in political philosophy. The Greeks distinguished between two kinds of life. The first was Zoe, the biological existence, which is breathing, your metabolism, survival. This is life as an organism. And then the second type of life is the bios, a qualified life, a life with form, meaning, self-determination, and dignity. It's not just being alive, but it is a way of existing. Classical political thought was oriented towards bios. That is, that the state was supposed to preserve a life that is worth living, not just to merely maintain your biological existence. The modern state has reversed this hierarchy. The modern state does not primarily govern your bios, it governs the Zoe. It does not concern itself with whether your life is fulfilled, whether you have any sovereignty. Instead, it concerns with merely maintaining your existence, your physical existence, meaning preserving you being alive, being productive, and you being administratively legible. So the state is going to focus on health metrics, productivity, risk profiles, demographic stability, labor participation, and consumption capacity. The modern human being is not a person, but is a biological system embedded into a larger system of economic and administrative continuity. This is the bare life. Life reduced to its biological substrate within a political system. The person disappears entirely. The person himself or herself is relevant. Whether you're happy, whether you're fulfilled, it's completely irrelevant. You are a part of a system. Your individual rights, your individual happiness does not matter. And there's another term called homo sacer. Homo sacer is a person who basically is not really protected by the state. You're basically stripped of all civil rights and legal protections. The state basically becomes your enemy. The state does not represent you. It basically means that the state does not protect your life. At least it doesn't protect the bios. It only protects the order, but your life itself does not matter. So what this basically means is that you don't have a right to terminate your own life, but if somebody else wanted to do it, they would do it with impunity. The state does not really care about you. You don't have sovereignty over your own life. It has no political meaning. This is what your life results to as a consequence of the extraction. The state is only interested in a biological minimum. The state is only structurally dependent on demographic continuation. It needs more bodies to maintain itself. So the fear of a population decline is real. It is a threat to the real system. I mean, to the state. It is. It's a legitimate threat, and they know this. So they will focus on birth rates because birth rates are an existential threat to the state, to the labor supply, to the tax base, to pension systems, to the economic continuity itself. The system requires a continuous influx of new bodies in order to persist. So that is all it concerns itself with, is its continuity. New biological units that must enter the system so that the system does not collapse. A child is born and immediately becomes part of the administration. They're registered, they're documented, classified, they're assigned a birth certificate, a social security number. This is a part of the economic calculus. They're trying to figure out how valuable your child is going to be to the system, how much they can extract. And of course, every birth is a gift to the state. And they have this completely mapped out. The child who is born into the system is already calculated into the education system, the labor market, the state's financial obligations, surveillance, tax systems, and to bureaucratic institutions. Of course, the child did not consent to any of this. The child had no say in this whatsoever. These are strings that are being pulled before the child is even brought into the system. These are strings that even parents are not even aware of when they procreate. They think they're doing something innocent. They don't realize how consequential it is, how they are actively maintaining their own oppression as well as the oppression of their own children. So this is not the beginning of a meaningful life. It's not the beginning of the BIOS. It's the beginning of a Zoe, of the administrative state. That is what your child is being conscripted into. The newborn child is the purest extraction of, or it's the purest expression of the administrative state. And for those who say, okay, I'm an anarchist, but my decision to procreate is just a natural act. It doesn't have anything to do with the state. It absolutely does. Your child is the state. Your child is what allows the state to function. I think these are two wholly inconsistent positions. How can you claim to be an anarchist while you are perpetuating the state? It doesn't matter how you change your perspective and say, oh, I'm going to raise my child to be self-sufficient. I'm going to raise my child to be independent. It doesn't matter how you look at it. The function of your procreation is that you are continuing the state. So for all intents and purposes, you are a statist. You can call yourself an anarchist all you want, but there's no way to get around it. If you breed a child into the system, that makes you a statist. It just is what it is. The child that you brought into the system cannot exist outside the system. It doesn't matter that you say you're going to live off the grid, that you're going to not give them a birth certificate. You really think that's going to work? You really think you're just going to get some fake license plates, and then the police are actually going to leave you alone? No, they're not. They're going to harass you and your child for the rest of your lives. They're going to haul you away. They're going to tow your vehicle, by the way, because these tactics don't work. I've seen them. They're all over YouTube. All of these so-called sovereign citizens, I know they don't call themselves sovereign citizens, but let's just, for the sake of this live stream, the colloquial term is sovereign citizen, even though that is an oxymoron. You guys know who I'm talking about. The ones who say, I am man, I don't consent. You think they give a shit about your consent? No. The whole system is based on violence. Whether you consent or not is completely irrelevant. In fact, you did consent. Maybe you didn't consent yourself, but your parents consented on your behalf. So if you do procreate and if you do put your child into the matrix, then you did consent. Bringing a child into the system is not a neutral act. What it is an expansion of the state. It is an expansion of the political order. Now you have all these mechanisms. You have healthcare, safety regulation, welfare systems, and medical intervention. These are all tools to preserve the Zoe, not the bios, not to give you a meaningful quality of life, but to maintain your existence within the system, to keep you productive. You can be as miserable as you want to be. You can be as impoverished as you want to be. It does not matter. The state does not care. The state is only concerned with its own preservation. The state is an end unto itself. It does not represent you. The state does not give a fuck about you or your children. It is every man for himself. Yet, for whatever reason, people still concern themselves with the interests of the state. Oh, the state needs more human beings. The state is experiencing declining birth rates, as if the state represents you and that your concerns should be the same as the state's concerns. No, the state is your enemy. The state is your master who is trying to oppress you. It's almost like a slave who puts his master before his own self, before his children. It's such a betrayal. It's a betrayal of yourself and your lineage, your progeny. And you don't even get anything from it by doing it. You get a pat on the head from the state? Look at how they're throwing you under the bus right now. Look at this trash economy. Look at the gas prices. Look at this bullshit war. And you have Donald Trump saying he doesn't care about the American people. He doesn't care that they can't pay their bills. Of course he doesn't. And I've been meaning to talk about Trump. I don't usually talk about current events and politics, but I guess I need to make this connection. I will eventually get back to it. So you're not an autonomous human being. You are not an individual. You're just a part of the herd. You're useful until you become disposable. The state is not going to preserve your bios. They're only going to preserve your Zoe. So you're too valuable to die, even though you don't have a life that is worth living. They're not going to allow you to die. And I'm going to get to that also, because I want to talk about Patrick Henry and his give me life, give me liberty or give me death speech. But I'm not going to mix that all in, because I think that deserves a separate live stream. And so, because the state is concerned and invested with the Zoe, the state has an interest in mediating, regulating, and evaluating a person's death. Your life can never be separated from the system that sustains it. There is a merger, it's coverture. You don't own your life. You can't escape the state. The only thing you can really do is go from one state to the next, but you can never have full autonomy. Every place on this planet has been monopolized by the state. There is no escaping it. There is no going off the matrix. There is no being left alone. The state is not going to release its grip over your life. It's not going to do it without a fight. And of course, the state has a monopoly on violence. So you're going to lose every time. There's nothing you can do about it. You have created a slave. And once they are brought into the system, it is what it is. They're stuck. They're trapped. Now, you can try to say that giving someone life is a gift. It's an imposition. It is not a gift. It is conscription to the state to be a slave. It is normally creating someone who does not have rights, not any meaningful rights, not rights where they have any real autonomy over their bodies, over their lives, nothing. Every major decision, whether you can get an abortion, whether you can terminate your life, whether you can work, all these decisions have been predetermined by the state. You can't do anything without permission from the state, not even earn a livelihood, not even owning a house. All that shit is regulated by the state. And I don't know why people can't see it. I don't know why they don't understand how much power the state has. I don't know why they don't even have a desire to free themselves from the state. It's almost as if the state's hand is invisible. It's just a nebulous entity that nobody actually pays attention. It's the puppet master behind the scenes that nobody sees. Yet the state has so much power, and they just willingly submit. Oh yes, master. Oh master, how high can I jump? Oh master, how much can you extract from me? How much more can I give to you in taxes and submission? So you are permitted to exist within this system. I guess you get, I don't know, for those who are cowards, for those who think that they need the state for protection, I don't know, maybe you get that. Maybe you feel safe because without the state, you're just incapable of protecting yourself. I don't know. Maybe these illegitimate property rights allow you to extract value from others, to obtain wealth at other people's expense. Maybe you get to exploit workers and you get to live without working because other people actually produce value, which allows you to live in a mansion, you to get wealthy without producing anything. You to skim off the top. And I do want to talk about that also. I do want to talk about capitalism and basically skimming off the top without producing anything of value. That shit is unethical as well. There are people who become wealthy without producing anything. I don't know, you can be good at marketing, good at conning people and separating them from their money. There's a reason why some people will never be successful, because they do have a moral conscience. They know good and damn well that they didn't produce anything. And yes, you can't scam people out of their money. You can't, but some people are just not good at I don't know how to describe it. It's not that they can't do it. It's the fact that they are aware of what's going on. They know they didn't actually produce shit. They know they didn't actually earn that money. And they actually do feel guilty about it. But there are people who just don't have a damn conscience. Like, for example, these fucking attorneys, and I just was dealing with a whole bunch of them. Arrogant as fuck. Don't produce shit. Not in any way beneficial to the economy because they don't produce anything. But they feel so entitled to take other people's money. They feel like they're so above everybody else. These fucking parasites. Mind you, there is no economy on earth that can't function without an attorney. Maybe you need somebody to produce crops, produce fruits and vegetables, build housing, build roads. There is no economy that will. If you look at the developing economy, and oh gosh, there's so much. My mind is so clustered right now, and because I want to talk about all these other topics, but I don't want to mush them all together because I do. Well, I would like to take out time to explain this and work my way up to, because I think the way things are structured, people don't really see things for what they are. We have been deceived. The last will be first, and the first shall be last. So for all these people who have become wealthy by skimming off the top without producing anything, by just extracting, being parasites, that shit is about to be turned on its head. This economy is about to be turned upside down, and basically you're going to have to carry your own weight. All the people who don't produce, all the parasites, the pencil pushers, the administrative state, well, this economy is not going to be able to sustain you. You're going to have to pull your own weight. The entertainers, all that shit. So, the state does not care about your life. And like I said, I'm going to be talking about Patrick Henry because I have a lot to say about the whole give me liberty or give me death. So I don't want to give that away yet. So I guess I will reserve those comments. But I want you to know that procreation is a political act. I've said this several times already. It's not a purely private act. It's not. You're not a private actor. You are actively perpetuating the state. And maybe the state doesn't care about what type of life you live, your quality of life. They don't care. But you should care. You should care about the quality of your own life. You should put your own welfare before the needs of the state. You should put the welfare of your children and your potential children above the needs of the state. Who gives a fuck about the state? Why do you care more about the state than the state cares about you? Why are you so invested in giving the state more slaves? I don't understand it. It defies credulity. It defies intellect. What do you get out of this? What do you get out of rewarding the state with more slaves? I don't understand it. I really don't. And then these same people will complain about everything, about how their quality of life is so poor. They can't feed their children. There is no health care. The education system is so broken. Okay. Well, clearly the state doesn't give a fuck about you or your children, and yet you gave the state exactly what it wanted. So I guess you don't care about it either. I guess people are just operating on shoulds. The state should. The state should feed my kids. The state should fix the healthcare system. The state should. The state ain't going, it's not going to do it. It has no reason to do it because you have already given up your leverage. Now let's read some of these comments. Yes. And it's almost as if people think that they're going to get some kind of liberation out of technology. No, you are going to be you're going to be so subjugated out of the modern state that they're just going to have constant surveillance. This is 1984. You're not going to be able to do anything without being surveilled. And your labor is no longer going to have any real leverage because they're just going to replace it with AI. We already have a service-oriented economy. We already have a global economy. And so what you're able to produce locally is going to be completely irrelevant. If you're unwilling to work, they're either going to replace it with migrants or they're going to produce it in another country and just import it. And so you're completely expendable. I just don't understand the way these people think. I mean, you can see the trajectory going on right now. How long is it going to be before the economy goes completely in the toilet and your child has no future? The state is an agent of depersonalization. You are correct. Yes. And the more people there are, the more depersonalized you are. The less of an individual you are, the more expendable you are. The less accountable they are to the needs of the populace. This is not complicated. This is not rocket science. The state is what Lewis Mumford called the mega machine. Yes, the state is your oppressor. This is a shit show if I've ever seen one. Enough of this. Can we talk about veganism now? You know what? I just can't. No. I mean, I know that's a joke, but yeah. So the alien overlords need us to extrapolate by from our existence. So therefore, we win by ceasing to exist. Well, I mean, like I said, from a Gnostic standpoint, they're basically gods. They're gods that rule over us, and we're just their slaves. And yes, they do want to extract. And the only way you win is by holding them accountable. You don't win by giving them exactly what they want. The state is basically a bunch of parasites that they can't exist without you giving them more slaves. And yes, mutual destruction. You stop procreating, then you destroy the state. You dismantle the state. Otherwise, you live in perpetual enslavement, and your children will also live the same way. Those are the only two outcomes. There's only two extremes: liberty or enslavement. I'm going to talk about that when I get to Patrick Henry. Seems to me you may be the one who wants to oppress me. You want me to join in misery and forsake the joy of my life. I've given it good time and study now. No, I don't want you to be enslaved. How am I enslaving you? That's the part I don't understand. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm okay. In democracy, you are a fractional master, but a total slave. So everybody gets a vote on everybody else's life. And I know you said that you don't support democracy, but you do support statism. And you said that you do support a dictatorship. We already have a dictator, or not just one, but we have several dictators. So I'm not controlling you at all. Only thing I'm stating is that you are dictating. I mean, I don't see how I'm telling you. It's almost like, and we had this conversation before, Witchy. Let me post a link. I don't know if you want to come up. We had this conversation before where you were talking about the person who has the biggest stick gets the rule. I'm not the one with the stick. I don't have a stick at all. All the people who vote, who will the state's violence, they are controlling my life, not the other way around. You're basically saying that I'm the one who's being violent because I'm telling you to stop inflicting violence against me. It's like Uno reversal card. Like, you're projecting it. I'm not wielding violence against you. I don't support democracy. I don't support statism. I want you to be free to the extent that you don't enslave me. But I don't support the state, and I don't support these illegitimate laws. And so every time you procreate, you are legitimizing the state. You're making it more necessary for the state to continue. And so, yes, you're entitled to be happy, but your happiness should not come at my expense, because you need the state to survive. I must be a slave to the state because you need occupational licensing and zoning laws and building permits and all this bullshit and the harassment by the road pirates. No, I'm not the violent one here. I want everybody to be free. Let me post a link if you want to come up here, because I would love to I would love to hear what you have to say about this. If you have time. I don't know if you have time for this. I think he may do debates as well as Witchy. Yes, I'll debate anybody. Well, not everybody. There's one person who's a troll who I think isn't trying to contribute anything. I'm not going to debate you. I'm just not. You're just looking for fodder for your struggle channel. I refuse. Right. Oh. Hi, Witchy.
Hello, LA. We weren't sure if you were actually here today or if this was pre-recorded. Forgive my voice. I've been under the weather a bit.
No, that's fine. I usually do my live streams live, but every now and then I'll pre-record it just because, I don't know.
Well, we just weren't sure, but you also, even on your regular lives, you get through what you're doing before you address the chat. And that's one of the things I like, because at least we get to hear your whole thought.
Right, because I'm like, anyway.
Yeah, the chat will distract. I know. I'm one of those who will distract you in the chat. So I'm glad you get through your point first. A lot of the chat you'll see today is just like a back and forth between the chatters. Not a lot of questions for you, but there were some questions about what you were talking about by the machine lies that were pretty interesting. I don't know if you want to address those before we get into a little bit of a debate here. I don't mind waiting.
I'm trying to see there's questions. Let me try to get through some of these comments. I don't see any actual. Maybe I need to go down a little bit more because I think
you passed them up at the top. At the top, the machine lies was asking you some questions, and then it got into me and the machine lies talking back and forth, and Danielle and I talking a little, and I don't know, kind of filling your chats for engagement by talking amongst ourselves, But I think at the very top of the chat, let me go look.
I don't see any questions. I just see more comments.
Before I started talking to him, he had asked you. Oh, he was just agreeing with you there. Okay.
Okay. I guess I just want to ask you how you think I'm the oppressor. Like, what am I doing to oppress you?
You would oppress my joy for your own gain.
No, but I'm not forcing though. I'm not inflicting violence against you though. I'm not forcing you to do anything. I'm just stating my opinion about how
Force isn't always of a physically violent nature. You intend through means of persuasion, which is a measure of force, to convince people to discontinue procreating, which would be the end of human existence.
Okay, but okay, but anyway, even if that's true, you're talking about a counterfactual scenario. I'm talking about something that is going right on right now, where I am being subjugated by the populace, where their laws are being enforced against me, where I don't have liberty because they need the state for their protection. So I'm the victim, not them. I don't see how they get to project that onto me when they are the ones who support the state. What violence am I inflicting on people right now?
So your intent is to flip that scale and oppress the rest of us for your beliefs. Because, one of the things my entire life I have identified myself as is mother. I've been, since 16 years old, when I took custody of my nephew so my sister could go to rehab. I have identified myself as a motherly figure, and being a mother is a big part of my identity. And I think that's why I was attracted to you, because I had to understand it. And reading your book led me to a few other books, and I've had some conversations with you and other people who don't share exactly your philosophy, but share the antinatalist views. And you redefine me as something horrible for the thing I take some of my most joy from in my life. And you want to take that away from other people by flipping the script. So what I'm saying is, it seems to me that you would oppress me to save yourself from oppression.
No, which I don't even want to exist at all. So if you gave me my freedom, I would. First of all, you would need
Okay,
to.
so on that, my dear love, we agree 100%. I am pro mortalist with you all the way. We don't even have to get into that. If I could give you that gift right now, if I had that in my power, I would. On that one thing, we agree. But your antinatalist views feel like just reversing the oppression to me.
Okay, okay, aside from that, let's say I do live and die a natural death. How do I live the rest of my life in freedom without is it how I mean it's not I know you said that I could go to what is that city? I looked at that. That's not real anarchy. Anarchy is
No,
more
I did not say, I brought it up as an example, but I did not say you should go live in Slab City. Other people suggested that. I don't think Slab City is a place for you, LA. I don't. There are other places though. I did tell you. There are other places that are not like Slab City. There are several communes in New Mexico, Arizona. I know of uh well, I've heard of one. I don't know of it personally in the Seattle area. Um, there are places you can go to somewhat escape the oppression of the state. And I understand you are oppressed by the state. I won't argue that. We all are. I'm one who's willing, you're not, and that's okay. My issue here is the antinatalist view becomes just reversing the oppression. I agree, if people don't want to procreate, they shouldn't. But if people do, they shouldn't be shamed for it. And your view calls for that.
Okay, okay, let me just ask you a question. If we live in a democracy where everybody votes and they basically have control over other people, do you agree that when you procreate and your children become a part of the system, that they do get a say in my life and my rights? Like, don't they get to vote on my rights?
If they become a part of the system, yes. I don't vote, and my partner doesn't vote. I doubt I would encourage my children to vote. But that's a little what's the word? And that no,
Okay, but at but
go
the bottom
LA. I have a call coming in. I'll be back. I'll be back in about 45 minutes, LA. I have a call coming in. I have to
oh,
take this.
okay.
So
Yeah,
go on with what you're doing, and if you're still here, I'll come back. I do have to take this call.
yeah, I highly doubt I'll be here in 45 minutes. But the bottom line is that when you procreate, you're creating my new master. Your children are going to be my master. They're going to vote. They're going to oppress me. You're going to legitimize the state. So I'm going to be more subjugated by the fact that you procreated. I didn't do anything to you. I'm telling you not to create my new master. That's all I'm saying. And I have every right to do that because they're inflicting violence against me. I don't understand the way these people try to project their own violence against us. I don't get it. So, Machine Wise, did you have something that you wanted to say?
Well, I just came up to talk, mainly just to introduce myself. I've been watching for some time. I definitely agree with your presentation. I think it's a very accurate presentation, right? People are turned into sort of commodities, and the whole vehicle of this commodification is sort of the the technological system, right? And people are basically measured and weighed about what they're going to produce beforehand, right? Even before they're born, right? So it's almost like their life is determined in advance by the system, in terms of the fact that they're turned into economic value as soon as they're born, right?
Or before they're born. You're right.
Yeah, and then I also agree with this idea that the state is a modern invention, right? There's a little bit of audio feedback going on, but
Yeah, I'm not sure. Well, I'm not talking, so it's not me, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah. I know I just got a new audio interface, so it might be.
Right, so procreation is not a private act. It does affect everybody. Especially under the modern state, I don't see how you can procreate and think that it doesn't affect everybody.
Well, I'm more, I'd hardly talk about the birth issue or the population issue. I definitely know that that situation is being exacerbated by the modern state, because it's kind of like a neo-Malthusian model where since people are based on their economic production, it also has to be based on the food production and the industrial system of food production, which is basically a threat to all life. It subjugates all life forms, right? Because it harms the ecosystem, it harms the other animals that are in the area. You have to take over this plot of land and then enslave these animals for the purposes of food production. Then you have to feed them things that are not in their diet, and yet poison the entire ecosphere that's around. So there's almost no merger between the ecosphere and the technosphere, right? We just simply ignore that,
Right, and so the housing prices are going up. There's congested traffic, overcrowded schools. The cost of getting an education goes up. All these resources are based on supply and demand. And because you decided to have 10 children, I must do without, I must sacrifice. My life must revolve around your decision to have all these children. And yet I don't have a say in it at all. There's finite resources. I'm going to have to pay taxes to subsidize your lifestyle, and yet I have no say in it. How does that work?
Well, I think it works because the technological system is imposed on us, right? Like it's even imposed on the people that, like, it doesn't matter what you believe in, right? If you believe in life or not life, right? The technosphere is going to perpetuate life against other forms of life, right? So I think it's imperative for us to think about ways in which we could limit the expansion of the world technological system, because see, human beings are kind of naturally kept in a required limit by nature, right? nature controls how many people get to be born. It controls the limitations of what they can accomplish, of what they can use, based on the survival of their natural environment. It's only the use of tools and machines that causes us to go outside of that capacity.
Right.
Right.
I've talked about that too, that there is no limit to human population because of technology. The human species are the only species on Earth that has no natural limit. All animals are limited to their environment based on the crops that exist, based on the animals they're able to eat.
Right.
And so if they overgraze or if they overconsume, they're naturally going to destroy themselves. Humans don't have a natural limit. They can have unlimited growth, more technology, more factory farming, more expansion. And and what makes it so worse is that humans are the most destructive species on the planet. Through like the fossil fuels, the consumption, the pollution. And so who's going to check the human species? Nothing. Not nature. Because we do recognize overpopulation when it comes to animals. If there are too many wolves, they will try to check that.
Right.
But when it comes to humans, it's like, oh, human overpopulation is a myth. It's like, no. Why do you recognize it for other species, but when it comes to human species, you think we're exempt?
Well, since like human beings are like they have cash value, right? So at this point, it's like the technosphere and the state has merged, right? So hear me out, right? So I think that actually, if we try to look at the state and the technosphere being merged, right, and we want to control the birds, right, then we would have to use the state in order to accomplish this. But nature keeps man already in set limitations. So what our goal should actually be is to end the technosphere that is parasitizing on the ecosphere.
How do you do that?
Well, the fact is that we don't, like, human beings don't have to perpetuate the technosphere, right? There's been many instances, in human history where civilizations, right, their power structure has collapsed, right? And the objective factor of power today is based on the technosphere, right? So, you could see how, organization-dependent technologies, right, that have existed in other civilizations, right, like such as aqueducts, right, or something like that, right, or like a system that's perpetuated by the technology of that time, by the organization-dependent technology of that system. Once that system collapses, they can't bring that technology back to perpetuate the system.
No,
right? So
but
all it would require.
You don't have any leverage though, because you have to work or you starve. So if they don't need your labor and you're disposable, then the corporations dominate because they're the ones who are actually producing, and now they have eliminated you from the workforce. So now they can produce crops, produce all the goods and services without humans. And so what makes it so bad is that their capital is protected by the state. They have property rights. They have patents. They have a monopoly on all property. And so how are you going to defend yourself? How are you going to defend yourself against capital and survive at the same time? You can't. Well, you have no leverage. You're dependent on the system.
Well, here's the thing. The human beings are the leverage, right? You just pointed it out, right? There's three things in the equation, right? There's nature, right? There's mankind, and then there's a technological system. The technological system is using man as a resource, right? In order to perpetuate man against the ecosphere, right? So what we need to do is use man as a resource instead to end the technological system to keep man in nature's limitations.
How?
Like I just said, right? The human species can survive without the technosphere relying on nature. It's happened throughout history, right? And the technological system needs humans to perpetuate itself. So if we end the technosphere, right, which, by the way, there's evidence that the technosphere cannot infinitely perpetuate itself, right? It's not a model of infinite growth, right? It's not sustainable.
No.
Eventually it has to collapse once the resources die out. So its collapse is eventual.
Okay. The problem is that maybe it's true that they still need some human beings to maintain the technocrats, but at the end of the day, there's more people than the people that are needed. So it's an oversupply of labor, and so they only need a limited amount of people to keep the technology functioning.
Well, we only need a limited.
So there's a surplus, and those other people need work. So there's always going to be more than enough people to keep the technology functioning. The rest of those people can starve, and so they have no leverage because the people who don't want to cooperate can easily be replaced, and so they have all the power, all the leverage, and you are at their mercy.
Yeah, but I don't think that the technological system is as powerful as we think. It's kind of like a house of cards, right? Like for example, right? If there's no pesticides, right, billions of people will just starve, right? If there's no internet, thousands of people will just like die because they can't like make a living, right? They won't have jobs, right? So it's like the internet, the pesticides, and the medical system, is being used to perpetuate all of this stuff on a massive scale, right? So how can we, right? Because there's no, there's a set limit to the technological system, right? If it uses man to perpetuate itself, then there's no limit to it, right? It's parasitizing off the ecosphere, so on and so forth, right? There's no reason why the technological system has to just continuously perpetuate itself. There's probably a set time.
Why would it destroy itself when it doesn't have to? They're going to have all the power. They may need some human beings, but only a smaller percentage. And so the people who control the technology, the people who have all the wealth, what interest would they have in giving up their power? Like, how do we actually force them to do it?
Their power is based on the technology, right?
Not really.
But they own the technology and they own the means of production. So you're going to starve. They're going to continue eating. They're going to become wealthy. They don't need you. You're expendable. They have more labor than they need.
No, he has.
And the state doesn't care about you either. The state does not care about you. The state is going to get their wealth from the people who control the means of production. So I don't understand. I'm still waiting for you to explain how we're going to control the technology.
So you're saying that man does not control the technological system, or the technological system also, in addition to that, does not rely any bit on man as a resource?
Only a tiny percentage of the population, but the overwhelming majority of us, we're expendable. So they may need maybe a tiny percentage, and I don't know what that percentage is, but because they only need a small percentage, the rest of us are completely expendable and replaceable. So at the end of the day, the people who don't want to play, the people who don't want to comply and submit, those people are not necessary. They'll get rid of them, and they'll just get somebody else to do the job.
Yeah, so this is an interesting discussion. So it seems we've reached an impasse on the question of whether, the system will be perpetuated by the perpetuation of human life or by the perpetuation of the system itself. I think the solution is to end the system so that man can be set in nature's limitations. You say that the solution is to end human life in order to end the system that is sapping the ecosphere. So it's an interesting impasse.
That's the only thing that you have control over, because the state can't procreate. The state can't create human beings. It needs us to do that. It does need consumers, but we're already producing the consumers. So the only thing that you can do is control your reproduction.
that's not going to cure it. The state is getting more and more advanced. The more advanced technology gets, the less they need us. So now that they can clone,
I agree
they
with
don't
that.
need us to reproduce. They can clone people. There's something behind it. When the machine lies asked, what is their power? Their power is our subservience.
Unless they can create an artificial womb, then that's not possible. They don't have the technology for that yet.
We have the technology.
They have artificial wombs.
You're basing everything on the illogical assumption that they would tell us what they have, and we see that is not true with military stuff. Straight out.
Okay,
Right.
if that is true, if they can produce human beings without a human womb, then it's pretty much game over already.
It's been game over. It's been game over for decades. People don't.
Then why are they?
Somebody
Then why are they still complaining about declining birth rates? Telling women that they need to have more babies. Why are they trying to
tell us the truth?
Why are they
offered it? Even the Christian nationalists have offered the artificial wombs as a solution to the
Christian
I just want to finish my question. Why are they criminalizing abortion?
Well, they do these things to throw us off. For us to think that everything that they try to do is honest and just is our fault. To think that what we hear in the news is not leaked. They will never tell us the truth. They will always keep us deceived. That's the art of war. All war is based on deception. And what we don't realize is that they've been at war with us since states began. The state, that is the problem.
And the whole purpose of the church is to teach people how to judge one another, and they use the law to enforce that. So it makes perfect sense that they would use something like making abortions illegal as a way to other people even more. Like it's an agenda.
Abortions will never be illegal because they need that. They use that tissue. The stuff that they grow, the fact that they have vaults with viruses in it, and you can read about this is just the stuff they let us read about. So you're saying to yourself, there's something behind the scenes that have humans working to some type of secret clandestine goal, as if it was the best progress in history. And if you look at the average people, we're not all the same. You have some people, a very small group that think, and we can't even get along with one another, but the majority, the massive of the servant majority will eat us. They will, matter of fact, we'll eat each other if we don't start thinking correctly.
But the bottom line is they do want us to procreate, and there's a reason why they want us to do that.
No, they don't. We're assuming that. Now, you could be right, but when we assume these things, we give them more power. They don't. We don't know if they want us to or don't want us to, but once we help them get the technology to the point to where they can clone, which they've surpassed this decades ago, they don't really need us. And I wonder myself, why are we being kept around? Now, if we just lay it on a few humans that are running things, it doesn't make sense. But when we start to add in other things into it and speculate, then we start to say, well, now it makes a little more sense.
I don't know. Just looking at it facially, they want more people. They want more people to exist within the system. They're incentivizing procreation, and they're criminalizing medical assistance in dying. So they want more people in the system for whatever reason. Maybe I don't know their motives, but they definitely don't want people. They don't want fewer people. They don't want
Canada. Isn't Canada legalizing euthanasia already?
Well, they have criminalized it, but not. They're still. It's going back to the Supreme Court to decide whether it should include those who are just depressed, those who have mental health problems. But it's not an unfettered right. It's not where you can have autonomy to terminate your life without approval from the state. No,
I just looked it up. Yes, Canada allows euthanasia and medical aid in dying, governed under the Federal Criminal Code. Both clinician-administered euthanasia, where a medical professional administers a lethal substance, and patient-assisted suicide, where the patient takes the medication themselves, are legal. Now, you know, Canada's like America Light. Canada is where they test things. The UK as well, like when they were arresting people for Facebook posts. A couple of days ago, they just arrested a lady in Texas for posting brown water coming out of her faucets. I don't know what part of Texas, but it came to a theater near you. So it's already here. Now, if we look at all of these countries and we start to say to ourselves, there's no different countries. It's a disguise. There's something behind the scenes that's running everything. Notice nobody really opposed when the jab came in. There wasn't no differences in countries then. So that the mask slipped. And any leader that even went against the status quo was offed.
Okay, but it still is not an autonomous disposal. It's not as if you determine whether you can terminate your own life. It still is the state that determines whether you get to terminate your life. It's not, I mean, there's still criteria for you to be eligible for it, even in Canada.
Let's look at the criteria. Okay. What is the criteria for it? Okay. And this is the only thing I really think AI is really useful for is research, not writing or reading for someone. To qualify for medical assistance in dying, which they call MAID, funny enough, MAID, in Canada, an individual must strictly meet all 5 core legal requirements. Canadian law evaluates patients under a 2-track system, depending on whether their natural death is expected soon. So we have that with some links. The general eligibility requirements, right? Healthcare eligibility, so must be eligible for government-funded health services. So basically, the government has to say, we got enough suicide pills for you.
They must have a grievous and irremediable medical condition.
Well, now we look at this, right? We look at this, and then we look at the reality of it. It says you must be 18 years old, right? Every day in America, millions, tens of millions of children go to bed hungry. They're at risk. They're trafficked. Over 400,000 a year go missing in America. And that's just America. So when we look at the murder statistics, the missing statistics, and all of these other things, we start to say to ourselves, everything we're seeing in the news and open is a lie. If we don't think and look in between the lines, we'll never know the truth. And
okay, but everybody keeps telling me that I should just go to Canada. I just said one of the criteria is that you must have a grievous and irremediable medical condition, which I do not have. So even if I were to go to Canada, I would not be eligible.
I don't think you should. I mean, I look at it as, why would I want you to go end yourself? I think you're much, and it might be a selfish thing, but I think you're much more useful into trying to help us think a way, maybe not out of this, because I don't see that if there's a way out of it, but to use your intellect instead of just jumping into the pit. You know,
that's the whole purpose of this live stream. You want me to have a bare life where I
don't want you to have a fair life. I don't care. I want you to help us get the answer. And if you want to off yourself after that, that's your prerogative.
A bare life where I am valuable to everyone else, but not to myself, where I'm just here.
Not to everyone, only to people that understand this cause. So not to everyone, because helping everyone.
I'm still not. But what about me? What about me having?
Well, you want to throw your life away anyway, right? So why not help somebody before you do that?
Because they're not helping me. What do I get out of it?
Well, maybe we can help you. Maybe you helping someone is
society is not helping me right now. So I'm just existing for other people.
All right. What do you need help with? What do you need help with?
Oh my God, that's
emotional support.
About how you don't even have rights. You don't have any real freedom or autonomy. You're just here in lingo where you just, or excuse me, where you just.
You need psychological support, and I can give you that.
No, I don't. No, I do. See, that's the whole. I don't know if you heard the beginning of this.
That's run by the same people who are enslaving him.
I don't need psychological help. What I need is freedom. And I said I was going to get to the whole. Give me liberty.
What type of freedom do you need? Do you need like your own house, your own money, your own food, your own water system?
Oh my God, this is what I'm talking about. People are so oblivious about the oppression that you can't.
You're never going to free yourself. So you want to
let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. We can't even work without permission from the state. You can't do anything without permission from the state. You're harassed by the road pirates. You have all this extraction, all these unjust laws that you never consented to. It's a complete life of subjugation, and they want to gaslight you to act like you're free to do whatever you want. You have free will. No, you don't. You are an abject slave. And yet they want you, they're not going to help you to liberate you so you can actually live a quality life. No, they want you to be subjugated. And long as you're here, they get the benefit from you, but they're not going to help liberate you. They're just going to gaslight you and say, get over it, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And yet, so you don't get liberty and you don't get death. You get nothing. You're just trapped, and everyone is extracting value from your involuntary existence.
And I hear what you're saying. I felt like that since I was a kid, and that's why I wanted to start my own town. But the only way to do that is to work with other individuals and to look into the laws, look into what's needed, sewage filtration, where are we going to get our water from, land to grow food, how many houses will we have there, a hospital, things that make us autonomous. That is the only way to semi-separate from them. And you still might have to be plugged into their grid, or possibly you can create a way to generate electricity. That can be done. And I totally feel what you're saying, because I felt like that since I was a kid, where you didn't have to worry about being bothered by the road pirates because you couldn't drive. You'd be bothered by them when you're walking. You know, I've grown up in the ghettos in New York City, and it is horrible to an extent. There's teachers that call it the public school trenches and stuff. I mean, it's not pretty. But the only answer that I saw was to start your own town, was to look into the laws. It's either we live in one of their towns and we're subjugated, or we start our own, incorporate it, and say, okay, how much do we got to pay them?
I don't think you're answering my question. Because the public, these people are so incompetent to where they can't decide who they should get services from, because they're so vulnerable. Now there must be occupational license. There must be all these criteria for who's allowed to work. And if you don't get the occupational license, then you're relegated to live a life of poverty. And because these people are so incompetent, they're never going to change that. They need the state to control them. So now I must be oppressed. Now I must not have any rights because they're too incompetent. And so I'm tethered to their incompetence. They need the state to dictate them because they're children. They're too stupid and too incompetent to live a life of freedom. And now I am not able to get freedom because of their incompetence. So this is what I'm talking about. So you're telling me that I should just, they're never going to support my freedom because they're too incompetent to maintain freedom for themselves. So now I must be enslaved, and they're not going to give me free liberty or death. They just want me to live in purgatory, where I don't get a life, and I also don't get death. I'm just trapped. This is what I'm talking about.
Oh no! You're gonna get death. You just don't know when. You're definitely gonna get death.
No, I don't get control over it. No. I want my death on my terms. That's what I don't get.
Well, sometimes you can't have that, but you're gonna get it. Don't worry. It's gonna come.
So if I can't have it, why should I care about what they want? I don't get anything.
Maybe see, when you put yourself into why should I care, now we fall back into immaturity. If I don't get what I want,
they don't want to be immature. They don't care about what I want. They just want
that doesn't give you that doesn't make sense to make you immature. If somebody jumps off a bridge, what, you want to jump off it too?
I'm immature because I don't want to live a miserable life against my will.
Well, then do something to change it physically.
That's what I'm doing. That's the whole purpose of this live stream, is to
okay. The purpose of the live stream is that. So then that would mean not ending yourself first and foremost.
No, I do want that. I want that right, because they're never going to fix a system to give me a meaningful quality of life, and so I should not be trapped within their system, and nor should anybody else.
You're always going to be trapped in their system. That's why I'm like, you have to create something of your own. If
you get medical assistance and dying, then you're not trapped.
If you're expecting this system to change for you, that's unrealistic.
No, I don't care about. Wait, you're mischaracterizing what I'm saying. The system is not going to change. The system is going to be as oppressive as it currently is. The only thing I'm saying is, don't trap me within your oppressive system. Keep your oppressive laws for all the incompetent people who are dependent on the state, but I should not be forced to exist within it.
Oh, hey, Wishy.
I think the lady
So
wanted
I have
to
a
say
question.
something. Yeah.
Good
I
to
have a
see you.
question. Hey, Fatima. Good to see you, girl.
Thank you.
Jay, I have a question. If tomorrow you were granted the ideal, perfect legislation for your desired result on promortalism, if that were the case tomorrow, would you stop being antinatalist?
I don't know. I think I would probably would just take it, and I think that because we don't have that right, then that makes it so much more unethical to procreate. I think that if people had the right to opt out and they were not trapped, then that would make it a little bit better. I don't know. I think I would be too focused on making my plans to avail myself of that benefit to be focusing on whether other people procreated.
So then you
I
wouldn't care. Like, so you
I would
wouldn't
be planning
antinatalist,
on.
like, because you wouldn't care if other
I
people
would be
procreated,
I would
'cause
be
it's
too
not your
busy
problem
planning on
anymore.
my graceful as it to care about whether other people procreate.
What I don't
Right, it wouldn't
understand is
matter to
that
you anymore.
you don't want to be oppressed by this system. You want the system to give you the right to end yourself, right?
No, I don't. I want to decriminalize it. I don't want it to give me that right. This is a natural right which the state has taken away from us. So I don't want it to legalize it. I want it to decriminalize it.
If it's a natural right, they can't take it away from you.
No, they can violate natural rights.
No, they can't. If you want to off yourself, they can't stop that.
Yeah,
Well,
they can, and they have.
interfere in-
It's actually illegal to try and even do that. It's actually illegal.
Wait.
If you don't succeed, and there's
wait.
I'm not advocating this.
I mean, because you're saying something that's factually incorrect.
No,
there have been
it's not
people who
factual.
have-
All you got to do is look
there
at
are
the suicide
people-
rate.
There
Look
are
at the
people who
suicide
have
rate.
attempted to do it, and they have forced them to exist against their will. They have pumped their stomachs, pumped them full of drugs, put them in psychiatric confinement, and forced them to exist against their will.
So how did they force the
Right.
pump of the stomach
They
of
force,
the person that
they
shit
force people
themselves?
on the street every day. There are people who OD every day. in this
Exactly.
country. And
Yeah,
they
and
put
they-
No, you
Narcan-
can-
and also,
Let me
I've
finish.
actually come to.
Let me finish.
sorry.
They put Narcan up their nose. They don't ask their permission. They put Narcan up their nose and resuscitate them. And then they've got thousands of dollars medical bill, and they go out and they OD again. And what do? Somebody calls 911, and somebody, oh, I have Narcan, and they Narcan them again. These people don't get the choice. It's taken
They
from them by
always
so-called
have the
do-gooders.
choice.
And they take away their right to own a gun. They restrict their
You're
liberty.
going to ask them to own a gun so you can off yourself.
No, they can't purchase a gun in the first place.
You don't need to purchase a gun from a store. Any criminal can get one on the street. What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
I don't
man?
know why you're gaslighting me.
No, I'm not
The bottom line-
gaslighting. All I'm saying is when I look at
Here we go.
suicide rates, right? These are people that has managed to accomplish what you're saying they cannot accomplish. That's all I'm saying.
I
So
want
reality
to
is
do it.
proving
I
you wrong.
want to do it the way that I want to do it without any interference from the state. I don't want to do it the way that you think that I should do it. I want the state to leave me the hell alone.
I'm not saying it's the way I think you should do it. I'm saying what I see in reality is going against what you're trying to tell me is a
You're
fact.
literally telling him that he should go become a criminal in order to.
No, I didn't say
enact
that,
one of his
Witchy.
natural
Witchy, I did
rights.
not.
Yeah, you
Please,
did. You said
don't,
criminals can
please
get-
don't do
criminals
that.
Can get guns anywhere.
Please don't put
He
words
has
in my
been
mouth,
legally
Witchy.
told
I
that
did
he's
not
been
tell
told
him to
legally
break the
that
law.
He cannot own a firearm, and he goes
I-
and he obtains one. He has become a criminal.
No, I did not tell him to do that. I said criminals get guns every day. They don't go to the gun store
right,
to get it.
but
So
what you're
they're
implying-
criminals.
Well-
What you're implying is his option is to become a criminal. Then
Oh,
Well, no,
my
he's saying logically there's no need to get caught doing it unless you fail.
I mean,
So-
it's not a crime
Exactly.
unless
Even
you
if
get
you
If
don't,
caught.
you got
I know
somebody
how many people
ODing
that
in a
crime
public
unless you get
area
caught
where
in
they're
the
going to
act.
be
That's how it
and they
goes.
Listen, if you
resuscitate
got somebody ODing in a public area where they're probably going to be resuscitated, whose fault is that if they really wanted to OD? They could
See,
be in
I
a
don't like what
building.
you're saying right now.
Wow.
What you
It's
said
a combination
originally,
of themselves and the environment. It's both the environment that they grew up in and themselves. It's a combination
what you
of both
said, originally is that the state does not infringe on people's natural rights, and that the state does not force
No,
people.
I didn't say that.
exist.
I
You
did
did
not
say that.
say that. I said they cannot infringe.
Of course they do. They do it all the time.
So you're telling me they can stop you from going into an abandoned building right now and offing yourself?
Yes.
How?
I'm not.
You're free.
I think we need to move on. I think we need to move on because
Those birds
it's
that are like robots.
self-explanatory. I think if you thought about it for 2
Pigeon
seconds,
drones.
you would know the answer to that. So I'm
Pigeon
not going
drones.
to answer
If
your
you can
question.
do it right now shows me, like I said before, what you really
Stop
need. is
gaslighting me. I'm not
psychological help.
interested in that. This is tiring. This is obnoxious. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't know exactly what you're talking about because, like I said before, from the beginning, you need psychological help. That's what.
Oh,
Don't tell me what I need. You don't know me. You don't know me from a can of paint.
It's not about knowing you. It's
Not
about
real.
what you said. It's about what you said. Listening to what you said, any sane individual will say this person is not speaking in a rational manner. They're not speaking in a reasonable manner. You just told me that you were something in the mind, and the government does this to people, that it has messed up your mind so much that you have to ask them permission for anything, and you're scared, and it is oppressive. There's no doubt about that, but they cannot infringe on your natural rights. Only you can do that.
I'm trying not to be insulting, but this is insulting my intelligence. You're acting as if the state does not have a monopoly on physical force, as the state can't force you to do things against your will when they do it every day. The state absolutely, first of all, your parents force you to exist against your will, and now the state forces you to continue existing against your will. The state absolutely does it. You are gaslighting me.
If
And
you believe that, go right ahead, but it's not true. You got kids that end up ending themselves. You have adults that do it. So what you're saying is proven to be untrue by just observing.
What? No.
But you also have, wait, LA, let me, please. You also have kids who try and they are resuscitated. You have adults who are resuscitated.
Actually.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the ones that succeed.
That is literally what we're talking about.
Yeah,
We're
exactly.
talking
About
that
the
even
ones
though
that
they
succeed.
made a choice to leave, they are forced to stay, and then they're billed for it.
Wow.
And they're
they are.
rated by people telling them you need psychological help, instead of saying, okay, if this is really what you want, I respect that. As adult to adult, human to human, maybe this is their rational decision in a world that's chaos to them. You don't.
But he knows that already. He knows that already, and he's gaslighting you. Whatever, because
don't try to put that in my
he
thing,
wants to defend the state, and he does not want to recognize state oppression. This guy is a statist.
I'm a statist, and I
that's
think
crazy. Because
there's total miscommunication going on. I think
there is a miscommunication.
This is one thing I'm with you on, LA. Pro-mortalism is real. If people want a safe exit, they should have it, and I don't think the state should have any place in it. Decriminalization is the right way.
He wants to blame the victim. He wants to blame the victim and say it's your fault. He doesn't want to stand up to state oppression.
I'm not blaming the victim. I'm telling you that you're not even.
You literally said it was their fault.
Holy smokes, man!
I don't think. I don't think.
Look, believe what you're gonna believe, man.
I think it's just. I think it's just you guys are. No, you guys are kind of saying two different things, right? Because it sounds like what you're saying, LA, is that if you not only A, does the state have the monopoly on power, but B, if you fail, then it's not your choice. You don't get to choose, right? So and then what Max is saying is that there's people who have succeeded. So logically, right?
But the thing is, though, is that like if I can just add this,
let him finish. Let him finish. Go ahead.
No, that was it. He's just saying that there is, cases where people have succeeded, and it was their choice.
And those cases tell us, they show us that the state might make you think they got a monopoly on that, but they don't, because people succeed.
Yeah, but here's the thing: half of suicide attempts.
There is no but. No, Fatima.
They actually fail, though.
Stop
They
with the
fail
but.
I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to do it that way. I don't want to take the risk that I can attempt to do it and fail. I want medical assistance. So why are you gaslighting me? Why am I not entitled to medical assistance
So
without interference from the state?
in other words, the same oppressive state that you talk about, you want them to help you now.
No,
That's
I
not
don't.
going
It's
to
not.
happen.
That's not what the hell I said. What I want is to decriminalize it so I can have a private contract without the state being involved in the first place.
Wow. Wow.
It has nothing to do with the state. I don't want a legal right. I want to
Now,
decriminalize.
now it has nothing to do with the state. Holy
No, it doesn't.
All right, man. Hey, you know, whatever you want to think.
No, what you don't think, okay. I don't know if you're new to the channel, but I've talked about this. How the American,
I've spoken to you on Gnosis before.
the
I've heard you
American
over there.
Yeah,
medical,
on that horrible
I
show.
came on your
Gnosis.
channel a couple of days ago. What are you not remembering something?
I don't
You were
listen to
just
that channel.
speaking on your
I
channel
don't
about
listen to
2 or
that
3
channel.
days ago.
I
2 or 3 days ago, I came on.
I don't listen to that channel. I have not been on there.
This
Talking about your
channel,
channel,
right here.
LA. Your channel. He was here like at 4 days ago or something.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying, man. I mean, look, I wish you the best, man. You know, that's all I could do, man, because there's a lot of confusion going on. The reason I really
You can wish me whatever you want, but you don't support my rights. You're still.
Look, I don't need to support your right. I just came on to say what's up to the Machine Lies and thank them for supporting me. Everybody else,
Yeah, blessings.
Have a great day, man. JC,
You
I
too.
hope
Have
you
a
get
good day
better,
as
man.
well.
Yeah.
See
Take care, man. Get well soon.
Get well. See, this is, and I think I restrained myself because what he's saying this was pissing me off. I don't like when people come up here and start. You're not going to do that shit on my channel and then think you're just going to like dominate the conversation and just keep going on with your incorrect statements, blaming the victim and all that shit. All that shit was just a whole bunch of gaslighting.
I mean, to be fair, like as I said before, half of these attempts to like end one's own life, they actually do fail. There's actually more attempts to fail, and like the person does suffer afterwards. Like I know, like there's a lot more people that failed to
Yeah.
do it. Like they
Yeah,
actually.
you might have to like know precise medical information to accomplish that or something.
What
Or-
Oh, no,
Daniela
it's very
says,
easy.
what
It's very
Daniela
easy.
says is very relevant. That was a bit patronizing about getting well. I was going to comment, if you knew someone who has 6 weeks to live from terminal cancer, are you going to tell them get well soon? Like he's not understanding the equating of living a life that you do not want to be in with the fact that it's already going to physically end. Like people make that separation somehow in their minds. Like why would you wouldn't tell a terminal cancer patient get well soon? You just wouldn't. That's not something you'd say to them in passing.
That's insulting. Yeah, it's very insulting.
Exactly.
Yeah, like, and here's the thing. He was
As
like,
though it's
I don't.
a matter
sorry.
of mind over matter, right?
Yeah, and also
Well,
like,
according to him, they just need some psychiatric help and they'll just get over it.
yeah, that's kind of no. In my opinion, I have been through psychology before. I've been to ever since I was 10. I've been to psychologists, and those people do not help you. Like I will, like that's one thing I will always stand firm against is like the current mental health industry is horrible. The like I think that psychology was just like a made up term to like control people and like gaslight themselves as saying that you're the problem. It's not the world, it's you, and you just need to conform to the world and something like that. That's what I genuinely do think.
They're cowards. They want to go for the low hanging fruit. They want to pathologize you and say that you're the problem because they can fix that. They don't have the courage to stand up to the system. And this is what he was trying to say. He wants to extract. He says, I'm too valuable because I could fight against the system and maybe benefit other people. It's not going to benefit me. These people don't want to fix the system. That's why the system exists as it is. They are the master state. Everything that comes out the system is because this is what the people want. Every bad policy has a whole bunch of supporters. It's not as if the state is some nebulous entity that is oppressing people. This is the people oppressing themselves. This is exactly what they want. So you think I'm going to fight against all these millions of people and I'm just going to be miserable for their benefit when they want this? Why would I do that?
Yeah, definitely is. Yeah, like these policies are supported by the masses as well. So like, and as you said, you're against like the democracy, right? I am too. Like, I think democracy is fucking stupid because, like, masses will support things that are against their best interests, or they won't take action. They won't go against something that's obviously hurting them because they like their safety and their conformity to it. Like, there is no alternative in their eyes, in their worldview. There is no alternative in their minds. So yeah,
Right, and they don't want freedom. They're too cowardly to ever have freedom. They don't want you to have freedom. They
Well-
don't want freedom for their children. They like being slaves. They're
Well-
natural slaves.
What? Natural slaves, yeah. Well, does freedom even exist though? Like, I'm still kind of like undecided when it comes to the question of free will and like determinism.
Yeah,
I
I'm a
don't know.
no on free will. I think that's
Yeah, exactly,
basically an
right.
illusion, right?
Yeah,
It's gotta
exactly. Even though there's some arguments for that sound convincing, I'm somewhere in between that. I'm what they call a compatibilist, which means I think that they're both true. at
Oh
the
yeah,
same
same here.
time.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
a
like-
compatibilist because I believe in God. So I think that might be.
I
you know.
I kind of do have a like a I do have like an epistemic belief and also like a theistic God, theism, a
Yeah.
type of theism, but I don't know what exactly. I
Yeah.
don't know, and I can't prove it. It's based on faith, irrational faith. It's just my irrational faith. I can't really demonstrate that, but hey, it makes sense to me.
Right. So anybody who doesn't want to be oppressed, anybody who doesn't want to be a slave, they're just irrational. There's something wrong with them. Counseling is going to basically reform their minds and make them become a happy slave. Now they're going to be comfortable with their oppression. They're going to accept it and actually look forward to it.
Hmm.
He was gaslighting the fuck out of me and was pissing me off.
I think he started to do that whenever he said you need psychological help or get help. Like that usually that doesn't help anything. Like, I don't think he was trying to, but at the end I could feel he was getting a bit annoyed. Yeah, but like I don't
And I don't know why they do that. I don't know why. What would motivate him to do that?
beats me. I don't have a problem with him.
I think it was just kind of a miscommunication.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think the
There's
best
a
way
little
to
bit of that.
describe this, it was
Yeah, there's a little
almost
bit of that.
communication. Yeah, like not really understanding like each other's points because like it
Yeah, it
does
was
take,
happening very fast. Yeah.
it does take actually quite a bit of reading to actually know what LA is talking about because like
Yeah, I
he
don't
actually-
think he understands. Yeah, the position
yeah
at
like
all.
it actually does take a lot of like you have to know about anti-natalism, what
Yeah,
else?
and
Medical ethics, politics.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about what his underlying beliefs are, but I have gone over there to talk a couple times, and then a couple people that were watching his show came and watched my show. Sometimes
Yeah.
we talk about AI, transhumanism, so there's crossover in the topics, for sure. But
Yeah, there
It's
is.
because he doesn't think that we are oppressed. He thinks I'm just crazy.
oh no, he definitely thinks we're oppressed. That like his whole channel is like about like
truth.
his channel's called Architects of Humanity. So he thinks like we are being engineered to some extent. So
Yeah,
so
for
he
which
doesn't have
we're definitely being tampered with and like
Yeah.
used in a lot of ways. Not just tampered with. I think we're actively being abused a lot of ways.
Yeah.
We're fucked. That's why I agree with LA on that point. At least, yes, we are fucked. Like the powers that be hate us. It's not just that they don't see us as equal. Is that they hate us and yet they want us around. Like, it's so fucked. Yeah, until who knows? Maybe AI can consume us. Like a technological singularity becomes like a hive mind, and it just enslaves us in like a rapture type of thing, like an AI rapture, where like our souls or gets sucked in by the by like the computer or something like that.
Yeah. So I think he may be sympathetic to some of the views. But
Yeah, like but
Right.
it does, but like at the same time, like this type of worldview of anti-natalism, it does make sense for this other worldview, such as we're in a hell realm, soul trap, like
yeah,
and, like,
perhaps. Yeah.
Yeah, and like if
Yeah, I
LA
saw I think I saw LA talk about like some sort of Gnostic text and
Gnosticism, yes,
yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
Gnosticism, yes. Eve was like
Yeah, I
powerful.
looked into it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting stuff. Yeah, that's like the basis of anti-natalism in terms of like historical religious practices, Gnosticism, and some strands of Buddhism. Yeah, Buddhism is also strong on that. Like Theravada Buddhism, it talks about abstination, not adding fuel to samsara, you know, and stuff like that. Yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
I have
that
a Buddhist friend who's he's been on to talk to you guys several times. But
avian, right?
yeah, right.
I know.
I
Oh,
mean,
he's very smart. I like avian.
Yeah, he's a highly intelligent fellow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't agree
Oh.
on everything, but
It's
yeah, I
alright.
like the way he thinks. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know he said he was up here the other day, but I don't remember everybody's screen names, and and I can't see everybody. I can't see people's faces. So
Yeah, you might
unless
be on your phone,
unless
right?
you've been up here several times, I don't always remember everybody who's been up here. Like,
Yeah.
it's hard to keep track, and I don't even remember what we were talking about. So,
It'd be like that. No, I just think there wasn't any hostility between you. It was just a communication on like both parties. It wasn't anything hostile. It was just like a misunderstanding. And
no, I think it was disrespectful. I think he was basically trying to chastise me. He was acting as if he was an authority. He knew what he. It wasn't a conversation. It was him chastising me. He's trying to tell me about my life and what, like, he knows what's best for me more than I do. He wasn't really respecting my perspective at all. He was basically dictating how I should feel about my own life.
I
And
think
telling me how I'm so valuable to everybody else that I just found it to be completely disrespectful.
I think he was starting to become that towards the end. Like when he says you need like help, like that's very, very like just like unhelpful to say that you need help. Like that's not adding.
Yeah, that's when I think it got into a total miscommunication.
No, we don't need help. We
It's
don't need
like,
help. We need.
Yeah, everyone's intelligent here, so
Yeah.
okay.
Well, but he was also gaslighting me to say that, oh, the state does not infringe with your natural rights. Of course it does.
Oh, every day it does that. It infringes. Well, here's the thing: is that I don't even believe in like the concept of human rights anyway. So like, I think that the state will do that even if those exist or not, because like that's just how fucked up the world is. Like they will infringe on you whether you have provable natural rights or not. It will always see you as like a cattle. And so yeah, and like it is true that like for some weird reason, in most parts of the world, there is a stigmata against like taking one's own life when like you should do it if you don't like life so much. I'm not saying that you should, but like it's not like anything forbidden to me, like because it's your life in the end of the day. So
Well, you have a natural right to earn a livelihood, but the state is infringing upon that because you can't work without a damn occupational license. So you don't have the natural right to exist. Everything must come with the state's permission. And so you don't have a natural life. You have a life that comes with interference from the state. And I just think that he was ignorant as fuck. Like, have you read a fucking book in your entire life? Do you know anything about how much power?
Well, that's the thing. He's actually written several books.
I don't know what the subject matter was. I don't know if it's about physics, but he's completely ignorant about politics. He doesn't understand sovereignty or political authority, or he doesn't understand anything. The social contract.
I think when it comes to politics, it's pretty easy for me to understand is the fact that there is no rights if you're in a sovereign or like all of you belong to a sovereign if there is a sovereign state. That is descriptively true. That comes from Thomas Hobbes. I'm not saying I agree with him, but I'm saying that there is truth and that if there is a state, you belong to it. If you live inside it, there is no you in that state. Yeah.
Let me answer this question. Why are you here then? I'm here because my parents put me here. That's why I'm here. I'm here because I don't have the right to medical assistance in dying. So I hope that clears things up. I don't want to be here. So that's the reason why I'm here.
That's kind of a dumb question to ask.
It is a dumb question.
I think he may have been talking. I think he may have been talking to me, because I was talking to that person about God. So I think he's saying, if I believe in God, why am I here, or something like that. Or I'm not sure if that's what he was saying. But, oh yeah. He said he's talking.
Okay. Well, then that was another miscommunication.
It's all good.
We have to watch
that's
out.
how the internet is. You know, you never know.
Like that. Yeah, like a lot of that's how fucking relationships break, is through miscommunication. It can be just one word or one.
And the internet, right? People start. They switch to just text, right? That's how you know things are breaking down.
Exactly. It's really bad. Yeah. But like, where were we even talking about? Yeah, like it was just towards the end, it got a bit of like a sly remark, like you need help. That was not very helpful at all, because like none of us here need help. Like we can use the internet just fine. We can speak to each other just fine. It's just that, it's a brute fact that if you live within a sovereign leviathan, you don't really have an identity other than just being like a cattle in it, or just being like a type of machine in it. You don't really have it. You belong in the thing. You belong inside the sovereign leviathan. You are one part of the whole. As so long as you're in it, and unless you can escape it, which is harder, it's easier said than done. That's just like a descriptive diagnosis of like the political. Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't understand these people. I don't know if they're doing that on purpose, if this is their reflex to just defend. I don't know if they're just defending their procuration or defending the state. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they're clearly biased in some kind of way. They're not really responding to what I'm saying. And if I was on somebody else's channel, like if I was on Finding Gnosis channel, it's just like, I guess you kind of have to tolerate it, but you're not going to sit up here and gaslight me on my fucking channel. That's not happening.
Yeah. I just think that he needs to know more about like anti-natalism and how it can intersect with politics a bit, because that's also a thing too, such as medical ethics, and stuff like that. And like, it's true that like half of these attempts to end your own life, they fail. Actually, there's more like fail attempts at ending your own life than like successful ones. Like I know about like a few stories about people who try to take their own lives and they're still alive, and like they're either missing an arm, a jaw, or an eye, or like they have to be on like life support because like they take too many too many drugs, and they have to like take more drugs just to be alive, or like they're crippled because they had like a freak accident that wasn't supposed to happen, like falling down, being run over.
I'm newly introduced to I'm newly introduced to this way of thinking, but I'm looking into a manifesto by Peter Zapp.
Oh yes, which one is it called? Is it called
Last Messiah?
The Last Messiah. Yes, Peter Wessel Zapp.
So I will read that.
Yeah,
I will read that.
That's a very that's like a staple inside anti-natalist pessimist thought. It's very nice, and I would also recommend.
My friend gave me that, so I will look into that. So
of course.
So until I look at it,
I guess what I should have said is, even if I so-called need help, the only reason I would get help is so that I can survive, so I can continue being beneficial to the state. Getting help does not benefit me because we're all going to die anyway. So getting help is a non sequitur. It's help so that I can continue being a slave to the state. It doesn't address the problem. As if getting help is going to allow me to escape my own mortality?
I mean, the whole psychological business comes from the people that are oppressing us currently, right? They're a part of it, aren't they not? Like to get you better and make you feel well so you can be just like another well-behaved cog in the machine. Like that's the only reason why psychology exists. It's not to help you as an end of itself. It's to help you so you can do shit for them, you know, for as
Right.
long as they need you. Like that's the only reason why psychology exists. It's not there to help you as you. It's there to help you be just a better goy cattle for them, you know.
Right. It's going to help you to cope with your own oppression. So when I get disrespected, when I'm oppressed, I can just tolerate it. It's not going. I mean, it's not going to give me tools so that I can actually fight the system. It's just going to make me a more compliant and obedient.
Yeah.
Why would I want that? So you can drug me up so that when somebody disrespects me, I just sit there calmly and just say, okay, yes, master. Why? I mean, how does that benefit society? How does that benefit me?
It benefits them in a way that you're behaved and you're quiet and when you're drugged up, but it doesn't benefit you. That's kind of the asymmetry there. It benefits the machine, but it doesn't benefit you because you still have these grievances that are very real with the world and with the machine, you know.
Yeah, I don't understand why somebody would gas. Like, why would you? It's like you're at home doing whatever you're doing, and you decided to come on somebody else's channel to gaslight them and tell them they need help. Like, if I wanted some fucking help, I would have gotten some. Obviously, I don't want any fucking help. At least not that kind of help. What I want is help in liberating myself. But you're not going to help me in that way, though, because that actually requires some fucking courage. You're not going to help me fight against the fucking state. You're going to pathologize me, say I should get some counseling because that doesn't cost you to do anything. It doesn't. You don't have to actually take any risk for that. So you're going to give me some worthless advice that does not put your safety in danger. Anybody can say that shit. Anybody can say, "Oh, get help." That's the most anti-intellectual response that requires no fucking thinking process whatsoever. It's the most worthless piece of shit advice I ever heard in my fucking life.
He correctly said gets psychological help, which is like even kind of more damning. The fact that, you know, that's like just saying that, hey, just be a better cog in the machine, because like the psychology industry is tied to the powers that be. So, you know, it's almost like, hey, just reinforce yourself in the machine, you know. It's almost like saying that, and imagine saying that in this era, in this year 2026. Oh, just get psychological help. It's all in your head, bro. Like, no, it's not.
I just can't wait until this economy goes in the toilet. I can't wait until people start seeing some real suffering, and there's weeping and gnashing of the teeth. And when all these people start complaining about how horrible life is, I'm just going to tell them that they should go get help, and they should just get over it. Because I'm tired of this gaslighting. This is what they say to us when the shoe is on the other foot, and they're the ones whining, and I don't want to hear that shit. I'm going to tell them the same damn thing. Get some fucking help.
Yeah, like, hey, oh, look, I lost a leg because someone ate it because there's no more food. Oh, just get psychological help, brother. Or like, hey, some like cracked up zombie on the street robbed me of my wallet. Oh, just get psychological help. It's all in your head, you know. That's the kind of world where we're going to live in soon, guys. Like, we're going to see those two things happen more frequently now, because, you know, that's part of the Great Reset. We're just going into scarcity after scarcity after scarcity, that like there's not going to be any more civilization anymore, you know. And that's going to be good for some people, but it's going to be horrible for the majority of people, you know.
That's going to be the subject of my next live stream, because Patrick Henry said, "Give me liberty or give me death." And if he were to give that speech today, people would tell him to get some help. Because why would you want liberty? Liberty is not important. You should just be a slave. Give me liberty or give me death is such a it is basically it's an indication of your own pathology. Something must have been wrong with Patrick Henry, because he should not even want liberty. He should just shut up and just be a cog in the machine.
Yeah. Patrick Henry should have gotten some just like psychological help during his era, whatever that was. I don't know what the fuck was psychology back in like the 18th century. It probably wasn't even a thing. Probably was better back then.
I almost wish I would have given that. I almost wish I would have done that first, because I would love to hear what his response is to that. But I don't want to give it away. But maybe I'll do that tonight, or I'll do that tomorrow.
Ooh, Daniela said a good question. Like Jesus being tortured on the cross, go up to him and offer him mental health services. Yeah, that's just insulting to say to someone, "Oh, you need help, psychological." No, that's bullshit for anyone, honestly. Even for actual, like, that's just dumb. Unless you're like really freaking psychotic, really psychotic. But that's not the majority of people. That's not the majority of people who are sad. People who are sad have good reasons to be sad, actually, especially if they see the world as is. Like, yeah.
Right? All those slaves, they didn't need liberation. They didn't need the Emancipation Proclamation. They just needed some help. And then they would have been okay with picking cotton and getting whipped and getting raped. They would learn to accept their subjugation, and they would stop complaining, because we're tired of hearing them complaining about their own oppression.
Oppression, yep. That's just.
And the reason they do this is because they don't want to be the ones to actually get out there and fight. They just want you to stop complaining about it, because they don't want to recognize their own complicity in it. That's why they do that shit. That's why they gaslight you. They know that they are responsible. They support the very systems that you're critiquing. And so instead of addressing their own complicity, they just rather tell you to shut up and get some help. Because it's the easiest thing they can do that requires no effort. Get help. Those are two words that it just doesn't require any effort. So it's a complete cop-out. And they know exactly what they're doing.
Yeah. I think it's just that we've been reduced to just being like bystanders, that like anything outside of that bystander is just greeted with like, oh, just like take yoga classes or take like a deep breath. Stupid, like that's what they would say to me, like just take deep breaths at like the fact that you'll never like have this thing in your life that can help you. I'm like, wow, such a retarded thing to say to someone, honestly.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't expect this to be like that. I thought this was going to be a short live stream. I just learned about this whole concept of a bare life because I read this book. Anyway, it's like when I learn information, I just want to share it.
Yeah, it's very interesting. It seems to parallel a lot of stuff. That's in the book Jacques Ellul's Technological Society.
Jacques Ellul, yeah, Jacques Ellul is
he's an anarchist.
Anarchist, yeah, Christian anarchist.
Yeah, Christian anarchist. Yeah, he kind of like founded, or at least as far as I know, he's kind of like one of the founders of Christian anarchism or something like that.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he is very interesting. The technological society, how it inframes everything.
He kind of talks about like the creation of the mass man. So that's a very similar concept.
Yeah,
right?
It was just like a inflation of like superficial meaning and life. It's just really bad. I think he was also influenced by Heidegger. Heidegger is one of the OGs of this, of the anti.
The question concerning technology he wrote. Yeah, so he's got huge.
Yeah, he's one of the OGs of that one, and that one, though he's a bit more nuanced. He says that he'll allow technology if it helps man be in relation with being, but if it doesn't do that, if it just inframes man away from being, that it's bad. So he's more nuanced than that. But look at the technology around us now. It's just inframing us. Now you don't have to agree with Heidegger's being, because I'm a bit more nuanced than that. But like I do think that we're losing ourselves, and we're losing a sense of electricity that was very small. But
Yeah.
don't have it anymore. Oh, hi, Chickpea. How's it going?
Hi, Fatima. How are you?
I'm good. I missed you. How you doing?
Yeah, I've missed you. How's things?
I'm all right. I'm just.
So why
here.
have you not been? Sorry.
Oh, I'm just here. Yeah, it's kind of a long story.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, hi, JC. Welcome
Hi,
to LA.
Katie.
Hi. Gosh. But he came here just to have a quick peek, and I didn't realize you'd be on air.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty early for LA, right? It's in pretty
Yes,
early
it is.
time. Yeah, because
Yeah.
my time it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, p.m.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so I know he lives in like another time zone, so it's a bit earlier for him. So yeah.
Gosh. Yeah. So what's the weather like? It's been really hot in London.
Oh yeah, I heard. Yeah, I was talking to people on
Oh.
another servers online because I talk to everyone everywhere. Yeah, they
Yeah.
say it's really hot. They say it's like 40 degrees or like 30 degrees
Oh.
Celsius over there. Yeah, here it's kind of it's good here. It's not too hot. So yeah.
Oh, it's terrible here. Yeah, I've never known the UK be like this.
Yeah, I always thought it was rainy and cold.
Yes, I've never known this, and it's like all the grass outside where I live's already dead, and it's still spring.
You're having a drought. Oh my god.
I know, it's scary, isn't it? Yes, I think it's
Yeah,
going to be a bad
well-
summer.
Yeah, well, it actually kind of goes in with what we're talking about, right? LA, about like the bare life, how like you don't really have much of a life because everything is just taken away from you. You know, like your social life, your job, the fact that you were brought into this world, without knowledge of it. That's kind of
Mhm.
it's kind
Yeah,
of a very shitty thing to go through, and that's all of us.
yeah. And we're the lucky ones.
Yeah, because we see it. Yeah, other
No,
people.
we're the lucky ones. We are the luckiest proletariat in history.
Oh
we
yeah,
are.
yeah.
No, we are. We're the luckiest proletariat ever lived. It's a door, really. You know?
It's really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, like someone was like, they were having an argument with LA, and someone was saying at the end, it was just like a miscommunication at first, but I think it kind of did take a bit of like a snark remark when they said to him like, "Hey, just get psychological help." Like what? Like
What?
what? Yeah, exactly. They said that. They say just get help. I'm like, that has never helped anyone. Just get psychological help for all the world's problems that you see and face.
They make me sick. You know what those people, Fatima, they make me utterly sick because all this happy, clappy life things, see everything positively, they really bug me.
Yeah, they do.
They
Oh,
do, because I think it's a very cruel way. I just don't like how they can think that.
It is cruel. It's this gaslighting. They're not going to help you in any meaningful way, right?
No.
Because if you actually do need help, they're not going to offer it. They want you to get help that does not involve them. So
Yeah.
for them to even say it is really being dismissive. It's like,
Yeah.
go get help, but I'm not going to be the one to offer it.
Yeah,
yeah. It's
yeah.
really,
No, they sicken me with their shit. Yeah,
yeah. It's just very, very dishonest. 'Cause all my life, I knew something was up with me and with the world, and I knew it
Yeah.
was both problems at once. And
Yeah,
whenever I would
yeah.
say this to people growing up, I was, "Oh, you just need some psychological."
No, you don't need
No.
help, Fatima. You just see the world for what it truly is.
Yeah, it's because everyone just wants to be happy clappy and just want to
Yeah.
like be cogs in
Yeah.
the machine and just be happy about everything. Like there
Yeah,
is no
no.
issues at all. Like there is they say this, the world isn't what's wrong, it's with you. It's your attitude is what's wrong. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
fuck you. Fuck you.
Yes. No, Fatima. There's nothing wrong with you. You just see the world for what it truly is.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, so yeah,
A bloodbath, a shithole. That's what it is.
shithole. It is. It's a shithole.
It's a prison. It is an entrapment. It is
Yes.
a
Yeah, it's a horrible place.
Yeah,
Horrible, cruel, bloodthirsty place.
that
That's
you
why I
have
hate it though.
that you have to just take it up the ass for like whatever reason. I don't know. You
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's
No,
just,
I know exactly what you're saying, Fatima. Exactly what you're saying.
it's just you just have to be quiet about it and just accept
Yes.
the fact that like, oh, it's a you problem. It's all about you. It's all in your head, bro. I'm like, no, it's not.
Exactly.
It's not in my head. No, I see things, call them out, and then they say, hey, stop being so
Negative.
negative. I'm like, dude, get fucked, dude. I'm trying to help you too. That's it. I'm trying to help them too. Like,
Yeah.
I'm trying to help them too. Like, wake up, wake the fuck
Yeah,
up.
what you're saying.
Sleep.
I know exactly what you're saying. Don't worry. Why would you think I hide away with 7 cats and 100 pot plants? I just can't cope anymore.
Yeah, no, I don't blame you. Oh, you're gonna love this chick. Be tomorrow, I'm
What?
gonna go to a party. It's gonna be a birthday party, but it's not for a human. It's for a cat. It's for my aunt.
Oh,
She's turning 5 tomorrow.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, how gorgeous! That
Yeah,
will be nice.
She's a black cat, but
Oh,
she has like a beard almost. Yeah, she has like a lion mange beard. Yeah, it's very
oh
cute.
wow!
Her name is
Oh wow!
Bagheera. Bagheera is her name, like from the
All right. Oh, how gorgeous!
Jungle
I've
Book.
got-
Yes.
I've got a black cat called Bella, but she's a right one. I tell you, she broke my elbow last year.
Ow, how?
Actually, she did. I was trying to give her some medication for her allergies. She went had a hissy fit, and they ended up smashing my arm against the wall behind me to get. She was biting me, and I broke my elbow.
Ouch.
And she's such a vicious thing. I mean, I love her to bits. She's a right madam. And there's a dog in my block that's a real one of these great big huge, I don't know what it is, some foreign breed. And he is scared of her. The dog is scared of Bella. She sits staring at him outside. Trying to freak him out.
Oh my
She's
god.
scared of him when Bella's sitting there going, yeah, don't come near me because I'll scratch your eyes out.
Oh yeah. No. Black cats are usually they're the most like antisocial of all the cats, and
Yes.
that's why I fucking love them because that's me, you know. Like they're very like, you know, like
Yeah.
they will only ever, if you want to cuddle with them, you have to wait for them to come to
Until
you.
they feel like it. Yes.
Exactly,
Yes, I
yeah.
know.
Otherwise, if you try and like, you know, do it, if you try to like even like a pet them, they will hiss. Yeah.
Yeah, she does to me. I tell you, I love her to bits because I love her because she's a cat. So all her sins are forgiven. You know, help
Yeah.
Bella.
Oh yeah. Oh, and my aunt's cat, she has the most beautiful green eyes ever. You know,
Yes.
they're kind of like opal. You know, like
Yes.
stone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
Cats
gem.
are the most. Yes. Cats are the most beautiful life form on the planet. I don't care what anyone has to say on the subject.
Yep.
They are the most beautiful creatures.
Yeah.
I've got so many of them because I like, you know, it's nice to look at.
So I'm definitely looking forward to that
Yes.
tomorrow. Yeah, because like
That'll
they're
be
gonna
fun.
have a party. They're gonna have like a pinata there, and like she's gonna invite other people with their own cats, her friends with their own.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that is nice.
Yeah.
That you're gonna have a lovely time. Yeah.
I wish you could come, Chickpea. You can bring Dave, right?
Well, Dave, I tell you, if Dave sees a female cat, he goes completely mental.
Oh my God, is he really like that way?
Yeah.
Oh
Yes.
no.
Yes. Goes absolutely. I told you at night. Sometimes at night, I get this ginger and white tomcat come round to my flat. 'Cause I've got a cat flat, and there's also a little black female comes round, a black and white female. The female's allowed to stay, but the black and white tom, he goes absolutely crazy, and that cat is not allowed to stay in my flat. The girl
Wow.
can stay. Yeah. Got a cough.
Oh wow. So yeah, so that's Dave. Yeah, so looking forward to something tomorrow. I'd rather go to like an animal's birthday than a
Yeah.
human's birthday. That's
Yes, exactly. Yes, I would
Yeah.
too. Well, yeah, I prefer cats to people. Always have.
oh
Lord,
yeah.
No contest. No contest.
Almost every like great pessimist philosopher liked animals
Yes,
more than
exactly.
humans. Yeah, like Schopenhauer always had a dog, like a poodle.
Yes.
A poodle.
Yes.
Yeah, it's weird because he argued that having a pet is slavery. Pretty
No,
weird.
It
I
is
mean,
actually.
everything is slavery, but I think with a pet, you can actually help it. You know, like unlike other animals which are stray, like with a pet, you can actually like help it because I think that wild animals suffering is also a problem too. Like
Well,
it's
sickening. Yeah.
yeah, like
Yeah.
I don't think like to me, Mother Nature is a bitch. She is a bitch, you know.
She's a bitch. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's a horrible, horrible place. It's
Like
sad,
what's the
sad but true.
like what's the justification for like Komodo dragons only being in one island and yet they eat everything there? They're kind of like a terrorist in that island almost if you
They're
think
a
about
bit
it.
like us lot. They're just like us lot.
Yeah,
Catching
like they only exist on those one islands inside Indo, and yet they terrorize everything from the calves, deers, you
Yeah,
know.
I mean, well, just like us humans, yes.
Exactly. But unlike the
Just like us
Komodo, you
lot.
can't really get too angry with the Komodo dragon because like it's just doing what it does best.
It's what
It doesn't.
it's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unlike us though.
Actually, yeah. Do you know that the human race, what is it? We kill more animals in the space of 17 days or something than the animal kingdom kills in a whole year or something ridiculous. The numbers really, because we're a right load, us humans. Really shocking what we do. Yeah. Yeah, we kill more animals in 17 days than the entire animal kingdom kills in a year. Something
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's a
Horrible numbers.
it's a bloodbath.
Yes,
Not
that's the
only
worst.
inside the human realm, but also in the animal realm as a
Yeah,
realm too. Yeah, so like it's almost like you can't go either direction. You're always stuck inside a rock and a hard place when it comes to
yes.
life. You know, like
Yeah, you can't win because I feed my cats on fish. You
oh
can't
yeah,
win. And I'm a
yeah.
radical vegan. I mean,
Well,
very
that's
radical.
kind of the thing, though, is that like we have the capacity to not eat other animals, but some animals are not like that. They have morphed into the era that is they have to eat meat. So yeah, so
They've
like
got no choice. A cat has no choice.
so like
Yeah.
don't let anyone say that oh you have to your pet has to be vegan. That's literally
No,
almost impossible. That's
no,
almost
that's
impossible
not.
for you to
It's
do
not possible.
because you're denying animal biology at that
Yes,
point.
they are designed to eat meat. Yes, it's a grim, brutal reality.
It
Yeah.
is, yeah, they are
So I've had
designed.
terrible rows over this.
Unless,
Oof.
yeah, unless you want like a plant eating animal like an iguana, like have that, like
Rabbit or
those
something.
things.
Yeah.
Those things eat like just plants and leaves and like lettuce and tomatoes. Iguanas,
Yes,
lizards.
exactly.
Yeah,
You
have
can't
that
feed
as
that
a pet.
But they're quite. Yeah, I just feed more fish because if I had to kill a fish, I could.
Hmm.
I could.
Yeah, I actually was thinking about you, Chickpea, because I was reading some Gnostic texts and they were talking about how they basically the only animal products they ate were fish,
Yes.
but they didn't eat animals that were created through reproduction
Yeah.
because I guess I guess they thought it contaminated them. It got into their blood, and so
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of more realistic. I don't know. Like what do you think about eating fish though? Do you think that's wrong?
Well, I don't do it. I feed to my cat because I feed to my cats, and my cats are carnivores. A cat is a carnivore. Yeah, yeah. I'm very radical, LA. It's I
Cat-
consider meat to be it's got a very negative energy because of the way we farm these animals and everything, and we slaughter them. It's got that's what I'm against.
I,
You know.
I know that, but what do you think about fish specifically?
Well, the thing is, we're overfishing fish now, and fish are becoming extinct because of our disgusting
Scarcity,
fishing
yes.
habits. Yes, you can't. They're becoming extinct.
Yeah. In fact, actually, a good film that can show you this is actually it's a kid
Seaspiracy.
film, but it's actually a very very damning one. It actually shows you that we are overfishing. It's called
It's
Happy
horrible.
Feet. Yes, Happy Feet is like an animated film. It's a musical, but one of the main plot points is that humans are overfishing
Fishing.
and
Forever
that's why the penguins are like going extinct
Yeah.
too.
Don't see
They
it.
can't eat
But,
anymore penguins.
you think Seaspiracy will have you in tears. Seaspiracy is the real horror of the whole fishing industry, and I'm part of the fishing industry because I buy fish to feed my cat. But it has you in tears. It's shocking what we do because it's not just the fish. We catch dolphins and all other
Whales.
animals. It's a real horror story.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
you can't win. Even you can't win.
You can't win. Actually, no, it's
No, you
very
can't win.
sad. Yeah.
Yeah, they have a lot of like genetically engineered fish too.
Yes.
I mean, there's
Oh,
like
what the
You
heck?
know, my cats won't eat that. Should I tell you something, Fatima? My cats will not eat the salmon that is sold in the supermarkets.
yeah, I think I
Of
heard
course,
that.
that's poison.
Like there's a company that put fish genes into tomatoes to make them
Yeah,
last longer.
yes, I know. You can taste it. You can actually
The
taste it.
basing, yes, they're essentially just playing God by, and like all of the salmon within like the supermarket, that shit is just like mutated stuff at
Yes,
that point. Like,
really
Yeah,
bad.
Franken food.
Frankenfood, exactly. There you go. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think the future holds. I don't think.
It's
But my cats will not eat salmon from the supermarket. And I don't mean
good.
cheap salmon. They don't want to know.
Exactly. That's good. Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
If you want to eat salmon, you better buy it off of like the harbor. Like if you want to feed your cats, like the
Yeah.
harbor salmon,
Right.
the fish salmon at the harbor.
Right, they grow it like in a giant like washing machine type thing. It's, like,
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's
pretty
a
disgusting.
horror story. It's all a horror story.
Exactly. Yeah.
Whole planet's a horror story. It's a shit house. That's why I hate it
Exactly.
here.
Exactly. That's why. It's like disgusting
Can't
to
win.
me.
You can't win.
Exactly. Yeah, and like that film Happy Feet actually did kind of make me sad because like all of the penguins, man, are just
Yes,
starving.
exactly.
And
They're
dude,
starving. And the
and dude, they're
seals.
literally one of the cutest animals ever. Have you
Yeah,
ever seen penguins?
exactly.
Oh my
See?
god.
That's why I don't eat fish. I've been at it since I was 7 years old. I started my nonsense. So yeah.
Yeah,
But
I feel
yeah, I'm not
bad
going to get.
for
I'm not turning my cats into vegans. I'm not doing it. So I don't
yeah,
agree with
that's
it.
impossible. It's against their biology. Yeah, and like that's also very very disrespectful towards the
Yeah.
cats as well. Yeah.
Yes, it is. It's wrong. So wrong. But yeah.
Yeah, it's just the fate of this planet, I guess.
horrible
We but like, how would you believe that all of this? Like, I'm starting to think that like all of this is by like a design as well.
It's by design, yes. It's for the loot. It's for our misery.
It's
They
not
feed.
it's not
We
an
feed.
accident.
You know what Fatima, they feed on our misery in the same way as we feed on the animal's flesh.
Yeah.
No, they do.
I
They
know.
feed on our misery like well, I don't, but they feed enough that we feed on the animal's flesh.
Yeah,
They do
it's almost
exactly the same to us what we do to them. It's a horror story.
it's almost like in Harry Potter. Like, you ever seen Harry Potter where like those flying like dark ghost things, they just
But yeah.
at the soul of people? Yeah, that's what's happening right now.
Yeah, that's all that's happened. It's a horror story, which is why, I'm an antinatalist, and I never regretted my decision for one tiny second. I did the
Me
right thing.
neither. No, like I'm never going to regret like not having children because like,
No,
that's
I'll never
horrible.
regret it.
No, like, that's just
I did the right thing. God, I did the right thing.
like, I don't know who's gonna save us. I don't think anyone's going to
No
save
one's
us.
going. There's only one way, Fatima, and that is that we stop breeding and stop multiplying, which is not going to happen. We'll render ourselves. One day, we're going to trash the planet to such an extent that we will go. We will go extinct.
Yeah.
We
Only
will.
problem is that like the majority man doesn't really give a fuck about what we say, and they still do what they do, and they still like
They don't give a toss.
yeah. And
I tell you, I wouldn't have liked to think the way you thought when I was young, because I think it now because it's very hard way to think. Yeah, you're young and doing it.
I'm in my
You're still a baby.
early to mid 20s. I'm in my
Yeah,
early
so you have to
20s.
think
more
like this
than ever,
already.
so, yeah, like I've been
Yeah.
having these thoughts for like majority of my life. I believe it or not.
Yeah.
I always knew something was up. Like I always knew that
Yeah, you're like me. Yeah,
here.
that's not right. Yeah, but you got it worse than me when when I was young. I didn't not as bad as you, but yeah, it was
Yeah.
still there. Phew.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but unlike other things, yeah, but unlike other people, I guess I just stick around because like I don't think like dying is any better. That's scary too. Like I think both life and
Yes.
death are horrifying things to me.
Yeah. There's no, you can't win.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
know
You're in a rock and hard
no.
place. Like, there is no answer. Like not even the answer that LA talks. I don't even think that's even justified because like
I,
I hmm?
I don't believe in reincarnation, but even if that were
Yeah.
I don't care. I would rather restart. I feel like my life right now is not worth continuing. I would rather restart over from scratch than to continue this miserable life that I currently have.
Jay, you are one of the luckiest people on the planet. Do you know that?
Hmm.
That's the sad, grim reality of our life on this planet. You're one of the lucky ones. You
Yeah.
are. We are the luckiest proletariat that have ever lived.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
kind of are in some ways. Yeah,
horror of it all.
yeah. Like I always wonder that like
You had the good fortune to take a law degree, Jay. You don't know how lucky you are.
Wait, how lucky? What makes me lucky?
In the great scheme of things, you are. You're one of the lucky ones. In the great scheme of things, you are.
I don't know. I still would
You
rather.
are, LA. That's a sad. Life on this planet is such shit. Have you seen how they live in Bangladesh, India, Arabia? Life is a horror story. You are one of the lucky ones. You wouldn't believe just how lucky. It's a sad, brutal truth of it all. You
Yeah, it
are.
does seem that way.
Huh? What?
Oh no, I was saying that it does seem like that, but
It doesn't
that
seem
we are
that
like
we are.
like we got a lucky draw, right? Being in the advanced countries or something like that.
Yes, we are the luckiest proletariat that have ever lived. Us lot living now, people like us, we are the luckiest. We've got hot water on demand, baths on demand, food on demand, everything on demand. We don't know how lucky we are. LA's got a law degree. He's one of the lucky ones.
Yeah, Chickpea. I have a mountain. I have mounds and mounds of student loan debt that I will never be able to. I don't want to talk about it because people will just weaponize that and then just use it to antagonize me. But at the end of the day, I don't. I mean, I know that there might be people who are. I don't know. I'm worse than poor because I'm in debt. So it's almost as if somebody who didn't have any money, they're actually better off than me because they don't have mounds and mounds of debt that can never be repaid. So
Yeah, but you're still one in the great scheme of things. That's how shitty life is on this planet. You are still one of the lucky ones, and you are. You got your own property, yes?
I
Yeah.
have my okay.
Got a car? Car? LA?
Yes.
Yes. In the great scheme of things, you are one of the lucky ones. In the
Yeah,
great,
but I don't care about those things. I don't. I mean, those are material things.
how can you imagine life? Can you imagine life living in Bangladesh, working as a street, whatever? That's how bad a lot of lives on this planet are. We are the lucky ones. I'm not saying that's good.
Yeah,
I'm
I was
saying-
born in Pakistan. So,
What?
so yeah.
Gotta
Yeah, I
make
was.
up.
Yeah, I was born in third world. So yeah, so you're absolutely right, Chickpea. That's absolutely true.
I think I would have been even luckier if I was never born. That's how I see it. Like I can compare myself to other people, or I can compare myself to somebody who was never born into existence. So the only people who are lucky are those who don't exist. Anyway, I guess we lost Fatima. Chickpea, are you still there? Right, I agree with you, Danielle. It's just ranking misery is just like at the end of the day, none of us had to exist. I'm not going to compare myself to someone who lives in Bangladesh. Like I just can't do it. I don't I'm not responsible for people in Bangladesh. I live my life, and that's all I'm concerned with. Whether they're worse off is their problem. Their parents didn't correct them either. That's how I see it. Hey, Set Scales.
How's it going?
Okay, I don't know if you heard that shit show earlier. That was just kind of crazy.
No, I didn't. I don't know what you're referring to. I came for a bit, but then I left.
Okay. Well, yeah, we were just talking about the Bear Life. What is this book called that I did? I got this PDF of this book online. It's called Sovereign Power. I'm trying to find a title to this thing. It's Homo Sacer, Sovereign Power and Bear Life by Giorgio Agamben. There's all these YouTube videos about it, but I just got the PDF and I read it, and it's this whole chapter about a bear life. It talks about sovereignty, Homo Sacer, the politicalization of life. There's a lot in here, but there's a chapter called "A Life That Does Not Deserve to Live." This is a really interesting book, and I just talked about just a little bit of it, but I'm going to try to finish the rest of it.
I heard Fatima talking about, and I think Chickpea too was agreeing with them, forces or something manipulating or preying upon humans in a similar fashion to how humans prey upon living things for food or even for resources. And I would agree. In fact, I'm making something right now that explains exactly this. And it basically comes down to, if we as humans are out of alignment with natural law and demonstrate a disrespect for life around us, we will become susceptible to forces beyond our control and our perception who will essentially use us in a similar manner. It is, like a cow, for example. A cow that spends its whole life in a farm setting to be slaughtered has no real control over its life. It's just being guided and directed by humans. Essentially, humans in this sense are a higher power than the cow because the cow has no control to stop the humans. And so when humans do this to animals or nature, there are going to be forces beyond human that are going to do the same thing to humans and herd us down a path that is basically our own slaughterhouse. And we see this in transhumanism today.
I don't know. I mean, I try not to talk about this too much because I know people get triggered. I don't know. I kind of don't really want to say much about it.
Is it because that it's unfalsifiable and it's not possible to prove that these entities or frequency type beings exist or that natural law exists?
No, it's not that. I think they're operating from a completely different set of rules. I think they are predators. They do take pleasure in it. It's not even just for their survival. They actually, I mean, you can look at Epstein Island, how they were actually hunting Black people. They do it for sport. It's not just for survival. So they're predators, and they actually do take pleasure in suffering. It's not just because they need it for their own nutrition. I I don't really want to talk. I mean, it is what like if that's what guys want to talk about, that's fine. But I guess I'm just going to reserve my opinion on it.
All right. Well, the reason I talk about these things beyond human control influencing us is because this is what ancient man seems to think. They tell stories of humans essentially living better lives and being taken by forces beyond their control into settings which were worse than what they were living before.
But
And
Sam,
then-
I don't think you're really realizing where they were going with that. What they're basically saying is that because humans prey on animals, humans deserve to be preyed upon. So basically, they bring it on themselves. That's why I didn't want to go there. That's why I don't. That's why I'm not saying anything.
Are you talking
Unless
about
you
that's
agree
what the
with their
vegans
statement.
say?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Are you saying that's what the vegans say?
That's what they were saying earlier. That's why I didn't respond to it.
Oh, yeah. Well, we like I've said, or like you've said as well. The vegans' worldview is too limited to come out of anything that does not revolve around veganism, and they will always draw it back to veganism, almost regardless of what the topic is, because that's their paradigm.
Well, I mean, that's why I don't talk about it. But it's like if you respond to it, then that's what the whole conversation is going to, revolve around. I don't know what else to say. Like,
Well, I'm not even trying to talk about veganism. I'm just using it as an example because you can use anything as an example, because some of the earliest technologies was agriculture, which just basically is designed to manufacture humans so that the city state can have more resources to work the fields and go to war and all this other stuff. But you could look beyond just that. You could look at things like the city state itself, which is a closed circuit system, which lives off of an open circuit system and gives nothing back, in the sense that the city state cannot actually produce for itself, especially in the modern day. Like a city like New York doesn't grow its own food, doesn't have clean water, doesn't really respect the life around it. They got a bunch of rats and pigeons there. When we could totally build a city that is not this, we could build a city that is not this closed circuit system leeching off the land, but instead lives symbiotically with the land around it. But we choose not to. And because we do this, I'm saying we open ourselves up to forces unseen, which attempt to push us further down this path.
this is the original thumbnail that I was going to use, but I decided to go with a different one. This is the human body basically being mapped out and divided up like cattle based on the extraction that the state is going to get from you. Labor value, tax shield, consumer spending, military service. I was going to use that, but it just didn't work, so I decided to go with a different one. But yeah, I do basically see it's the same thing, that you're basically being, your parts and your life force is being divided up like cattle. I don't see it as really being anything unique. I think that humans are basically cattle just like the animals. So I don't know. But again, I don't really want to talk about that. But let me just take that down. And
well, I think that there's something worth talking about there, because the cattle offers people food. So what do humans offer the state? Labor. You see, it comes down to the fact that the aristocrats and the elite throughout history, They seem to be, I don't know, allergic to hard work. They don't want to do anything that is even remotely physically taxing. They want to go out there like once a year and be the first ones to plant the seeds and say, look what I did. Now all you guys get to work, because that's what the pharaohs used to do. They used to do exactly that in Egypt. And,
right, but that's the point, though. Like when people procreate, they're supplying the elites with the labor so that they can live without working. That's what this whole system is about. They're going to extract the surplus labor from everybody else. So if you reproduce, then you're ensuring that your children would be enslaved to the elites, and the elites never have to actually work to survive.
That has been the case, but that does not have to be the case, because these systems are entirely dependent on the human resource. Without the human resource, there would be nothing to power them.
It's not that it has to be that way. It's just what it is. And they could fight against it, but they're not going to do that. What they're going to do is not do anything to push back, but they're just going to continue producing more labor for the state and for the elites without doing anything to fight against it. And so the predictable outcome is that if they do procreate, they are in fact producing a slave for the elites. Even though it doesn't have to be that way, it just is. That's what it is.
Only because people believe the mythology and the programming that the elites install into them from an early age. If they can undo the programming, people can slowly, I don't think it would happen quickly because the programming's too hard, come out of these systems and start, all it really takes is the realization that, if I go to work today for 8 hours at this job, I'm putting my energy here. But instead, if I go work for myself at my house or go try to build something else somewhere off grid 8 hours a day, then I'm literally working for myself.
Let me respond to Dan Yelya's comment. Not sure about that. They just had different work. No, according to Karl Marx, it's not real. It's not productive work. It's not productive labor. They're skimming off the top. They're not producing anything. They're parasites. They do live off the working class. So yes, the managerial class, the CEOs, I guess you could call it work, but it's not more valuable than those at the bottom. And yet they still extract so much value. Why is the CEO making millions and millions of dollars while the person at the bottom is only making 30K? Why is the person at Walmart less valuable than the corporate execs? It's not a fair system. It's rigged. That's really a critique of capitalism. I did write about that in my book, but at the end of the day, most people don't see how the system is hierarchical, how it is exploitive. But at the end of the day, they are producing that labor. They are procreating, ensuring that their children will be the next generation of wage slaves.
Yeah, I would say also the elites only have one job, and that's to keep the status quo flowing and perpetuating. That's really their only job, is to make sure that they're in power and to make everyone believe that their word is law and that they should do what they say. But that's, as Ale said, not productive at all. It doesn't produce anything of intrinsic value. They need us to do that for them because they just don't want to work.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't know what that means when they say they don't want to work. It's like they're working. No, they're not really. They're not producing. That's what we're talking about. It's not productive labor. There's a lot of occupations in America where they don't actually produce. They're just skimming off the top. It's a parasite class of people who live off the productive labor of other people. The lawyers, the accountants, the bureaucrats, the government, the pencil pushers, they don't produce anything. And yet a lot of these people make a lot of money. Yes, they make money, but they don't actually produce wealth because their jobs are not essential to the economy. It's a service-oriented economy where everyone feeds off those who actually do produce.
There was one time I was listening to Jeff Bezos describe, I think it was the chief operating officer's position, so the COO. And he's like, so if you're this person, you only have one job, and that's to make high quality decisions. So if you're only making one high quality decision a week or a month or whatever he said, you're doing a good job in my view. So basically, the job of these people is to make decisions about how we should work and live our lives. That's their job. As said by Jeff Bezos himself, one of the richest businessmen there is today, and that's pretty much how it's been for thousands of years.
Right, but the people at the bottom don't see it that way. For whatever reason, they think that they're equal to these people. They don't really acknowledge the fact that they are slaves and that their children will be slaves. They just think, oh, I'm just like that. I can actually become just like who's Mark Zuckerberg. No, you can't. No, you cannot. You are never going to be Zuckerberg. Your children are going to be slaves. They're going to be workers. There's just no way to explain it to people. These people don't become successful through their own merit. They become successful because they exploit other people.
Yeah. Like there's one dude who I know I talked to at work, and he's telling me about billionaires and how that they're necessary and good because they create jobs. I try explaining they create their jobs for you. Well, they take away your ability to take or to create your own job for yourself if you accept them. But I don't really think he got it. Like another thing I saw was people who were all like petitioning to tax billionaires. And I'm just like, what does that even matter, taxing the billionaires? You're going to have the government extract money from these rich people that you're never even going to see in your own life. I try explaining again, you can go and basically start your own economic system and your own community or house basically separate from these systems, but they don't want to do that, or they don't seem to understand what that means.
They don't understand that we don't have money, we have currency, so that money or that currency does not have any real value, and the more of it is in circulation, the less valuable it becomes. So that money that these wealthy elites are hoarding is not really in circulation. It's just sitting in their accounts. They don't spend it, because if they were to spend it, that money would actually lose its value because there's nothing backing it. So it's just a representation. It's basically a scorekeeping card to say that I'm more successful than you, but they can't actually spend those trillions and trillions of dollars. If they were to spend it, they would completely disrupt the global economy. But that money is not worth, that currency is not worth anything. But they can keep it as a scorekeeping card to say, I'm more successful than so-and-so. But if they actually spend it, it would disrupt everything. They don't understand how the US dollar works. They don't understand that it's based on violence, that you have to have a military force to artificially inflate its value. They don't understand the manipulation between the US value, like the exchange rates. These people are very ignorant about economics.
Yeah. I think it's by design, like that document I told you about modern money mechanics that lays out how the economy works in the modern day. It took me several times to understand what that was saying because the language is just too difficult to understand, but I don't think they want people to understand it. I see Pastor D's here.
Hey,
Hello.
no, I totally agree with you. I mean, Elon Musk, I think, is pushing $600 billion in net worth, but none of that gets taxed unless he sells some of his shares. It sits on a balance sheet. It's completely useless unless he sells it, turns it into cash, and pays taxes on it. But they're not going to do that. They've got ways around it. They pay themselves basic salaries, which they do pay taxes on. But that $600 billion sits on his portfolio account as shares of Tesla and SpaceX.
Right. And he never produced anything of value. All he did was buy stocks, trade, sell it. He just kept doing all of this. What is that called? Like this capitalization of like things that were already produced, but he never actually produced anything himself. So it's this money begetting more money, giving an unnatural birth to itself. This is something that Aristotle spoke against. This is usury, and it's not sustaining. Eventually, this whole Ponzi scheme is going to implode on itself. Eventually, the U.S. dollar is going to be exposed for what it is. And once the third world countries dump the U.S. dollar, we're fucked.
Yeah, we're printing or we're borrowing $3 trillion a year, every year, and that'll go up next year. So the debt last year was 39 trillion. Now it's 43 trillion, 42 trillion. Next year will be 46 trillion. And that's 150% of the value of the GDP, all the goods and services that are out there. And, you know, when I was a kid, we were at 28% debt to GDP. When Reagan was president, did all the big tax cuts for the super wealthy people. So we're just continuing to borrow and spend to keep the stock market propped up, basically. And that money it used to be the top tax tier prior to 1980, the top tax bracket was up to 75%, in some cases 90% after you made a certain amount of money. The inheritance tax used to be 50% of everything over $1 million. And now they've jacked it up. If you're single, it's all tax, the inheritance tax, whoever you leave your money to, is inheritance tax free up to 12 million if you're single, and I think it's 20 million if you're married. So this is all revenue the government used to get to offset all these huge expenditures. And now we just continue giving tax cuts to the wealthiest people, and it's wrong. And the people that address it and try to get around it, like Elizabeth Warren, she proposed a 2% wealth tax. And that would have basically gone to the Bezos and Elon Musks and the Zuckerbergs and the partners that started Google. And it would have said, okay, if you're worth $50 billion, you know, you're going to pay a 2% wealth tax every year. So you can't just hoard that money. You've got to help the government pay down some of this astronomical debt.
One thing people don't seem to understand about the debt is money.
Yeah,
the dollars are debt. And for a long time, the amount of national debt in this country was pretty much exactly the same as the amount of dollars in this country. This is because all of these dollars that come from the Federal Reserve are IOUs to the central bank, which basically we give value through our labor.
You know, we used to have Our dollar used to be backed by gold until 1974 when Nixon, or 73, when Nixon took us off the gold standard. And that basically just gave us a carte blanche to print money willy-nilly. And that's when you started to see the decoupling of the huge wealth estates accumulating in the 80s and 90s and especially 2000 and up to now. Huge estates. There's never been such wealth inequality, even back in the Gilded Age, in the 1870s with the railroads and the real estate and the steel. If you look at their fortunes and you adjust it for today's money, they're nowhere near the Bezos and the Elon Musks and the Google people. Nowhere near it. I mean, Rockefeller was the first. Rockefeller was the first billionaire, and he had $1 billion right before the stock market crash in 1929. Okay, so that was rich. Now take that $1 billion and put it into an inflation calculator. He might be worth $50-60 billion today. Now compare that to Elon Musk, 600 billion. Jeff Bezos, almost 300 billion. Bill Gates, 120 billion. Warren Buffett, 100 billion. So the wealth inequality is, and the problem is when they print more money willy-nilly.
So is that these dollars, I know you say you account for inflation, but they're still worth less because there was far less money in circulation in those days.
That's true, but it still represents the reason I bring that up is because the government has figured out how to print more money. And whenever there's an economic hiccup, like the 08-09 housing crisis, they addressed it by printing a shitload of money. Then we had COVID, they printed a shitload of money. And during the height of COVID, when 25% of the businesses were on rolling closings, for the forced closures, the stock market was at record highs. I couldn't figure it out. But that's because they print money. And they realize if they print money, it goes to the wealthiest people. It just naturally does because, the reason I bring this up is because the poor people have to deal with inflation. The rich people, it doesn't affect as much. So every time they print a shitload of money, the rich get richer and the poor struggle more. And it's wrong. But we figured out how to mitigate the business cycle. It used to be, in the old days, every 6 to 8 years, there would be a recession, especially in the auto industry. Now, every time we have financial hardship, we just print money and boom, the stock market goes to record highs. Anyways, that's my input on that. We're talking about money.
I would just say fundamentally money is just a tool to compartmentalize things and make it easier for the state to keep track of all the exchange of resources and labor within its jurisdiction.
Yep.
And claim ownership over all of these things by, number one, providing security through the military for allowing these things to happen, or that's how they'll frame it at least. And number two, using their currency as a medium of legitimate exchange for resources and labor.
Yeah.
Aside from that, it doesn't really serve any intrinsic purpose.
But you have to have an economy where you pay somebody to go kill your hamburger and then process it, then send it to a store and you buy it and everybody makes a little markup along the way. If you want to have a civilized society, you have to have money. Otherwise, go back to farming and hunting and gathering.
Have money. Why?
Well, I shouldn't say have to, because you can do a barter system. But that's hard to do because stores aren't set up for barters. They're set up to take cash or credit cards.
Yeah.
So you're kind of stuck in it. And when you make more kids, you put them on this fucking treadmill. and there's no security anymore. I mean, Medicare and Social Security are the number one, Medicare, number two, Social Security, number three, the military are the biggest unfunded liabilities the United States has. I can't speak for other countries, but I mean, this is public data. We're spending close to $2 trillion a year we don't have on Medicare, $1 trillion a year we don't have on Social Security, and about $800 billion a year we have on the military.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Yeah, so kids born today, they're not going to have these systems to. At some point, the whole thing's going to go bust. It has to.
You know what they say, you will own nothing and be happy.
Right, exactly.
Okay, but Seth, I think you looked into this also about the history of money. They basically had these vaults where they had gold bars, and then they would issue notes that would represent a certain value based on the gold bars that they had in storage. And so those notes eventually evolved into dollars because the government basically started issuing notes that represented a certain amount of gold, but then they basically got rid of the gold bars, and now those notes were just, that's why I say it's not money, it's currency, because the only reason it has value is because it's backed by force. The government forces you to accept it as a unit of exchange, but it's not really based on anything tangible. It's not based on gold or silver. And so once they got rid of those gold bars, well, there's a lot to unpack with it. I know Seth has looked into it, so I know he's familiar with it, but some of it we can't really talk about on YouTube.
Correctly, there was no government involved in these times. It was completely voluntary between people who were mining for gold and
Guilds, yeah.
called prospectors.
Right, but eventually they got these centralized banking systems, and they used the government to give themselves a monopoly over it, to where nobody can engage and trade without using these notes. So I'm talking about the evolution of it. I know I'm skipping some steps that happen in between, but to cut to the chase, they eventually used the government to monopolize their notes, their currency.
Also, this tie into Forex, because Forex, they basically, buying one currency, selling another, and like hoping the exchange rate moves in their favor or your favor. So it's like gambling. Like the currency values are kind of based on gambling that's not based on anything real. It's just fiat.
Hello? Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
What's up? I was just scrolling through the internet and I ended up running into this place. Surprised that this popped up for me. What are you guys talking? It sounds like you guys talk about capitalism.
Yeah, they're talking about economic systems and how human beings are basically seen as a cash value in that system, and then
How we're all being exploited by the system, basically.
essentially, yeah, that's kind of like what the purpose of his presentation was, right?
Yeah, I'm on board. I agree.
And we should like revert back to like a gold-backed currency. Yeah.
I believe that we should go back to how it used to be. Like, okay, we have technology, but if we're gonna have it, we should use it in the proper manner, like to actually like make life easier and not harder, full of distractions and brain rot.
Yeah, absolutely.
Somebody's borging. I can't hear what you're saying.
I really do feel like we need to go back. I mean, I feel like humanity, and it's just going to be called communism. We should be doing things for the overall good of society and humanity because we all exist and we didn't ask to be here. Because like, it seems like humanity isn't they don't work together. It's like, it's always about profit. It's about what can you do for me? Like, I guess we could try to go back to trading and shit, but once you know what I mean? Like, I feel like we should do shit like that again besides this job shit, because it's not, we're literally just slaves. We're slaves. We're fucking slaves. Okay? You know?
Right.
So
Right, we're technological slaves. Yeah.
absolutely. But without a fucking doubt. It doesn't, what are people even working for? What, you just work to pay your bills. You don't have a life. And you get taxed even though you never consented to ever wanting to be taxed. And the world is just fucking stupid. I'm always surprised. I'm just like, how the fuck is there a small group of bitches controlling everybody, bruh? How? Doesn't make no fucking sense, dude. And then niggas are defending them.
And they speak
Because
Hebrew.
people are cattle. They're no different than sheep. They're ignorant. They're cowards. They're not going to do anything. So it only takes a few people to herd us all together. And the minority of people who actually see the system for what it is, we're told that we're crazy. We're told that we need to go call non-AA. We're told that we need professional help. So, and if you don't want to be a slave, and you realize that other people are not going to fight against the system, then the only option you have is to no longer exist. And they don't want to support that either. They don't want to
They could give us euthanasia.
They want to give you death.
That'd be mercy to give us euthanasia. That'd be mercy. But they don't have hearts to do shit like that.
No,
So
because there's so much money to extract from you. 75% of Medicare dollars are spent in the last 6 months of life artificially sustaining it.
And
Holy
not
fuck.
only that, but like it's also very, very malicious too, because they will want us alive, even though AI can like do half of the shit we can do, if not more. Like they obviously just want to like, you know, breed us and like abuse us for like their own ends. Like it's beyond cruel and fucked up.
Yeah, also, let me say this. You know, now we have stuff like biocomputing, like growing miniature human brains, putting it in computer chips.
Oh, that's
You can
happening
look it.
too, yeah.
And also now they have xenobots too. Xenobots where, you know, like they can like assemble frog cells and other crap. So biocomputing is introducing a new and crazier dimension to these problems that already exist.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
It's
so
fucking
pretty much
insane.
we can like
I want to get it. I want to get a loon bot.
Huh? What?
I want to get a loon bot. I'm gonna download
What's a
your
loon
brain
bot?
into it. Download your brain into a
Hey.
robot.
Hey, chill the fuck out. Chill out. Chill out. Chill out.
I'm jesting you. All right, I'm just joking. I love your stuff. I've listened to all your stuff on your channel.
Oh shit, you knew about my channel? I deleted that shit so long ago. Oh shit. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I was just complaining, as we should, as we fucking should. There's nothing wrong with complaining. Things don't change if you don't fucking complain.
Right.
People are so fucking stagnant. Yeah, that's what's so crazy. It's like, bro, like poisoning the food, poisoning the water, poisoning the air, poisoning our minds with the technology that's been created with like distractions and fucking just shit to make us insecure and make us feel like we need to buy things. Dude, it's just a mess, bro. Fuck planet Earth. It's ghetto. It's rotten. I hate my parents. And I wonder what's next after this life, because yeah, I'm bored. I'm just surrounded around a bunch of furless apes walking around wearing clothing. So, or whatever the fuck they are. I don't know if we're spirits having the human experience or if you're really just some fucking cells that became aware of its existence. I don't fucking know. I don't have the answers.
It's a bad answer though. Either or is like a horrible situation.
Absolutely, exactly.
Definitely spirits having a human experience. And what we do in this life will determine what happens next, whether or not we adhere to the principles of eternity and respect the sovereign authority of all life will determine if we enter the reincarnation cycle or not.
How do you know that? How do people know that? Like, we just are reincarnated. How do people, I'm very just cautious and I just question every fucking thing, okay? How do people know that? How?
This is the ancient belief system.
Seth Scales has a God phone 3000. You didn't know that.
That skills, yeah, he does. Nah, he's cool though. He's cool, yeah. Oh, there's that. Like, I thought
He's very nice, but some of the things you say are, you can't know. I'm sorry, Mr. Seth Scales.
I've heard people, it makes me feel, it gives me
I'll
hope
say this
somehow.
much. He's very, very, like, you know, very, very, like, you know, charitable. Like he does like to engage in conversations with everyone. That's a pretty good quality.
I feel like I'm writing a book, and I feel like it's best. I actually support human extinction, but for different reasons than most anti-natal. The thing is that this Earth doesn't exist just for humans. That we know. If you look at a lot of fiction, people always convey, not always. There's a lot of fiction about a future where robots inherit the world, but I think that's very hubris. That's full of hubris. Like we're driving countless species to extinction. We don't even understand their cognition and their unwealth or their cognitive world. You know what I mean? But I feel like the idea of like, can a Buddha among another non-human species emerge, or organismal line, is very important. You know what I mean? So in the sense that I'm writing my book, it's a kind of it's like 40,000 words full of sources. So I feel like in the sense it's best mankind go extinct for similar reasons as voluntary human extinction movement. I argue in favor of them because you never know, maybe millions of years from now there will be a civilization of, I don't know, different non-human species that connect to the Dharma or enlightenment in their own way. Because human beings are destroying ecosystems, they're destroying themselves. They don't have full control of the system they unleash on this world and stuff. They don't have full control on the system they unleash on this world, and the system creates the very complications it claims it can solve. And the point is that man is Homo mechanicus. No, man is Homo mechanicus. No, Homo mechanicus. Yeah.
Homo mechanicus. Yeah, essentially, we're being, in the words of Heidegger, inframed by technology that we created. There's no more. According to Heidegger, we can't have any relation with being, with being there in the world and like we're always going to like fizzle out within the crowd, right? The greater they, as he would say, which is the world. The world is like a they, because everyone is in it.
Yeah, standing reserve. Yeah, I actually talk about Heidegger a lot in my book, the inframing or Gestalt. I talk about that a lot in my book too and stuff.
And then there is a machine lies also brought up this guy Jacques Ellul. Yeah, Jacques Ellul. Yeah, he also is very, very good. Also says the same thing about the media man, the mass man, technological entrapment.
Do you want to know why things stay the same? Not to interrupt you.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I talk about Ellul a lot in my book too. Yeah, I like his idea of technique and no one is in full control. He calls it automatism and stuff. Yeah, I talk about.
Yeah, I think me and Buddha have talked about Ellul for like dozens of hours at this point.
That's so good.
I have something to say.
Oh, what's up?
Do you guys know why everything stays exactly the same? Do you want to know why?
Why?
Because the penis meets the vagina.
That part too. That definitely. People have to stop fucking. I mean, if you're gonna fuck responsibly. Be careful as fuck. Careful with
or
the
just have,
seed.
like, sex relations. That's better.
How much do you guys know about cults?
Cults? Quite a few.
Yes.
I know they like run the world. Yeah, they run our world. They run.
They really like antinatalism.
They really love antinatalism.
I don't mean to rub somebody the wrong way, but yeah.
I'd say the military.
I mean, I don't give a fuck. I'm already being monitored. I don't give a shit. That's basically the reason why. That's basically the reason why things do not change. Because when you try to voice your concerns in society, there are a lot of people surrounding you that are part of little neighborhood watch groups, community and fucking cults. All these Masons, Eastern Stars. So you start talking out, it's gonna happen subtly. You're gonna start getting stalked. You're gonna start being silenced. That is exactly why things don't change.
Oh, sorry.
That's why things don't change.
Yeah, that's.
It's like there are people like you out here that are trying to voice. There are people trying to tell their parents and their friends and shit about the real world. Like, yo, we gotta stop procreating. Yo, the economy, this. Yo, this, and then they just get snitched on, and you know what I mean. So that's another reason. Like, society's already been conquered. There's already so many people complicit that are just, you know what I mean? So
yeah, absolutely. Because like, if I can bring up like one story that's kind of related, there was like this story about like these two kids that were part of like a satanic cult within London, and like they said, like everyone in the school and like the McDonald's and like the case workers, they're all part of it. They were like sacrificing like babies and that stuff. Yeah, it was like in like London. Yeah, no. There are people who are inside like a depraved cults everywhere, and they're in places where you least expect it, like schools, case workers, government.
They could be your fucking parent. You would have never known.
Parents, like even the students, the parents of the students, they were part of that cult. Yeah.
Civilization is a cult that worships its own output. A cult is an assemblance of people who have beliefs out of touch with reality and are dangerous to those around them. That is exactly what civilization is. That's all it's ever been.
Civilization.
I'm starting to be critical of civilization. Like I would go back and forth in it. Like I don't think it's gonna go anywhere, but that's not gonna like deny it how bad it is, because it is bad. Yeah, but I don't think humans have like the to say metaphorically, like their third eye open to just overthrow like civilization, because the majority of people are just useless cowards. You know, that they like being passive. They like being part.
What does that even mean, to overthrow this shit? Like, I think overthrowing it means to just stop participating, create your own system, leave this one. There's no point apart protesting and asking the rich criminals to stop doing what you're doing. Like, hey, give us some rights, bro. Like, stop enslaving us. Like, stop it. Like, make things better. It's like, no, like, this is benefiting us. You know, fuck you. Be homeless and then go to jail for it, or prison, because we'll criminalize it. So yeah, you know.
Yeah, but like really technologically, advanced system is not just going to survive next to a not technologically advanced system.
That's true. Okay, so there's no hope then. You got to run off to a fucking cave, I guess. I don't know.
But even if you want to live off grid, you're going to have to buy property, which means you're going to have a shitload of money to buy 10 acres or 15 acres and set up a house and get the basic things you need. It sounds good, but you look at the initial investment to go off grid, you're probably looking at a couple $100,000 to do that.
It depends on how you do it. I feel like there's a way to do it.
That's true, but all the land is owned.
Survival. No.
All the land is owned. You might be able to get permission from a rich guy who's got millions of acres like Bill Gates and say, can I just borrow 10 of your acres? But every square inch of land is owned in the world, basically.
Yeah.
Technically it's not, because we have a made-up system that we're agreeing to. It doesn't actually exist.
Yes. But for now, as long as the police will say you're on someone else's land and kick you off, that's a problem.
Oh, the henchmen?
That's another.
Yeah.
And that's another reason why.
Taking the police seriously.
The road pirates.
Well, they got the guns and they got the jails, and
they got the ugly ass badges.
They come from communities of people just like us. So if we can convince people as children that this is not the right path, the police and the military will essentially starve of human resources over time.
You're almost there, Set Skills. If you deny them babies, it's the biggest FU you can send to the capitalist system. This thing doesn't work unless it has generations of people, who are willing to play the same game on and on and on for fucking ever.
That is so weird, bro. That's why when I look around and see people that have I don't know. I'm over it now, bro. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. I was like, fuck them, bro.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not. I call them
I feel bad for the kid. Yeah, they are.
I do too. I think they're victims.
You call
them?
They are victims. People that
I call them cum pets.
I just feel bad for the kids, bro. It's like, yo, I try to imagine me, like, let's say I could. What if you could warn a child about the future? Like, what if you could? Like, what if you saw a kid in a stroller and you could be like, we're fucking being controlled by a bunch of cults, and your parents fucked up. We're in hell, bro. Good luck. Don't trust nobody.
Yeah, and all the diseases and old age and decrepity and Alzheimer's and cancers and all the shit. even if they do navigate this life successfully, nature will kick them in the ass real hard.
That part. That
So
part.
I call children cum pets.
Nature is not
That
the
might be
problem.
like one of the most bizarre things I've ever heard. To be honest, I've never heard something so bizarre. I mean,
Why?
yeah.
Why is it bizarre? It's exactly what it is.
I mean, yeah, but it's just, I don't know. It just seems like
Far-fetched.
a little bit reduction.
Reduction is good.
I am a walking cum.
No.
Why is reduction bad?
Well, aren't you against human suffering?
I'm against human beings entirely. I'm not against human beings. I think we're victims. I'm not against us just because we're humans.
Are you against
I'm
yourself?
against us. Am I against myself? Yes. I resent the fact that 65 years ago, my parents fucked and said, "You're going to play this game without your consent."
That's what's so scary about life. You don't have to be like anyone can have a kid. There's kids that have kids. Like this life is fucked up. All it takes is fucking, bro. I can't
Right.
take this shit seriously.
But you're saying that people are victims, right? Is
Yes.
that what you said?
Yes.
So victims of what? Themselves?
Yeah.
Victims of themselves. They can't
Nature.
see.
So they're not victims.
Yeah.
Victims
Because
of nature.
That's not the definition of what a
No,
victim
they're
is. Victim is
victims
being
of their parents.
victimized by somebody else.
They're victims
There
of
you
their
go.
decision to procreate.
There you go.
Right, but I mean, it's not the children's fault then, right?
No, it's not. I have compassion for
That's
all
what I mean,
people.
like, but that's why it would sound bizarre to me because you're calling the children that because it's not. Their
Well, I
fault.
have contempt for the parents and I have
Right.
compassion for the children.
Maybe
Exactly, that's my thought,
maybe
too.
calling the children come.
Cum pets.
Yeah, right, exactly. Or something.
Wait,
I know
what?
it sounds so bizarre, but
We're all cum pets.
yeah. I guess I get what you're saying, but
Yeah,
but I
that's
do have to go,
ours.
guys. Yeah, I appreciate you guys.
All right, see you later, Machine
Yeah.
Lives. Then I will
Look.
catch you in your own stream.
Yeah,
Wait,
talk
what's
to you guys.
happening? What's happening? What's
Yeah,
happening?
take care, guys.
What's happening?
I'm just
Is everyone
leaving.
leaving?
No, only
No, just me.
Oh.
just me. Yeah,
I was like,
have
what
to
the
walk-
fuck?
Yeah, I have to walk somewhere, so.
All right.
Oh, be safe, dude. It was nice getting to know you or meet you or talk to you. Yeah. It was
Yeah,
nice
thank
getting
you,
to talk to you.
I'll catch you later, Machine Lives. See ya, man.
Yeah, thank you, Fatima. Yeah,
Yeah, see you
I
later.
appreciate the convo. Yeah.
Are y'all on a Discord together?
I have a Discord, but I think Dom and I'm in Buddha are in it, so they can send you guys a link if you guys want. But
Oh,
yeah,
nice.
bless you
Yeah,
guys.
I'm down to join.
I'll join.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, peace, guys.
See ya, man.
Peace.
I'll see you in the flip side. Let's say.
Yeah, life's I can't believe this happened. I just don't know what to say. I don't know.
Yeah, life is just unpredictable as hell. You know, there's no.
It really. I mean, there are unpredictable elements, but we have to accept that there are things beyond our control and live with them, or we can attempt to be like civilization, fear the things beyond our control and try to control them, and in the process lose control of ourselves.
Well, we can't control reproduction.
That was some Master Shifu type shit right there. Mr. Oogway, my bad. Master Oogway knew more than Master Shifu.
Yeah, ooh, rest in
We can
peace.
control the entire thing because we set this whole thing in motion.
But why did we set it in motion? We set it
Because
in
of,
motion.
because of ignorance.
Ignorance.
Because of apathy.
Not necessarily ignorance, yes, but not because of apathy. It was set into motion because there was a group of people who came along who had advanced knowledge and gave humanity something they did not have before.
Do you think
And that
there's a
was-
god? Do you believe in aliens?
No, they were not aliens.
Okay.
I'm not talking about some mysticism. I'm talking about
I'm not talking
parents
about
who have-
mysticism either. I'm talking about real history as recorded by the ancients in the form of
I'm
myths.
talking about parents not having empathy for their own children, that they're sacrificing their children to the state.
Oh,
Well,
they're not
that's why
thinking
we
about
gotta
that.
Where does the state come from? It comes from the worship of a cargo cult, is what it comes from.
Cargo.
Yes, a cargo cult is when it comes from World War II, when the United States entered this one island of people who were totally primitive and kicked off the Japanese. And the people on the island, upon seeing the United States technology, began to worship the technology because the United States would bring cargo to them, things like cigarettes or food or clothes or
Drinks,
whatever.
yeah.
These people on the island began to worship the cargo and formed what is known as a cargo cult.
I might get disconnected for a moment.
That's what civilization is today.
Civil lie. Lie is in that word.
Yes, yeah. That's a good point.
Civilization, yeah. Like Loon's right. Like, how can we overthrow this, or like how can we there is none, like this is like bigger than all of us, like. But I think that the only way to stop it is to not bring any more like unwanted souls here. Like, there is no, like, I don't see any other alternative to this, because I think all the other ones have been tried. Like, I think that state of the world couldn't be stopped. Like
I'm about to get disconnected for a moment.
Oh, okay. Like, obviously, the traditional religions couldn't stop it, and we all know that they're kind of a bit of lies as well. So, like, I don't know what else is there to fix this. Like, what else could we come up with other than other than just not breeding? Because you won't get hurt.
Right. No one can get hurt from not having children. You can only, I guess the parent could argue, well, I'm being denied the glory of having a family. Right.
Why
But
You're so
earlier,
selfish.
I
You're
was
so
told-
selfish.
Earlier, I was told that I'm trying to oppress people by telling them not to procreate. So
Why?
I heard that.
I was
weak.
trying to figure out what do you mean by that.
Oppress people?
So because
It's
I'm
like
telling you not to
making
oppress someone else, I'm somehow oppressing you.
I don't think.
How
LA
dare you
is-
tell me what to do with my body? How dare you?
Yeah, like as if anything, my AN is just like a suggestion, because I know the majority of people are not gonna fucking follow this. I know they're not.
No.
But still,
Like, you can't tell me what to do. I'll fuck as much pussy as I want.
Exactly, but at least take into consideration that, like, hey, maybe this isn't in your best interest to bring someone else here. That's going to be a gamble on their end and your end, because you'll
Don't tell me what to do. I'll enslave as many children as I want. You have no right.
That's right. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, you see, like it's okay to just say no to an urge that you have. It's okay to say no to an urge, Like there is this
Well,
one.
Today's technology, we have
I'll be right back, y'all.
vasectomies, we have birth control, we have Plan B, we still kind of have abortion in the United States.
Kind of.
There's so many ways. Yeah, we have birth control. There's so many ways you can enjoy physical intimacy with the opposite sex and not create a child.
I wouldn't put any of those things in my body if I was a woman, but I'm going to get off.
Oh,
Okay, so skills.
all
Thank
right.
you.
Hey, man, have a good day. It's
You
good.
too.
I'm gonna put together a video that's basically going to be like a grand unified theory that's going to put my entire paradigm in one video and explain why civilization is the way it is.
All right. I'm
Yeah.
looking forward to it.
All right. Later.
Later, man. Peace out. Stay safe. All that good stuff. Yeah.
All right. You too.
Having children is the absolute worst sin anyone could commit in a hell realm. It causes all suffering, slavery, and torture. Yeah, exactly. Like, if no one's here, who's gonna be in danger? I can't think of any other. Like, why would you be against that? Like, it's stupid to be against that. The prevention of suffering. That's stupid to me. Like, I haven't heard any good arguments other than, oh, what about the future people that could save the world? I'm like, who? Who are they, and why are you counting all of your bets on them? Doesn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, the future doesn't necessarily need to belong to humans either. I mean, because
Exactly, it doesn't need to. What if we're all killed by AI? Then what? nothing's gonna save us. Then we're just going to be like we're just like another step in evolution. If that's the case, then we are just worthless. Yeah. Like, I don't understand. Like, we're just a species. Yeah, I know it's so stupid. You know, and thank God I fucking broke it off with him. But that's neither here or there. Yeah, it's just really, really retarded talk to say that. Wait, what about the future people that could make things better? You know, like
what interesting thing about that. I mean, I don't listen to him, but every now and then I'll check in, and he was just talking about how procreation is not good for the individual, but it's good for society. Duh, and he said that my book was bullshit. I don't know what I'm talking. That's exactly what I said in my book, dumbass. I said it does not benefit the individual; it benefits the collective.
Who gives a
So
fuck
if he had
about the
taken the
collective?
time to read my fucking book, then maybe he could actually have a response. But he wants to be anti-intellectual and say, "I don't know what I'm talking about." How do you predict? How do you respond to a book that you have not even read?
Yeah, like he says it's bad for the individual, but good for the collective. Who gives a fuck about the collective? The collective is the reason why we are all in deep shit. They're stupid. They are.
That's the reason why they don't want you to focus on yourself. They don't want you to focus on your own oppression, your own subjugation. They want you to focus on helping others so that this whole cycle continues. As long as you're focusing on how you can benefit the collective, you will never stop it.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just get over it, continue procreating, wash, rinse, repeat.
Now the thing about me is that I'm not against helping people. If you want to help someone, help them. That's more than okay. If you do it voluntarily, that is fine. That is, I guess I do want to help others too.
Hey.
But like, why do I have
Okay,
to?
but specifically, they're telling me not to focus on my right to medical assistance
Of
and
course,
dying.
yeah,
That I
which-
should get over that and focus on helping other people instead. Why
Yeah,
should I do that?
exactly. Yeah, it's dumb. No. I agree with you, LA. Like, I think it's okay if you want to help others. That's like not a sin, but like they make your thing like as if it's the most evil thing ever. You know, it just doesn't make.
Dude. Y'all are in the USA.
Yeah, I am. I think everyone else is here.
Is anyone around? Is anyone close to Ohio?
No.
Fuck, man. Why are we all spread out? I'm pissed at you guys, bro. Why were you born where you were born?
Yeah, man. It's life. It sucks. Yeah.
Because, dude, like, I'm so tired, bro. I feel like I'm in GTA 5, bro, or GTA 6, bro.
I lived in Cleveland for 3 years in the 80s.
Oh, really?
Oh, shit, that's
Yeah.
better than Toledo.
Cleveland.
Well, I was born in Detroit, so we're pretty close.
Detroit. Oh, wow.
Wait, you're in Detroit?
No, he was born.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
Where are you? Where are you?
Now I'm in Florida.
Damn,
I was in
you went all
California.
the way over there. Shit, dude. Never mind.
Sorry.
Moved to Florida. Florida
Okay.
has too many fucking wild animals like crocodile. No, not alligators. What mosquitoes? Oh,
It's hot as fuck down there. Well, I went to Florida during the hot times. That was stupid of me.
Yeah, tarantulas. Those like huge ass like those bugs, like those like cockroaches, like those palmetto bugs.
Oh yeah, we got them all.
Why'd you go to why'd you go to Cockroach? Why'd you go to Florida? Why'd you go to Florida?
Oh, because my mom thoughtfully died and left me here all by myself, and she left the house. So it's too expensive. Yeah, it's too expensive not to live in. So I moved from California to here.
Can I ask a weird question?
Oh,
Can I
what's
ask
up,
a weird
Megan?
question? I've been thinking about. Let's say there was like a dragon. And the dragon could shapeshift into a human form, and it wanted to procreate with you to give offspring that would destroy humanity. Would you consider procreation then?
Oh yeah.
Yes, I'm fucking a dragon, bro.
Yeah.
That's a form of what they call the red button thought experiment.
Yeah.
Like if you had a button that could just painlessly wipe all this shit out, would you? Theoretically,
Smart enough to do it themselves. They're gonna do it too dumb. They're just like, no, I want to keep living. I love life.
People,
Yeah, I don't know.
people are scared of death. They are, because I'm scared of death. I'm scared of both life and death. Like I'm real, because I see how it is. Like I know I'm a rock in a hard place. Like even David Benatar said that you're trapped. He said that.
Yep. I know I was trapped. I knew I was trapped at 10 years old.
Exactly. Like
That
life
was
is
smarter than
scary.
me, man.
Life is
Aware of
scary.
me.
Like dying is also horrifying too, because it's painful. It's not painless. There is
Well, I asked parents this question, and trust me, I'm not shy about my antinatalism. I said, if you don't really know what happens after death, why would you impose that on your offspring? Because they are going to die. Well, as part of life, does it make it right?
Yeah, you have to die.
See, they
one
don't
day.
think that part. They don't think about that part.
No.
We should watch Stop Having Kids, bro. We should actually. No, there's no point, but I'm sure y'all have already seen that. Stop Having Kids.
I've seen your reviews of Stop Having Kids, and he quit doing that.
I don't blame him for like stopping to do that because there's no point, and they were getting insulted, and it really taught me a lot about humanity. Like, damn, bro, you'd be like, the signs literally say "make love, not babies." Someone gets offended saying, "How dare you? There's pregnant people around here." Okay.
Oh, fuck.
Okay. It's just like, bro, like they're just like, you do know you're being disrespectful, right? Why don't you just kill yourself if you don't like life? Don't tell people not to procreate if you don't like it. Why don't you leave? Or the main thing that the natalists always say is like, how are you gonna say that we shouldn't procreate? Didn't your mom create you? It's like, yeah.
Right. Does that make it right? No.
Exactly. It's not an excuse.
No, they've got a million rationalizations. They reach around, oh, everybody's happy. I said, when you make a kid, how do you know that kid's going to be happy? Well, you just know it. How do you know it? How do you know that kid's going to be happy, healthy, well-adjusted, and have enough material basics to be comfortable? You don't. You're gambling.
A lot of them don't care. They just be like, yo, my kid don't like it. They can just off.
Yeah, right. It's so simple.
Yeah.
You're talking to a guy who's tried it twice. Woke up every time in the psych ward.
It's like,
You guys ever watch Amendum?
a long time ago. Haven't watched them in like 5 to 6 years. Yeah.
Okay. He's got so many excellent points.
Yeah. I wonder where is Patsy? I haven't talked to her in a long time.
Oh, Patsy, I talked to her a couple days ago on the show, on LA show.
Yeah, she's like an OG to me because she's like an older lady and yet she like knows this stuff. Like she's not like a boomer who's brainwashed. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And she grew up in South Carolina, which is traditional families.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the South. Yeah, I'm also in like a southern type of state, but it's kind of like in between the South and like the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, somewhere in between.
Tennessee?
No, I think East Coast. Like my state actually is touching the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, it's like,
Virginia?
Damn it! Yeah.
All right, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you close to Virginia Beach where Pat Robertson has his 700 club?
No, I'm not. Thank God I'm not close to them. No, I'm all the way in like
Okay.
the north. Yeah, and I'll say that much. Yeah, just the north.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty kind of here. Yeah, there's a lot of breeders here. Yeah, from all over the world. They all come here. Yeah, in my apartment complex, like there's so many types of people here. It's insane. Yeah, and they all have kids. Like it's like,
Oh, I know.
it's like, wow. Like it's very very just very very like fucked. Because I'm like the gal here that just is surrounded by these people, and people tell me to just like think positively, even though that like we're in like the end stages of the current phase of era. I'm not sure if people know that we are in the end phase. We're going to go into another phase that's worse than this. Yeah, we're going to enter like the age of like, I don't know, it's just going to be horrible.
Well, when the Earth decides to spit us out, It won't do it gently. It will be a violent eruption.
Yeah,
And we are screwing with the biosphere so much.
yeah.
I mean, we have to deforest an area the size of South Carolina every year just to sustain the population
Yeah,
increase.
increase.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, all of the fucking rate of birth collapse, all that's bullshit. That's all bullshit talk, by the way. Yeah, that's just like fear mongering, alarmist nonsense, trying to scare people
Yeah.
into believing people.
Hey, we had 2 billion people right during World War II, and that's after 70 million people were killed.
Yeah,
We have
what the
8.3 billion now. In one lifetime, over a 400% increase. Come on. Think we
yeah,
can do that over the next 80 years? No.
yeah. So dumb. Like it's really it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, like I actually question like the actual like casualties of war. Like war happened, it's bad, but like there's 8.3 billion people. How many people actually died in like those like circumstances? I don't know. I think they inflate those numbers sometimes to scare
Probably.
people. Yeah, no,
Probably. Yeah.
they literally like inflate everything just to control, because like if you have control over like stats, you can control anyone. That's just facts right there, like
Yeah, I want to say something about the push back a little bit. The thing is, most people are stupid. Like if I were in like a genocidal conquest, I would not want kids even more strongly. But what I've noticed is that people who tend to survive massacres and stuff, they tend to like have even more kids. It's like
Exactly.
it's
Do
crazy.
you ever watch the Shoah Foundation? You can dial them up on YouTube. These are survivors. They videotaped them in the late 80s and 90s. And these are older women and men that survived the Holocaust. They were literally in Nazi Germany or occupied territories. And some of them, never went to concentration camps, but some of them were actually in concentration camps and were liberated. And all of them, at the end of the show, after they tell their story and all the misery they had, at the end of the show, and this is my daughter, and this is my granddaughter, and this is my great-granddaughter, and great-granddaughter, and great-Anna. It's like, oh, you'd think that would wake you up.
Have you
But
guys
no.
ever heard of gang stalking? Not to interrupt.
gang stalking.
Gang stalking? No,
Yes, have you guys? None of you have ever heard of gang stalking?
Only me.
no, I have not.
Wait, who said only me?
Me. I know what gang stalking.
Fatima.
Okay. Well, I'm being gang stalked. It's actually a real phenomenon. It's really big. It's like a lot of people that are part of it. It's a really big ordeal. So
What is it?
that's why it's when you get targeted by the FBI, the law enforcement, like I said before, cults, neighborhood watch. Basically, you get thrown on a watch list, and they basically smear campaign your name and tell a bunch of random strangers you ain't never talked to that you're someone that needs to be watched and harassed. And a lot of sadistic people entertain this and do it because, it gives them a sense of power because they're doing it with a group of individuals. Or it's a bunch of people that are fucking ignorant that trust the government and truly believe them when they are trying to warn them about, like, hey, this is a terrorist in your town, or this person over here, they're a disturbed individual. So I'm going to need you to do X, Y, and Z when you're around them. When they pop up on your radar, because I carry this phone around me, I know the phone's bugged. Yeah, they've been secretly monitoring me for a long ass time. I don't know how long they've been doing it.
Just because of your anti-natalist views.
No, it was before that. I think it was before that. I think my parents put me on the watch list for all I fucking know, but fuck it, I don't really care. That's what's going on with me. And so that's why I brought up the whole thing about cults, because I was trying to warn you that just being careful who you talk to, because you don't know. I'm telling you, dude, my family's in on it as well. I don't know if they're the ones that put me on it or if the government reached out. Whoever the fuck is doing this shit, because this is going on all behind my back, reached out to my parents and got them to entertain also harassing me and shit. You got law enforcement that's a part of it, firemen. It doesn't discriminate. They even have kids that they even have people, they'll have their gang stalkers will tell their kids to join in on the gang stalking. This is, it sounds insane for a reason. That
It's
way, if
real.
you try to tell regular people what's going on, they will send you to a fucking psych ward and say you're fucking crazy. Because why
No,
you, of all people, would you be targeted? You're not a celebrity. You're not rich. That doesn't matter. So what? Could be
Because you-
anybody.
yeah.
What were you gonna say? Sorry. Wait, what were you gonna say? Someone was about to say something, but I kept going.
Well, I just said it's
So-
because you say truth. That's why they gang stalk you. Even you're like an ordinary person. It's because you say like facts, about the world.
Exactly.
So are they gang stalking you because you have a pessimistic view about life, or it's because you're specifically an anti-natalist, or they think that you're
They've
going to
never-
do harm?
No one's ever reached out to me and said a damn thing. You just start getting stalked. No one reaches out to you. They're having conferences, whatever the fuck they're doing. These are niggas that are talking behind your back, gossiping. I don't know what agencies, but no one ever tells you why. No one comes up to you and says like, hey, you need to stop doing what you're doing. That's never said. It just starts happening to you. And it could be for those reasons, because I'm not with the regimen. They want sadistic motherfuckers that like to fuck babies and shit like that.
You're right,
pedophiles.
right.
That's their team, and I'm not on their team.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
think that's enough to target someone like me. Yeah.
Okay.
So,
How did you come to your anti-natalist views, Miss Loon? Ms. Loon?
I went through a lot of trauma in my life, and then after I got out of the, that's not when I became an anti-natalist. I went through trauma and I questioned it, and then I saw, this is where empathy kicks in. It's like I saw that other people went through worse than what I went through. Not that it's a competition, but it's like, oh my God.
Right.
Because I used to be, when I went through the trauma that I went through and then I left my house, I was so confused, asking a million questions about why did I go through what I went through? And you're out in public and everyone looks happy. You see kids with their parents and everyone's happy. It's like, why am I so different? And then I started looking shit up, researching shit, anti-natalism, Schopenhauer, and hearing people's stories about their traumatic events and my friends at the time. And it's like, oh, it's all a show. Like, people are actually the world's actually fucked up. It's like, we shouldn't be here. There's something wrong with this place. It's like everything isn't as it seems. And then I found these channels online, and that's when I really dipped my toes into anti-natalism. It made sense to me. It's like, yeah, suffering isn't okay. I get it.
Right.
I'm more of an ethicist, but I know there's like this weird taboo-ness around ethicalism because people have resorted to violence. I don't believe in, you know what I mean? Like, I don't believe in like violence to stop. Okay. I believe in sterilization. I believe that all this has to be stopped. All of it, all life on this planet shouldn't even exist. I don't want to hurt things. I don't want to hurt things to make it stop. I would rather everything be sterilized on this planet. But if things had to be hurt in order for all this to stop, then I think you know what my answer is. It's just like,
Yeah,
this
so
has to stop.
So you're like a red button kind of person.
Yeah, because humans aren't going to do it themselves. That's the problem. It's like, this is going to keep going on. This has been going on. It's been dragged. We shouldn't even be existing. We shouldn't be here. This is wrong. Nothing should be here. It's not rational to be in existence where life is eating itself and everything's about competition and survival of the fittest, all that stupid primitive shit. Like, I'm just telling you, man, like, if there was a fucking portal that we could all jump into, if we knew that there's a portal, like, if we had the ability to jump through portals, whenever life got fucked up, I don't think anyone will be here except some fucking sadists that like this place. Like, I don't see who the hell
And the
would stick
religious
around.
people. And the
And the
religious
religious
people.
That too. Yeah, so that's what's going on. And sorry if I interrupted any of y'all, but yeah, gang stalking is real. And almost all the shit you find online about gang stalking, a lot of perpetrators are creating these groups. It's hard to find a real targeted individual like myself because they control, like, these people, these agencies, they control the fucking media, the internet and shit. It's like all these perpetrators are creating like YouTube channels pretending to be like me, not me, be a targeted individual, and they're creating groups pretending like they're targeted individuals, but they're really gang stalkers. So real people that are being targeted are either end up homeless or they off themselves or I don't know where else the fuck they go, but that's what happens.
Well, I guess I should peel my Ouroboro with the big A in it off the back of my windshield. And
What,
my bunk,
pure pill auto?
it's a Ouroboro. It's a snake eating itself, and there's a big A centered in the middle of it. It's a bumper sticker I have.
Mm-hmm.
It stands for antinatalism. And then below that, I have Lawrence Anton's "Every Cradle is a Grave" bumper sticker. Better peel those off, I guess. I don't want to get gang stalked.
No, you don't. I'm telling you, dude. It will turn the whole fucking town on you, bro. I never knew this was possible.
I mean,
It doesn't
AI
say.
is,
You ever seen Truman Show? It really
Yes.
is like that. I'm not even playing. Cause like your phone, it's like they're sending all the worst people to be around you. They want the worst people to be the only thing that are like in your reality. They want your reality. They're trying to control your reality.
yeah, they want to go against you, yeah. And like we don't even need humans for gang stalking. We have AI in every
Yeah, yeah.
the fucking
Good point.
technology that can gang stalk us for them. And yeah, even the fucking gang stalking reports are being automated now. They can just stalk us with fucking AI that's inside like the newer computers, or like they're gonna be implemented like within the
That's
computers
it.
already. Like there's fucking YouTube Gemini now. Like what the hell? Like that's an AI right there. And like there's Google Gemini, ChatGPT, DeepSeek, Claude. The list goes on, and like even the fucking U.S. military is using this shit to like conduct war and for everyone, like against everyone. So what the fuck, you know? So like no, there are people who will fuck you over, you know, easily because they hate you. They
Yeah,
hate
right.
and they hate the fact that like you speak out against their injustices. But here's the thing: we're mad, but we're not mad enough for some reason. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Why are we not mad enough at the overlords? Why don't we like? If people had a brain and had like conscience, they would fucking risk everything to make things better, at least for now. But they don't.
There's not enough of us. There's not enough of us. I mean, I think we're really the
That's the
minority,
problem.
like 1%, dude, type shit, bro.
Not
You
even,
know.
not even 1%. Not even,
It's like
not even
I
1%.
would say I'm a human. For me, I'm a human anti-natalist, but I'm not an equalist because I feel like for non-humans, there's a different moral dimension. I
yeah,
feel
there
like,
is sure.
yeah, I feel like what we went through in the 20th century, it's kind of like proves that it's best mankind go extinct. You know, like it's not just the Holocaust. The Holocaust was crazy, but we also had Yugoslavia, we had Vietnam, we had Cambodia, chemical weapons, Iraq using gassing people, stuff like that. You know, like,
Exactly.
the
We
list
had
is
a lot
countless.
of horrible things happen to us, man. We had a lot of horrible. We kill for no reason, like you know, for absolutely zero explanations. Like we had like
Didn't Trump bomb a school full of girls or some shit? Little
he
kids
did,
or something?
yeah, 180 girls, no less, in like an elementary school. Yeah, what the fuck, you know? That's just like that
It
shit.
gets
Just
normalized when we don't do nothing about it. Like I've adapted to just hearing that. It's like that's actually fucked up. That's fucked up.
yeah, bombing fucking children who really haven't done anything. You know, they're just
You
kids.
know what amazes me is you go back into history and the Black Death, which happened, what, in 1345, wiped out 40% of Europe, about. Well, let's do it again. Let's make more. And then another plague hit. It wasn't as bad as the Black Death, but they kept having plagues and plagues and plagues, and it would do major damage. Black Plague was most of Europe, but then they'd have plagues that would hit London or France or, you know. And it's just like,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
you would
bad.
think they would wake up then, but they don't.
They don't wake up. Yeah. And like the thing is that like what's crazy about the Black Death is that like it didn't need to happen because the species that was carrying it weren't from Europe; they're from China and Mongolia.
Right.
Yeah, it
But
didn't.
just the fact that it could happen.
It still did though.
It did. And it happened every 30 or 40 years in different parts of Europe.
What the hell? Like my God! Like it's just so fucking revolting to me how this species can think highly of itself, even though we're a bastard, we're a disgrace. Like no, like how can you just like ignore that? Like how can you like be at peace with that? Like that always like made me mad that people are just it is what it is. Like
Go to a
yeah,
random person with your knowledge. Just not all of it. Just test it. Because like when you do that, not to interrupt you guys, I'm sorry. It's like you're pulling them out the matrix. You randomly just pulled them out the matrix. Like you were like Neo. I don't because movies put a little bit of truth in shit, but it's like because like people don't have conversations like this. This is not normal. You know what I mean? Like you walk up to a random person and be like, just ask them like, yo, like there's like 3 questions usually I ask. It's like, yo, because if they answer yes to any of these, I just like dismiss them and just stop. It's like, you're a normie. Like, do you believe in God? It's like people aren't used to that. That's not usual conversations people have. They're like, how are you? You know what they do. You know what I mean? But to ask them like, yo, what do you feel about the world? What are your views on society? What are your views on the government? What are your views? Usually people don't ask these questions. You literally just, everyone's running on a treadmill 24/7 and you got off it long ago. And now you walking up to somebody stopping their treadmill formation, being like, hey, yo, have you thought about this? Like, what's your views on God? And they be like, they're confused because it's like, you're like Neo or some shit. They're like, I ain't ever thought about this. It's like,
right.
Wow.
What you say in a sense that mankind has failed God, has failed all higher transcendental purposes, so it's better mankind
Yes,
go
it
extinct.
has. Yeah. So it blows my mind that some people think that we have to wait for like the hero or like the greater generation to come and save this mess. Who is gonna be that? Who the fuck and where are they gonna come from? They're not gonna come from anywhere because they don't exist and they never will exist. No one is a fucking Messiah. The only Messiah was Jesus, and he's fucking dead. You know.
Yeah.
He's dead. Yeah, it killed his ass. Humans are crazy.
Yeah, and they literally killed the Son of God, and yet he still forgave them, and yet we still don't care that like fucking like pedophilic elites run America. We don't care because there is
No
no
one's talking about it. It's like the media's not taking it seriously. Like celebrities aren't talking about it. We've been told to worship them and to listen to them, and it's like nothing. The things that are like the news outlet, they're not acting panicked. We're not getting emergency alerts on our phone saying, "Hey, everybody, warning, warning." It's like everything is still going on casually. So, and then you look around at humanity, your peers, random strangers, and nobody's freaking out. Everyone's going about their business. So you go about your business because everybody else is.
Yeah,
It's like you're waiting for Neo to release you, but nobody wants to listen.
No one does. So like, what's the point of even being like compassionate towards them? Like, I know that sounds rough, but like, no, like seriously, like.
No, I have no compassion for parents. None.
No, me neither. And like, sure, you might take care of your kid here and there, but there was no reason for such a caring in the first place. You know.
You know
It's-
what?
Parents are just kids. They're just adults. They're kids in adult bodies.
But
Avian?
yeah, parrots are very intelligent creatures, and a lot of people adopt them. Yeah, they live long lives like African grays, and then they suffer when the people die. And it's like what I'm trying to say is that the suffering is so vast. People create the complications. Like it was better never to breed parrots for companionship. There's actually a good documentary on this. But the point I'm trying to make is that people always focus on the suffering of the human beings. They don't really look at the other suffering.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Parents are children, I guess, but they. I mean, what you're saying is true.
They are,
because
though.
I felt like my parents wanted me to parent them. Like, do you not understand this role reversal? Like, you're my parent, you created me. It's like they want you to be their parent, but at the same time they want to abuse you and then like crack the whip on you, and you're supposed to submit to them. I can't be your parent and your child at the same time. Like 1 minute you want to slap the shit out of me, and then the next minute to guide you. Like I'm supposed to have all the damn answers. No, you created me. You're supposed to be the fucking parent.
We're all accidents. I mean, we're all accidents, bro. They were horny, bro. We're here
They
now.
don't act like they do anything wrong. They don't admit to any fault. It's just they act like they're all knowing. Like you can't question them.
Because they're adults.
Yeah. Right, because they're adults. So you can't be a child and a parent at the same time. Because you said I have to submit and do whatever you say, yet you're not responsible because you didn't know any better. How does that work?
They don't want to. It's what children. I don't. I'm being. They really are kids in adult bodies. The reason why they act like they have the right to say what they want to say is because like society's giving them that power. Like, you know, they're the parent and you're the kid, and it's like I feel like they're trying to act mature because they're trying to catch up with their body that age, but mentally, cognitively, they are still a child. They haven't emotionally developed and they haven't questioned anything because they followed the rules. They were told not to question things. So, I mean, you really think about it, like you get brought into a reality. And the first two beings you get are your parents, and they tell you the rules, they tell you everything, and you trust them because they're the first things you have. You don't have a choice. It's you're in a prison inside a prison inside a prison inside a prison, and your first prison are your parents in that damn house when they raise you. There's no escape. There's nowhere for you to run. That's the scary thing. You can't go nowhere. You can't not go to school, or otherwise, what's going to happen?
They want absolute authority. They want you to submit. They don't want you to question. Don't talk back. You're not supposed to think for yourself at all. You're supposed to just do whatever they say. Yet when the outcomes are bad, when you listen to them and their advice turns out to be shitty and they fuck up your entire life, then, oh, I didn't know. I made a mistake. Oh,
yeah.
I did the best I could. I did the best I could.
I did the best I could. Or like you should be grateful that you're alive because I mean, that one.
I will never forget when my dad, I had some kind of testing done when I was like 7 years old. It was like a total health test and then like a IQ test. And he goes, you should be grateful that you're perfectly healthy and you're on the higher end of the intelligence scale. And I'm like, no, dude, I didn't say this at the time, but now I look back on it, I was like, no, you should be grateful. I mean, you mixed your genes with my mother's genes and you experimented with my well-being. And this is what you got.
You should have smacked him.
I should have, but I would have gotten pulverized.
Yeah, exactly.
Emendum said it best on one of his shows. He was reviewing some live stream. He goes, isn't he? Yeah, I love that guy. He goes, it's not like you could go to some mommy store and pick out the mommy you wanted. You know, you made the fucking kid to love you. The kid didn't choose you. You chose it.
I can't believe his life is possible, bro. I can't believe it. Like, humans advanced in every section except emotional maturity, which would have ended existence altogether. We would have never gotten, there would never be anything because humans would have been like, yo, there's something wrong with this planet. It's all about killing each other. I think we should just stop procreating and just die off and hold hands and walk into the sunset. Didn't happen. That would happen. Isn't that crazy to look around and look at yourself, to look at others, and it's like there's all this complexity, bro. You understand this is crazy? Like, it's all for nothing, though. It's all a waste. All of it. All of it. Art, music, all a waste because it's like, is it worth the negatives? No. People will say, I beg to differ. It's like, okay, bitch, until you're the one on the chopping block, then you'll be fucking begging for mercy. It's like, you know, like, no one cares until it's them. That's how it works here.
Yeah, according to the CDC, 40%. I don't know why. Okay, well, CDC, with the Center for Disease Control, notice how they study this. 40% of pregnancies are unplanned, unwanted, or undesired. So basically, 40% of us were created because of an act of oops.
Horny.
That's just crazy. Yeah.
Keep the dicks away, bro. No dicks around here. That's sad. I'm conditioned. Like, I want to be dicked down, but it's not my fault. It's only because I'm an animal that's meant to breed, to be bred. But I have a bit of intelligence that tells me that that's a Nazi thing and that I'd be cursing someone in hell right along with me. So I'm, I'm trying to be responsible about it. That's all. We're all meant to fuck. We're meant to fuck, eat, and I mean, you tell a nihilist that, they'll just say you're stripping it down too much. You're like, bro, you're making it so like, why are you saying it like that? They're like, bro, why are you stripping it down like that? You're taking away, like, there's still good things. It's like, yeah, duh, bitch, yeah. Yeah,
there are good things, but the question is, do the good things outweigh the bad things? And it boils down to, would you exchange, 5 minutes for the worst possible excruciating pain for 2 hours of the most imaginable pleasure? And the answer is always no. Then why would you create a creature that could be in that position?
I think most people get through life, like they might have boring lives and be slaves, but most people don't get, you know, most people don't get trafficked. Most people don't get, you know, the worst parts. They don't get caught, you know. It's like a fishing net. I'm thinking about like a net when they go looking for fish and they take that net. You know, some people don't get caught up in that thing.
Right.
So they think that they're okay. They're lucky, you know.
But they can see it though. They can see it around them. Like
Yeah,
where I walk to get exercise, you know, it's now summertime, so the little kids are out playing in fountains. But the old people walk around the loop, the walking trail. And you can see them with their canes and their walkers and their wheelchairs, and they're all bent over and in excruciating pain. They've got to see these old people and think, my kid's going to do that one day. Most likely. I mean, it's right in front of them.
we're giving
The
them
old
too
age
much
home.
credit.
The old age home is right across the street from the little kiddie park. And I always joke, well, maybe we should just dig a tunnel and then we can, you know, after they've done playing in the fountain, they can go to the old age home.
I don't think they think about it because then they'd have to question their own existence and understand that their parents really fucked them over and out and that they're in hell.
Well, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah, to not have a
You're
kid
right.
means to realize you're in hell. I believe so.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Well, they all
dude.
think it's some wonderful little journey, but I see a lot of pain and suffering all around me. And it's not excruciating pain and suffering, but like I said, I see the old people trying to get their steps in at the park with their walkers and their sticks and their wheelchairs, and they're all bent over and they're in pain, and you can see it. And the parents see it, and they've got to know, well, I just put my kid on this trajectory.
Yeah, they don't
Yeah,
think about
you know,
that.
when I read about stuff like Rwanda, which was very horrifying, the
Oh,
Rwanda,
yeah.
yeah, you know, stuff like that could happen right now, actually, you know, because we're living in the most volatile, tumultuous period, and things just get worse. And so I'm like, I just give up on the human species. You know, I'm not having any kids. You know, I give up on this species. You know, it's a very, very cruel and violent species. You know, I saw some artwork of, you know, when the Ukrainians invaded Poland, and there was a lots of massacres and genocides there. So like, some of the artwork I saw from that time will give people nightmares, stuff like that. But I looked at the artwork. I don't know. I think human beings as a whole are a very malicious, sadistic species, and it's just not worth, you know, bringing
We
children.
can be.
You'd be
We can be for
surprised,
sure.
dude. I have seen the worst of humanity. I've seen, well, no, I'm not gonna say me. I know others have seen way worse, but I told y'all being stupid. It's like the people with the most innocent faces participating in shit like this and telling their children to. It's like people you would have never thought. Like they're trying to blend in with society. It's like, now I know what society really consists of. Like, you have a lot of people blending in, pretending to be normal. People, you're like, hey, how are you? And you don't know that they're going home to go abuse their kid, or they're getting in traffic to go stalk somebody because they're part of a cult. You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of, and they just get off on it because it gives them some type of power or some high, like I'm harming something and I get to do, you know what I mean? We're just not in a good place, you know? We're not in a good place, bro. That's all I gotta really, got a good place, dude. And it's like, yo, I didn't even know I was being stalked. All those times I was making them fucking videos about pessimism, and and we're being experimented on, dude. Like, I don't know what the fuck they're putting in the air. I see it. And the water, the food, you know, it's not a joke, bro, you know? And then you keep hearing about like what the celebrities have been doing, like their adrenochrome and the one eye shit. Yeah, and it's just like, what the fuck is going on? We don't know shit either.
Well, for me, at 10 years old, I knew if I know I'm going to die. I mean, I figured out what death was at 10. And it's like, no one really knows what's going to happen afterwards. So what gives me the right to do that to somebody else? And to have that fear of death.
Parents don't think about dying.
They should.
You can't, because it's scary. It's kind of a paradox. It's like they create life to avoid thinking about death.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cycle. Like
my legacy. Fuck your legacy.
I just can't believe I exist. So
I hear that the whole time about legacy from my relatives, and half my family came from Armenia in the 1910, 1915 timeframe during the Armenian massacre, and we changed our name. I said, well, you're so concerned about a legacy, I don't even have my own last name from what it really was.
So I just want y'all to go.
Pretty brutal one too.
From my slave master or my family slave master, so I have no idea what my real last name is.
Right, exactly. Look at the blacks. I mean, you if your last name is with probably your master's last name, it was assigned to you. It's just sick.
You want to know how fucked up this planet is? Just start, like what you said. Y'all were looking at history. Yeah, just read history. I was recently today I looked up Holocaust because I wanted to read their 101 story. And just humans being humans in suits, doing the most primitive, grotesque shit ever, looking into the eyes of a child that's innocent, murdering them, not caring because they were ordered to do it or because it just felt sadistically fun to do. And it's just like, this is where we're at. This is the species we're dealing with here. So it's just not it's not.
Well, look at America, the pre-Civil War times. We thought it was okay to go to a fucking foreign nation, because it's in the Bible, by the way, and take these people and bring them back to our country and make them slaves for life. Half the population thought that was perfectly okay. I mean, if you just,
It's the numbers that freak me out. But it shouldn't, though, because it doesn't. You don't have to be smart to procreate, so it makes sense why so many will be ignorant. Look at all the animals that exist on this planet that give birth just for their offspring to be eaten by the predator.
Yeah, I know. That just blows my mind. You'd think they would see that and say, hey, I know I'm a predator, but if I breed, that means my offspring's going to be prey upon. I'm prey. I'm spending every day trying to avoid being eaten. Now, if I breed, guess what? My offspring's going to be in the same situation.
Yeah.
But humans do the exact same thing, though. They're just creating prey for predators. They're creating slaves for the state, for the capitalists. Animals don't understand it. They're incapable of understanding that, but humans should know better.
I don't know about that.
I agree.
Because we have the ability, our brain, we have the ability to be smarter, but we have to. Doesn't mean everyone can do it. I don't know.
LA, why is this message not getting out? Why is it always the same people on the same podcasts basically saying the same things, and it never seems to be anyone new?
What do you mean?
Because people are too focused on their own extraction. It's like they benefit from they're cowards. They don't want to fight the system. They don't want to be the contrarians that go against the rule. They want to get what they can out of the system. And they want to, even at the expense of their own children, they cling to the system because they don't want to fight against it, and they don't want to be different. They just want to be normal. So they get all this social status and validation from procreating, and they know what they're doing. It's not as if they're it's not like they're not aware of it. They try to justify it. They don't want to be called out for what they're doing by their children. They don't want that. It would be the worst case scenario. They just indoctrinate their children to so that their children will believe that they did them a favor by enslaving them. If you question it, they're just going to slap the shit out you or punish you in some kind of way.
Sorry.
Because they're basically, they have this godlike authority. So they do have a God complex where their children just have to obey, and they don't want anybody to question them on it. So your children are not going to question, their children are not going to do it. But when I have a breeder up here and I do push back, they don't like it. Then they're going to try to flip the script and say that I'm oppressing them.
Yeah, I heard that with Wishy Bishy, I think. or you get somebody, and I'm not putting set scales down. I like him. Some of his insights are a little omniscient, but well, what if you could create a child in a perfect environment? And you know you can take care of it, but you still can't predict what's the horrors that could happen to that kid throughout its lifetime. You know the shit that's out there. You know the cancers and the injuries and the depression and the old age. But you just kept going, well, that's nature. Well, is it nature ethical? Look at nature. Look at how it operates.
It's not as if they don't understand. They do understand. They have confirmation bias. They're only interested in arguments that confirm their bias. So that's why their responses are so irrational, because they're not listening to you. They're waiting for their opportunity to respond to defend their current position. They're not rational. They don't really have. Let me stop. But I already know what these people are doing. I know the whole gaslighting ploy. That guy was doing that to me earlier. I don't remember his name, but yeah. And as soon as I stopped him from gaslighting me, he was pretty much done and he had to leave.
Yeah, if you read human history, it's not pleasant. You know, like the Mongolian invasion of Iran and Central Asia. You know, you had Tamerlane and you had Genghis Khan. They made pillars of skulls of women and children, and stuff like that is not an anomaly in human history. You know, so yeah, it's just.
And you know it's going to happen again. You know it's going to happen again.
Yeah, and
do y'all have flock cameras in y'all area? Are they popping up? Flock cameras, AI cameras.
Yeah, I see them. They have like cameras and IoT devices that can monitor people. Like it's called edge analytics. They have lots of more. The state has more efficient, effective means of surveillance and manipulating people's behaviors now.
It's because reality is too dirty. People don't care unless it personally affects them down to like the very root. Like even though people are slaves, it's like, yeah, my head's above water, sort of, but at the same time, I'm not. It really gets to that point. It's like they're not. I don't know how to word this to you. It's like I can't believe it, but humans don't care and they are really, 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 really suffering. It's like, okay, they could be suffering, but if they're not suffering, then they don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? It's like they might have 4 jobs and 3 kids, but if they're still able somehow to hold a place, they're not going to start questioning reality too deeply. I don't know, because reality is really scary. There's nothing. If you tell people the truth about reality, you're not leading them anywhere. Once you tell them that we're in hell and that you don't know what's next after this and you don't have the answers and that there is no good entity looking after any of us, what do you? They're basically the truth is to get the fuck out of here. That's the fucking truth. When you finally awaken, it's we need to get the hell out of here. That's the truth. It's like
they're hierarchical. They don't care about their oppression. And they don't care about being oppressed so long as they're not at the bottom. They don't look up, they look down. So long as there's somebody beneath them who they can oppress, then they're comfortable with their own oppression. So no matter how far down on the totem pole you are, you can always have somebody beneath you, which are going to be your children. And they're okay with it. So as long as they get to be the head of their household, they're okay with somebody above them. They don't look at that. They just like, okay, well, at least I have my own children who I can control and maybe abuse. Like they don't care that they're being abused too. It's just, that's, and I didn't come up with this. It came from John Jacques Rousseau. Like everybody looks down.
It's true. Remember the old saying, I'm a little bit older than you guys, but there used to be a saying, a man's home is a man's castle. And all his little servants and his little serfdoms and all his little servants and jesters and all there to prop up his ego.
I'm sure your parents have told you guys, like, hey, it could be worse, right? Hey, you could be that motherfucker in that country over there in Congo, mining and shit. You know, it could be worse. It's like, yeah, nigga, but it could be better. It could be better, bitch. It could be
Just the
better.
fact that it could be worse should tell you all you need to know. What if you fall out of a vagina in the next life? You know what I mean? And you're in some poor Chinese province or some poor place in Africa where you've got to hunt and gather and be eaten by lions.
I feel like they're gonna say the same shit to you. I feel like cause I've seen these poor countries where they have a bunch of kids and they're all being bombed and wherever these places are, and it's like I wonder what they tell their kids. Like, hey, it could be worse. There's someone that's suffering worse than we are. You know, it just keeps fucking going, man.
As the dining room table or as the dining room ceiling collapses from a bomb, it could be worse.
It's like, yeah, nigga, yeah, it could be worse, bro. This shit's just sad. That's all I gotta say. And it's like, you know what? People keep on fucking saying, because people be saying that like we have to learn to be okay with like the negativity. We have to learn how to just be okay with not having as much, like to just be okay with just being poor and shit like that. I don't know how to word it. It's just like that maybe like the universe doesn't owe you anything and life isn't perfect. But it's crazy because the rich niggas try in every fucking way to make life perfect for themselves. Like they try to make that perfect reality that I'm talking about, where they live in a bubble and they don't experience any pain and they get to inflict as much as they fucking want. They step out the pearly gates, do some crazy shit, and then step the fuck back in. And they're just like in this fucking bubble when in reality, this place is literally just about surviving. Like we're not meant to be having a good time. And like rich people try to flex their comfortable.
That was the whole premise of this live stream: a bare life, a life not worth living, but too valuable to die.
Yeah, it's a trap. It's a trap. I mean, you think about it. You got to work for 40, 50 hours. Okay, then you got to add commute to and from your work.
That part.
Then you got to do something to kind of take care of your body, right? Some kind of exercise to keep you healthy while you're still here.
And wash your
Then
ass.
you got to, yep. Then you got to eat, which is the one good thing, I guess. You wake up in the morning, you got to do your bathroom thing, you got to shower, you got to shave, you got to brush your teeth. Then you got to get in the commute. How much time do you actually have for yourself? You're always on this treadmill of taking care of your body, taking care of your job, taking care of your commute, taking care of your house, house cleaning and maintaining and shopping and all the shit you got to do.
Well, if you
don't have any
kids, they
time.
can do it for you.
Well, sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah.
I mean, that's how some selfish people. I'm just thinking about that. It's like, if you have some kids, they can do all the chores for you, and they can do everything for you. If you fuck someone really attractive, maybe your kid will come out attractive, and then you can just sell them to the industry to become a fucking actor and become rich off their ass. You know what I mean?
That's a thought. I went to Tanzania in Africa about 15 years ago, and there are tribes there that still believe in polygamy. Okay, so they'll have these little villages, and they'll surround the villages with sticks with sharps. It basically is like a fence to keep the wild animals out. Mm-hmm. And inside this one village I visited, there were 10 huts, and each hut was a mother and the children, and all 10 huts were sired by one man. And the man could retire when he was like 28 because he had all his wives and kids working for him. Going out and doing the hunting and gathering and the cooking and all that kind of stuff. And there's a big problem with alcoholism. Because they've got the time and they go out to the little city and buy alcohol and they get drunk while the wife and kids are doing all the work. They would actually send males out at age 12 and they'd send them out on a 2-week hunting. It was like a test for manhood, and you had to come back with some kind of kill and not be killed. That was your test that you've passed into manhood, that they put these kids through at 12 years old. I thought to myself, my God, how awful.
This world is cold, bro. World's cold, bro.
Yeah.
It's cold. Yeah. Didn't they do that back in the day? Well, it still happens today. I was trying to figure out like how the fuck was humanity surviving? Like I'm trying to picture the old times where they didn't have water filters and they didn't have toilet paper to wipe their ass, and it's like what they were stinking all the fucking time and their teeth were fucking rotten, and it's like they were fucking anyways, right? And it's like how are they surviving? And it's like, oh, so whenever someone ate a poisonous berry and that bitch died, they're like, okay, we're not gonna eat that shit. Let's again replace them with 2 more extra kids. Like they just kept on having kids to do chores. Like I'm gonna have to like mind the field, farm.
You know what's worse? Like around, you know, the year 1000 to 1200, and even later than that, an average woman had a 20% chance of dying in childbirth if she had like a 3 or 5 kids, and half the kids died by age 5 from, you know, some disease or malnutrition or something. So if you had a 20% chance of dying, would you have kids? I mean, they literally...
Them niggas was animals. They didn't give a shit.
I guess not, or they couldn't put 1 and 1 together.
They were animals. They were just trying to survive. I don't know. I can't even...
Can you imagine dying while giving childbirth? How excruciating that would be? I mean, it's bad enough when they survive.
Bro, it looks so fucking... We're cursed, bro. We shouldn't... I said it before. We should be here. Like, I can't even give birth, period. It's like a warning for them when they do it. It's like there's something wrong with existence when it's... Why is it so painful when you're just creating what... Like, you know, like, yeah, it gave us the ability to create life. Why would it make us... You know? It's gonna
it should be the most pleasurable thing in the world. Yeah, you're right. It's a warning system. What you're doing is wrong. That's why you're getting pain.
It seems like it's painful for humans than it is for any other animal. I don't know why humans so.
Because our heads are too big.
It's so painful.
Our brains are so big. Our brains are so big. It's not. That wasn't the natural. I think our brains evolve faster than the vagina evolved to push it out.
Absolutely.
That's what I've heard from scientists.
Too, bro.
Oh, the whole thing is disgusting.
Yeah, my book talk about that, but also Terence Deacon and the symbolic species talk about that. That only human beings right now have open-ended symbolic systems. No other organism has that. You know, that means that we have like symbol to symbol relationship, and there are lots of combinatorial possibilities. Like, for example, a red flag can point to danger. That's indexical. But a national flag refers to legacy or refers to things that are absent, you know, so that requires an open-ended, it requires symbolic reference. Yeah. So what I'm trying to get at is that only human beings have symbolic reference. So it's scaffolded on indexical reference and iconic reference. Iconic reference is based on resemblance. Indexical reference is based on correlation, and symbolic reference is based on convention. They're from a shared system. So in a way, the symbolic reference makes pain more worse because it makes it existential and stuff. You know, we're the only species that can be existential and reflect on this stuff in this manner, which I go into much more depth in my book and stuff. But yeah, Terence Deacon argues there was co-evolution between the brain structures and symbols, which led to the open-ended symbolic systems. You know, I think what's weird is that we're the only primates where the children actually babble to themselves. You believe that they actually start babbling to themselves, like their language acquisition is more ingrained in their brain. But in a sense, you know, Peter Wessel-Zappes, he would argue that symbolic reference was an evolutionary mistake in some sense because it actually makes the suffering worse and stuff. But I have my own.
I don't think it was a mistake.
I'm still an antinatalist. I would say I'm not a ephilist though. But yeah, I could go into this in more depth. Sorry if I went on too long.
You didn't. I think we needed this. It's like, which one would you rather be? Would you rather be an animal that's aware of your circumstances, even if it's really fucked up? Like, would you want to be aware that you're in hell? Or do you want to be a cow eating grass that's completely unaware of where you're at? Like all these animals out here, all these creatures, insects. Do you want to be like them with the ignorance of just trying to survive? It's like, and also like the humans that are going to work every day completely ignorant to reality because of distractions. Like, which one do you want to be? Do you want to be aware? It's like you suffer either way, but at least you're aware. You know, it's like you can make better decisions when you're aware, even though it's gonna hurt because you're in a fucked up place, but you're not dragging somebody else here.
Yep.
You know?
That's the key thing. That's the key. You know, maybe, you know how the Hindus believe in when you die, you either go up or down the animal scale. Like if you're good, you'll go up to a higher level until you reach what they call nirvana, which is the heaven, their heaven. But if you're bad and you're human, you'll go down and you'll be reborn as an ant. Well, maybe antinatalists are at that final stage of life before going to nirvana because we're not, we're so aware of this misery and this endless cycle. Maybe we're at the last stage of having to deal with life, and our next step is nirvana.
Yeah,
I've heard people tell me that.
yeah.
I'm sorry,
Actually,
go ahead.
there's some Buddhist sutras would agree with you actually, because in the Mahayana tradition, it said you shall leave behind no descendants, especially if you become a monk. They actually encourage that. So, but the Hindus, they believe in moksha, which is a little bit different from nirvana, but the principles are very similar. Though, because you know it's an Asiatic tradition. You know Schopenhauer got deep into this stuff. Schopenhauer was, you know, it's kind of very similar to him too. Right. So yeah, I like Schopenhauer a lot and stuff. So yeah, I like Schopenhauer more than Nietzsche personally. Yeah. So yeah.
There's way more people that were just like, it's because it's all we got. You know, I guess not that many anti-nihilists or whatever wrote books because it's all we have. I don't know how to word it. Like I ran into Schopenhauer too. I feel like there's some shit that he said that I didn't agree with. Like I think was it Schopenhauer or was it Nietzsche that had said something about like how life's suffering, but you gotta be kind of positive. You gotta find something. I feel like, you know, did one of them say that or was it both? Like what they
Nietzsche.
still were like talking about positive. Okay, that was probably Nietzsche then.
Yeah, Schopenhauer was an anti-natalist.
He said something. There's something Schopenhauer said that was off to me. I could have swore it was something he said. I don't know what it was. Anything that says that, you know, you shouldn't be too depressed or, you know, to find something to continue to live for.
Nietzsche was talking about overcoming the will to power. Like, yeah, that's Nietzsche, not Schopenhauer.
Didn't Nietzsche have a mental? Was that true? Like Nietzsche had a mental breakdown because he saw someone whipping a horse. Like he had saw whipping a horse or some shit, you know, and he ended up mentally breaking down in that moment because of that shit. Right? That happened. That written? I think that was written. I don't blame him for mentally breaking down. I feel bad for horses, bro. They're such beautiful, amazing creatures, and humans domesticated them, and now they ride them like they're a fucking vehicle. This is a whole sentient being, bro, and you turn it into a fucking car because y'all two-legged asses don't want to walk to the snow, bro. They like, nigga, that's too far. Our legs, we can't run like a cheetah, bro. They saw a horse, and they were like, what the fuck is that? They're like, we gotta get a bone that. I feel bad for horses. I wish that horses were more self-aware because they buck their asses off and be like, bitch, you're not riding me, bro. They do.
Have you ever? Yeah. Have you ever seen? Well, have you ever seen out west where they take wild horses and they break them in? I mean, no, those horses aren't having any of this. You're not riding me, asshole. They give them hell.
Aren't zebras like that? Like too? Like zebras don't.
The person you were talking about was Nietzsche. He's the one that saw the horse being whipped.
Yeah, for everything he said, it's like, yeah, and he couldn't take it. It's like, I know what he's trying to do. I understand his cope. I get it. Like, I get it. This world's just going to mentally break you down, bro. The only way to survive this place is just to accept what you shouldn't have to accept. Is that this world's fucked up. You're stuck here. You have to just, there's no way out except suicide. I'm not going to say that word on YouTube. You know what I mean. There's no way out except that. And You know what?
And
And
even
someone mentioned
then,
that the government, yeah, even then, I don't even know if that's really an exit, like euthanasia. I don't know what the government would give us to exit. I don't know if they would actually allow us to exit. So,
well, the 2 times I tried, I woke up barfing charcoal and shitting charcoal, and then I got a free 2-week stay, not free, a very expensive stay at a psych ward for 2 weeks.
wait, burping charcoal and shit and charcoal, huh?
Yeah, I swallowed pills, and can I talk about this, LA? I don't want to fuck up your channel.
What do you?
I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends on how you word it, but
Unless you wanna, I can just
Okay.
add your Discord if you. Who's talking right now? The guy. You said who's talking? Who's this? Jace.
Okay,
Is
well,
it
I tried
Pastor
to
D?
self move
I know
on
what you
to the
mean,
next
self-made.
life. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I used some morphine pills I had,
It
and
didn't work.
someone, no, it didn't. And I woke up the next morning in ICU, barfing charcoal and excreting charcoal from the other end. And then after I recovered, they put me in the psych ward, involuntary.
Crazy, dude.
Yeah, and I got a huge bill for it because insurance won't
bill?
cover self-deletion, right?
That's wow. Wow.
Oh, it's more common than you think. Most hospitals have a whole floor that's a psych ward that deals with people that try to do with what I did.
Did they treat you like shit up in there?
No, they weren't mean or anything, but you couldn't have shoelaces, you couldn't have belts, you couldn't have any razors. I mean, everything was very controlled.
Yeah, I personally, I kind of want to retire from life and just play video games and watch movies and read books. I definitely won't have kids, but I don't want to take my life though, because I have attachment to like a lot of genres of artwork or other stuff like that. You just, it's like, let me tell you this, when you learn this stuff, it's very hard to, work a 9-to-5 job or work in society. You just want to stay in your little cave, and
Yeah.
I don't want to bring a kid into the cave either, because for one thing, that increases the risk for their own suffering. Another thing is that it would take away from my own time in my cave. You know what I mean? Because I don't
Yep.
want to sacrifice more energy for that. So I guess I do have a kind of selfish side in some sense. Like I just what's the point of having a kid? I just don't get it.
I don't either. You're just filling a hole in the ground, ultimately.
I agree.
But anyways, right now the medical establishment views anyone who wants to self-exit as you're psychologically bent. There's something wrong with you.
Yeah.
And I look at them like, oh, how can you make that determination? You haven't lived this person's life. All you know about this person is they came from the ICU.
Yeah, I don't agree with them, because they're gonna say that one moment, but then they're gonna say the next moment, well, working 9 to 5 is good for you for countless decades or whatever.
Right.
If someone wants to take away their own life, I think they should be allowed to, with euthanasia.
Absolutely.
Personally, I wouldn't do it though. Personally, I would rather just go into my cave and just indulge in like artwork or games and stuff like that. It's because I still have attachments to those, but I know that even if I do that, that doesn't mean that there's not going to be some war or some economic collapse or whatever that then people will be trying to invade my cave. I actually had a home break-in. You believe that? And I had to shoot the guy who broke into my home and stuff. So that's
as you should.
yeah, like that wasn't good, but ultimately, I would say that this society is ultimately based on hypocrisy. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah. The closest I got to that was I lived in California for 5 years, and we had a threat of fires. So when there's a fire, what they'll do is they will look at the mountain ranges and they'll look at the wind patterns, and then they'll evacuate everybody who might be in the path of that fire if it skips, and starts catching all the brush, because everything in California is brown. And we all got evacuated for 2 days. I was like, oh my God, could you imagine if the fire actually hit and burned your house down? You'd be fucked. You'd have nowhere to go.
Yeah, life does feel kind of very, ultimately, the more you think deeply and the more aware you become of things, the more you realize things can fuck up, and it's not very pleasant to think about. But yeah, it does happen. The fires, the
Shit, my bad.
wars,
Earthquakes, wars, earthquakes, hurricanes.
I want to add y'all Discord, not to interrupt you. I just want to. What Discord y'all in? I want to be in it.
I don't have Discord.
Damn.
LA does. LA does.
Who?
I do, but there's only like 2 people in mine. There's another group that I'm in, but I have to go look for it.
Do you actually be on Discord though, or do you just do most of your chats on YouTube?
I don't know. I mean, I do.
Like, do all 3 of you guys keep in touch, or did y'all all just randomly join the call today because they're subscribed to the channel?
Because of Jay. For me.
Oh. Okay, word. Okay. How do I pull up the YouTube chat so I can see what people are saying?
Hey, I
used
want
to-
to say something to share there. I'm a Middle Easterner. You basically just call me a subhuman. You stupid MF. Yeah. You should be
Not all Americans think that way.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
We don't like what's going on with Turkey right now.
What was the last thing someone was saying before I accidentally left? Because I accidentally got disconnected. Someone was saying something. Was that Pastor D? I don't know. What were y'all talking about?
How your world can change so quickly because of natural disasters, war, famine, disease, injury, stroke, heart attack, cancer, can change in a heartbeat.
Oh, we're talking about horses, but also what you just said.
Horses
Yeah.
too. Right.
Yeah, the reality that that makes sense why no one wakes up. It's nothing to wake up to. It's not pretty. It's not pretty at all. Truth's not nice at all. The truth is we all should be not here. That's the truth. That's it. Yeah, and if reincarnation's a thing, there's a lot of people coming back to this bitch. And it's so crazy because they don't know what the hell they coming back to. It's like, bro, yeah, you want to reincarnate? You really liked your what's the word I'm looking for? You liked your what are people? They're blind. You liked your bubble life. Like you were living in a bubble. It's like I'm gonna send you back down there and you're gonna end up in any random situation down there. Like you could really get fucked up down there.
Yeah. Depending on which vagina you fall out of, your life could be completely different.
Yeah, you might be one of the rich people, or who knows what the fuck you might be.
But just look at the chances.
Very rare.
The chances are you're not going to be a rich person. Your chances are you're going to be born in some shithole country, as Trump puts it, and you're going to be poor, and you're going to be a subsistence level.
Do you know how rare it was for us to be who we are?
Yeah.
You might come down here, hate it, and wake up to it. Like, that's crazy.
I mean, I can't complain about my material comfort. My body's in hell, but I just find the whole thing to be so tedious. It's just the same fucking shit, day after day after day after day after day after day.
Day after day, seems like I push away.
Right, exactly.
Long Beach Griffy.
And I've been doing this for 65 years now, and it's just like, oh God, how much longer?
Wait, how old are you?
65.
65?
Yep.
Yo, you do not sound 65. Holy hell. You don't even sound 65, dude.
Oh, well, I am.
Oh, well, what's it feel like? And what have you noticed about humanity? What have you noticed about?
They're just as dumb now as they were 55 years ago, 45 years ago, 35 years ago.
Sorry, that was the wrong question to ask. That was the wrong question. But I mean, you're correct. I meant like, and I don't
My
want you
body?
to feel. No. Like the technology advancement. Does it feel like it was sudden? Like, I know you're not from back then, obviously, but like, does it feel kind of weird? Like, what kind of technology did you grow up with? What did y'all have? And like, when this iPhone, Xbox, blah 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 blah, all this shit started coming out, was it just kind of sudden? It just felt like humans just. Does it feel like it just fell into the laps of humans? Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't feel like there was a gradual thing that humans were creating. They just gradually created these things. It feels more like it was already made and then they just put it out to the public type shit.
No, I think it was made though, because my background is in computer science and robotics. The stuff like the telegraph from the 18th century. That had served that they had Morse code and that little needle that would hit, and that served as like a major influence to the transistors and the gates in your computer, the AND, NOR, and the binary code. So there's like a evolution to the technological development, but it accelerated because of Moore's law. I'm not sure if you heard of Moore's law. But you can like.
Well, I was never in computer science, but I did work for a computer distributor back in the 80s and early 90s. And back in the early 90s, a 1 gigabyte hard drive cost $1,000, and it was literally 4 inches wide by about an inch tall, and it was on like 3 different disks. And if you would have told me today that you could have 80 gigabytes on an interstate drive that's the size of basically a flash drive was back then, I would have said you're crazy. There's no way. But you're right. What you were saying, Buddha. We had TV. You're right. It started with the cable, and then the telephone, and then we had TV and radio, then TV, and then the internet. Basically, the digital was basically took all those technologies and converged them all together and made them super fast. And right. So these technologies evolved slowly, but the convergence, as the computer had the higher speeds and higher memories and the cloud, made them converge very rapidly. Like I said, in the early 1990s, a 1 gigabyte, your phone has probably 20 gigabytes or 30 gigabytes or 80 gigabytes just on your little phone. And that's just a little tiny part of your phone. Back in the 90s, a 1 gigabyte drive was bigger than your phone. So think about that.
I don't understand how. I don't know. I got a lot of questions. I don't know. I know we're lied to about a lot of things, but I don't know. I find it harder to believe that humans' asses created technology, man. I know you're in computer science. I know. I understand. It's just. No, man. Okay. Do you think they control the weather?
I mean, stuff like weather modification technologies. There are some conspiracies about that. I do think they have some manipulative power, but they keep it under the curtain and stuff to some level and stuff. So
it's like that's some godlike powers, bro. They over here playing this reality like it's Minecraft type shit, bro. I
don't think it's to that extent, because of the nonlinear dynamics of the weather and the butterfly effect, stuff like that. It's very hard to predict 100%, stuff like that.
I mean, how the fuck are they even able to predict the weather? Like, how the hell they know, like, in 4 days, it's going to be this?
Satellites and weather patterns.
How the hell did they even figure out how to create a satellite? Everything that humans have created, I'm trying to imagine. I know it took a long time. I get it. But it's like when I think about the fact that everything I know, even my language, even everything is made up to make sense of this reality. It just doesn't make sense how a human could have just thought of that. Like, how to make a satellite,
it all starts with math. The math
math?
for AI models, deep learning models is actually from the 50s, the math for it. And even the math from the 50s for deep learning models, it goes back to like 1700s. It's like linear algebra mainly, you know, like tensors and going through a GPU and they're being manipulated, you know. But if you learn the math and you see how the math developed over time, then you can get an idea of how the technology developed. So,
You tell me these furless monkeys.
yeah.
What are they? Are you sure these are monkeys? Like, are they
Yeah,
really
we are.
monkeys?
We are monkey. We are primates. Yeah. We like look at
There's no question.
if you look at the fusion,
I mean,
the fusion
yeah.
scar and chromosome, human chromosome 2. Yeah, I think chimps have 38 chromosomes. We have 36. Yeah, and
Yeah, and the fused chromosome 2.
yeah, that there. You know, it just doesn't make sense that, you know. I don't accept creationism because you look at the homologous structures of the human body, the bone and anatomy, and you look at like the fact we have nipples, and you know the mammals have nipples too. And you look at the genetic sequences, you see that they have more relatedness. You know, relatedness, and you know, common descent makes more sense than, you know, common design that the creationists argue. So you know, I stick to, you know, what I consider to be the facts, you know, like evolutionary biology and stuff. And stuff about technology, you know, technology is being used for more efficient control and destruction, but it's not magic. You know, if you read about it, you can learn about it
It's
more, but
almost
it
like
takes a lot of
magic a
time
little.
to learn about it. It takes a
So,
lot of
okay,
time
okay.
to learn
How
about
can they read our thoughts then? It's like you can think about something and then you get an advertisement for it. How?
it. It's more like, you know, they have algorithms to, like, you know,
I don't search shit up, dude. I don't be searching nothing up. It just, I think something and it'll pop up on my screen.
okay, yeah, see, the
And I
thing
don't
is,
even say nothing either. I've tested
yeah.
this.
It's called recommender algorithm. You know, maybe they can hear you talk through your phone sometimes, and then
No. Listen. No, you're wrong. You're wrong. I swear it. I'm telling you. I swear on everything, dude. I have never said a damn thing, bro. I'll be thinking about something and then I'll get an advertisement for the shit. And it's like, how? Or I just start getting this shit recommended to me, like YouTube videos. This never happened to you before?
because they're gathering data on you, and then they're using that data to like train the algorithm, and the algorithm is fine-tuned to recommend you stuff to get you to click and buy shit. That's what it is. It's not freaking magic. You know,
Remember, Loon, you've got YouTube videos out there that I've watched and listened to, which I like very much. Well, the AI can review those videos and kind of get a profile of you, and based off your profile, it probably builds a model that's not 100% successful at predicting, but it's very successful at predicting people who have interests that you have, what they like.
I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I can't convince you. I don't know. I'm trying to tell you, it'd be random shit, bro. It has nothing to even do with antinatalism or ethalism. It'll be some, maybe I randomly just saw fucking rallies and I passed it. I'm like, oh, rallies. You know, I'm thinking about the burgers and the fries. I'm like, yo, that's so crazy. Animals chopped up in that shit. You know, thinking about it, right? And next thing you know, I'm a bot and you're a bot. I go on the fucking internet, rallies commercial. I'm just like, hold on. Or I was just thinking of a fucking Red Dead Redemption, right? I'm thinking of it. I didn't say it. I'm thinking of it. And it pops up on my screen. I'm on Reddit. I'm scrolling. It's an ad. It's like, but I didn't type it in and I didn't fucking say a damn thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, how?
Yeah.
The things you click, you know, the things you buy, they make a profile of you based on the data, and then they're able to, like, you know, make some predictions. And so it's like synchronicity. You know what I mean? Synchronicity doesn't mean that, you know, they can, like, I don't know, see your mind or like do magic or whatever. You know, it's not happening. It's not happening.
Well, do you believe in magic? Like, do you believe in black magic? Do you believe in, because niggas be doing witchcraft and all that baloney. Do you believe it's real? It works?
I do witchcraft.
You do? What do you mean? What do you mean you do witchcraft?
Well, I'm a pastor. I do witchcraft. You know, I do holy water and wafers.
You believe in God?
I believe in the church.
Dude, what the fuck? But you just said you're an anti-natalist. What the hell's happening?
Well, I have a church of anti-natalism.
But you have holy water for anti-natalism?
We do. We sprinkle it on the carcasses, and we say everybody will be this. So enjoy it now.
I think I remember you, Pastor D. Didn't you used to join my shit trolling me, bro? It was you.
I called on one show once, and I said, "Why they call you the loon?" Remember that?
No. I just know there's a pastor that was up there trolling me, and I wondered.
You were on a show, and you were a loon, and I had my fake Southern accent. Why they call you the loon?
I called the loon to be funny.
I know, but I kept.
Because people call us crazy, so I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna own it. Yeah, I'm a crazy bitch. Yep.
There you go. Why they call you the loon? You don't remember that?
No, I don't fucking remember that. No.
I was really on your case, you need the Jesus.
Your intuition is correct. Yeah, bro, you were trolling me. It was you. I remember you.
Yes. Yeah, one time I did. Why they call you the loon?
Numerous times. You did.
No, just once. No, just once.
Oh, you're a shell. That's what they call them. You're thinking it. You're pretending. You're pretending. You're a pastor. You believe in Jesus Christ.
Loon, you need the Jesus.
Yeah, he's a Jesus person.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
I do it kind of sarcastically.
Look at these comments. When you look into all the details that go into making a variety of computers and cell phones trust, it's like magic. It is. I'm telling you, it kind of is, man. It don't make sense how I'm looking at this black ass screen and it's showing me. And this shit is like magic. It has so many people hypnotized. It does. People can't
it does.
look away.
Everywhere I go, people are on their phones, including myself. George Orwell was right. The only thing he got wrong was the size of the screen and how many there would be. And the guy that wrote 1984.
Mr. D, if you really the troll, fuck you, bro.
I did troll you once. You caught on to me with that.
Pastor D used to troll Loon, telling her it was you telling me to fuck noodles, bro.
Oh, that's the one. Yeah, right. You need to meet up with the noodles and make the children's. Yep, that was me.
I was wondering why you were called Pastor D. I thought it was Pastor Dick or something, but nope. You're the whole pastor, bro.
I'm a real pastor, yep. Self-appointed pastor. I'm not a pastor.
You in here agreeing with us, bro, when you're not, when you don't agree with us.
Dude, I'm being sarcastic when I call myself pastor, okay?
Liar, dude.
Hey, I'm not a pastor to my flock. I'm not a pastor to my flock. I'm a pastor to the Lord.
Fuck you, pastor. Fuck you, Fuck you, dude. Why is JC so quiet in here? Why is it just me and Pastor D? JC, where the fuck did you go?
I don't even know what to say to this. I'm just... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I'll just let y'all talk, I guess.
Noodles is a breeding record.
Yeah, we're not really... We're getting off track.
Wait.
But I think you and Noodles would make cute babies.
Bro, I thought we were... No, bro. No.
No? Oh, come on.
Because you did join my live trade limit. Man, I really did get into like arguments on my lives and I forgot about it.
Yeah, it was you and Noodles. I forgot about that. No, I'm not a natalist. I'm a passionate anti-natalist.
I can't hear the smile in your voice. I can hear the smile in your voice.
No, Jay knows me. What? LA knows me.
Oh, maybe Jay's also in on this. Fuck you, Jay.
No, he's not.
Wait, I don't even know what you're talking about. What are y'all talking about?
You're
right
all
now?
in on it. You're all in on it.
She-
You're all
she-
anti-natalist.
Loon got thrown for a loop because I'm a pastor.
Yeah, Noodles is not going to come up here because he's not an anti-natalist. And
Yeah, he is.
He's not.
Not
He used to be.
anymore. Not
He used
anymore.
to
Talk
be.
about.
And now he thinks that humans should procreate in order to liberate animals.
Wait, say that again.
He thinks that humans should procreate in order to liberate animals, to give positive care to wildlife.
See, this is
So
why I'm
that's
a
why we-
loner by myself.
Yeah, that doesn't work, because you see, humans are consuming a lot of resources for one thing. We're propping up a system that is leading to habitat fragmentation and pollution and a lot of other stuff. So the solution is less humans. Less humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I don't get.
Then the animals can tear each other apart.
Man, fuck humanity, bro. I need to go find a hermit in the woods, bro. I gotta go find a hermit in the woods, bro. Who's gonna tell me to fuck off? He's gonna be like, yo, get the fuck off my property before I fuck you up. And I'll be like, listen, I'm not one of them. I swear, I'm not. Just listen. I know you escaped from humanity, but listen, hear me out. Hear me out. Like, I'm not like them.
Oh, I like the ring of Mrs. Noodles. It's got a nice ring to it.
I want some noodles.
And then you can name your kids ramen noodles and rice noodles.
See, this is why. Wait, why am I getting all these? Okay, so he texted me. Okay, next.
Do you think I would listen to Amendum and Amanda Sutnick and Lawrence Anton if I were a real pastor?
Yeah.
I'm not a real pastor.
You are a pastor, bro. Get the fuck
I'm
out
a
of here and go
pastor.
preach about Jesus to the Christianites or whatever the fuck they're called, bro. Take their money.
I do.
You know what? I've actually thought about becoming a pastor. It's like I don't actually have to have a degree or anything. I can just
Nope.
I just need to find an abandoned church, a house, and get a Bible and get it rolling, bro. Get some water,
Problem
pour some
is-
Crisco in it. I meant holy oil in it, and
Yeah. The problem is women aren't allowed to talk in church.
excuse me, what? What do you mean?
1 Timothy 2:12. When I do not permit a woman to teach or have authority over a man, she must remain quiet in the church.
See, this is why I hate this reality. It's like, cause I'm a pussy, I have to like be submissive and shit. And it's like, man, I'll take this pussy off, bro. Like, I'll take it. Oh wait, shit. Yeah, I'll fucking get rid of this pussy, dude. Cause it's like, oh, because you're a woman, you can't like, you gotta be submissive. It's like,
Hey,
nah.
it's what the Bible says.
Who wrote the Bible? Man,
Man, right.
or something. I don't fucking know. It's written by a bunch of psychotic dweebs.
The Old Testament was for sure.
I love when Christians say that shit when they're just like, well, that was in the
That was
Old
it.
Testament.
Yeah, that was history. I remember once you were reading some of the passages that were like you can sell your daughter into sexual slavery. Oh, well, that's the Old Testament.
It's like being in a relationship with someone that's a piece of shit in the past and you forgive them for everything they did because it's like, well, this is the new them now, but they was raping and killing and doing all that shit back in the day, but that's back in the day.
That's back
They
in the
changed,
day,
right?
right? Even though it's allegedly the same God, Father, Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Jesus is a Jew?
He was.
Interesting. What's Jew backwards? Wooge. I'll call him a wooge. Wage? Waj? Wage?
Don't blaspheme the Lord.
Oh,
What's interesting is that
don't
Mani
masturbate.
Prophet Mani, he was an anti-natalist. He influenced the Cathars. And Mani viewed the material realm as being a kind of mistake due to an ancient battle between the god of light and the prince of darkness, and so
right.
yeah,
Are
the
you talking
light.
about Alamari?
No, Mani, M-A-N-I. He was an anti-natalist too. M-A-N-I, though he has some weird views though. But he did view birth into the material realm as kind of sick process, and he saw it as being. It's kind of interesting. He had some Gnostic views that influenced the Cathars. You know, the Cathars also.
Yeah, I mean the Cathars are. Yeah.
They were more anti-natalistic too, so it's kind of interesting. Manichaeism. Manichaeism. But yeah, Manichaeism influenced Catharism. Catharism.
Can I hear one of you say La La Landa?
La La Landa.
Oh, okay. You didn't put passion into it.
La La Landa.
Ah, never mind. Never mind. Just forget it. It's too seductive.
Now, Lynn, the Lord gave you a vagina for a reason.
That's so weird. This reality is so weird. Like, parents will be mad if you don't have sex. But, like, I want babies, bro. You gotta give me some babies. You gotta get the fucking, dude. You gotta, like, you know, you gotta bend over, dude. Touch your toes type shit. Find a dude with a wallet. And it's attractive.
Put some stuff in the oven. Put some batter in the oven.
Oh, God. Help us.
The whole thing is disgusting. The whole reproductive process is disgusting.
But why do I get horny? What's wrong with me?
Because it's your evolution dictating your body to make more of you.
How do I tell it to stop? Just slap it around? Smack it?
No, you take a Plan B or a contraception or, you know, get your tubes tied. You could still have sex and enjoy it.
Tubes tied. I mean, yeah, vasectomy is for show. Tubes tied just sounds so. I don't want nobody in my guts. Not like that.
I agree. It's easier for guys to get it done, and all guys should get it done.
Yeah, that's dudes just don't want to do it because they be like, I don't want nothing sharp by my dick, and I also want my legs, you know. Also, yeah, this the sharpness, but like, then they can fuck as much hoo-ha as they want, and you know.
Oh, I know. They can make a hoo-ha when they're 80 and then die the next day, and then leave the kid and the mother to figure it out all by themselves. That's what my dad. That's what my dad did with our family.
That's fucked up, dude. Not cool.
Yeah, he died when he was 34.
There's an afterlife. Beat his ass.
I will. I'll kick him in. I'll kick him in the nuts. I'll kick him in the nuts.
Rest in peace. True.
No, it's okay.
Are your balls really sensitive? Are dudes' balls really sensitive?
Well, celestial balls are really sensitive. That's what the Lord has told me.
Celestial.
No, he did. He left a 12-year-old, 11-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 5-year-old behind.
It's just not right, man. I wish.
Nope.
This life is so crazy, dude. It's not. It's just crazy. It's just crazy, dude. Like parents can give like the mom can like give birth and then die, and then she's left with the dad's left with the kid. You know, just. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Or the dad can die, or they can both die.
It's like we're not meant to be here that long. We just. How do I word this? We're not meant to be here this long. Like life could end at any moment, but yet it's so like we're. I don't know how to word it. That's so crazy, dude. There's just so much information everywhere, and we weren't there. There was no guarantee that you were ever going to be able to absorb any of it. You could have been out of here as soon as you came. So it's just like so weird to be here.
It really is.
Yeah.
And if I were a woman, there would no way I would let a penis anywhere near me. I would not go through that 9 months of hell and then pushing that thing out of me and my guts pouring out, losing my teeth, losing my vision, losing my hair, losing my vitamin balance.
That part.
Your
I don't
body
know, I
goes
just
to
get
shit.
turned on by. I get turned on by like the look in dude's eyes when they get horny. It's like, oh, he's so horny, and then it makes me horny, and then it's just like, I'm not gonna get on to that, but,
All they're looking to do
Sigh.
is spread their seed. All they're looking to do is spread their seed, whether they're aware of it or not.
That's true. That's so true. How can a penis and a hole create a whole body? I look at a dude's dick, and it's just like, yo, that thing, that little thing, that thing compared to the rest of your body, it created you. It's just so weird. I've already said
It
this.
is
I gotta let
weird.
it go. Yeah, like how can that thing create a whole body? I mean, that's just not just for humans. Like think about a horse. Like I was watching Horse Birth the
Oh,
other
I
day
know.
randomly. Yeah, a whole horse came out the hoo-ha. A whole horse.
I know.
The motherfucker was already walking. I'm like, yo, this is crazy, dude.
You ever listen to him on one of his shows? He goes, I can't think of the number of times that I've engineered my whole life around my penis, when he was younger. And it's true. When I was, in my 20s, that's all I thought about. I didn't care about my liver or my lungs or my butt or whatever. Everything was about my penis.
What do you mean by that? Everything's about like what do you mean
About
by that?
how you can get sex.
Oh, about how you can get sex.
Right. You don't think about how you're going to take a next breath. You don't think about your liver processing, but you think about how your penis can make its next conquest. Not anymore, but when I was 20 years old,
Interesting. Well, were you horny
It's
all the
rough.
time? What's it like to have a dick? Like you guys aren't horny all the time. Sometimes I'd be thinking that dudes are horny all the time because they have something that's just hanging there and it's just there, and I'm just like, I feel like it's stimulated all the time. What's it like to have a
Well,
cock-a-doodle-doo?
when you're in your teens, that thing just runs your life. But then as you get older, it gets less and less imperative. When you get to be my age, it's kind of like, does it work? Oh, it works today. Yay!
Wait, do you
Yeah.
So you've engaged in sex. You've engaged in the sexual manner. You have
Very
sex.
carefully. Very carefully.
What was it like entering thy hole? Do tell. Do tell. Do tell.
Well, what's it like to get penetrated by one?
I couldn't tell you. I haven't been fucked.
Oh, really? You're a virgin?
I know, right? How did I do it?
Oh my God, Miss Loon! I thought the noodles certainly got some of that.
I'm fucking done, bro. Leave noodles out of this, bro. Leave noodles out of this, man.
The noodle got his noodler in there.
I'm fucking done.
You
Not
wake
his
up.
noodle.
When you're-
He usually has a nice.
when you're-
Never mind.
He's an attractive guy. Yeah, I've seen him at the
He's
Stop Having
attractive.
Kids
He has a
marches.
nice noodle,
How do you know what his noodle looks like?
Don't worry about it. Let's move back to your noodle. What's happening?
Okay. Gotcha.
I think it's crazy that like so many have already had sex. Like it's not normal to never have had sex. It's like it's scary to me that everyone just be fucking. Like even when they're young, how did people be fucking? They don't think. It's like because we had the DARE program at my school and they were talking about STDs and it's like did no one go through the DARE program or like I took that seriously.
Well, when I
took
was
it
your
seriously.
age, the worst you could get is crabs or gonorrhea, and most of it was treated with drugs. We didn't have the AIDS.
Holy shit! Or so AIDS was created.
However, we got it.
Because AIDS came out of nowhere. I don't know. I don't fucking
Pretty
know.
much.
They create that shit. They really be in a lab like, how are we gonna fuck up the species even more? We're bored. They really do be doing that. When you're rich and you don't have to be a slave, you just have all the time in the world to just, I don't know, play God in people's lives or something.
I just
Anyways,
want to
getting back.
to the conversation.
Oh, okay.
Huh?
Who is this person? Who is this
What's
person?
happening? Who is this? What's happening? Someone joined? Someone did. Wait, someone joined?
Can you guys hear me?
I'm looking at the screen. Who is this?
Yes, I could hear you.
It's Dale. Okay,
Nice.
Jay, Shy,
Okay.
Shy. It's Shy, Shy. I call him Shy.
Hello.
Well, now I'm calling him Shy, Shy.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you guys. You know, the homie JC here, he was getting a little uncomfortable with the conversation, reasonably so. So I just came here to be the mitigator to, you know, let's kind of change up and vary the conversation a bit, huh?
Wait, who's
I'm open to anything.
uncomfortable about the?
Is
Because of
this
the noodles?
perpetual pleasurist?
Huh?
This is perpetual pleasurist, isn't it?
No.
No, I made
What?
that
Wait, do I
mistake
sound like
before,
PB?
too. No,
Sorry?
I remember where I made that mistake, and I thought you were playing his voice or something, because they do have a similar tone, but no, that's not him.
Yeah, they do sound similar.
Do we actually have a similar tone? That's crazy. That's the first time I've heard that.
I thought someone did sound like Shideo in here, and then Shideo joined, but I forgot who I thought sounded like
All right,
Shideo.
I have to look at my screen. Who is this?
It's Shideo.
Oh, it's Deo. Okay.
Yeah, Dale. Yep.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. Yeah, we chatted before.
No,
I think on one of the.
I am schizoid. I'm not really an extrovert, but I do these live streams, but it does kick in sometimes, and it's just like, I don't know. It's just a
What
random
kicks in?
thing.
What kicks in?
No, I get what you mean though, because honestly, I feel like especially if you're going to do a live stream like this, you want the conversation to be potent and like on point and to share ideas and different perspectives. So like, I get it. If that was like the mission that you had in your own mind about it, it's like, yeah, it would kind of.
No, it was our conversation.
Oh, we were talking about the dicks and shit. I'm sorry about the dicks. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Wait, let's change it up. I'm trying to think of a good subject matter to mention. Like, I mean,
Do y'all still want to talk about pessimist stuff, or you want to?
well, I'm naturally a pessimism. I've been even told I'm a nihilist. So, like, I mean, you know, I'm all for.
Okay, you're a nihilist. So now I got a question. That kind of nihilist is like.
Wait, like I've been told that my perspectives make me sound like that.
Okay. Let me think of a question. You guys think of things. I'm gonna just think of something. I've heard nihilist.
Like, I mean, like where do you guys see things like the work? Oh, sorry. Wait, is there an echo? I feel like
I think somebody has two browsers open.
Is it me? Is that echoing?
Everybody's playing YouTube and
Oh, it's not me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Wait, is it me?
Yeah, I'm not playing anything.
Yeah, I don't know where this echo just came from. It's
Okay,
throwing me off.
Echoing, like who is it? Let me look at the screen. I'm gonna look at the screen. Whose thing is
Okay, let me
moving?
leave and come back. I don't know, maybe it's
All right, so we got to figure out how to get. Oh, maybe it's me.
It wasn't him.
Is it me?
It might be me. Hold
I'm gonna
on.
mute myself. I'm gonna mute. I'm gonna mute. Let's mute.
I don't have two browsers open though.
No, I don't hear it. Somebody, it's not you. It must be her.
So we got to figure out how to get Loon and Noodles to make some babies.
Oh God, that is horrifying thought to think about. Oh, what's up, Chadeo?
What's up?
How you doing, man?
I'm alright.
Yeah,
You know, a little socially anxious, but I'm here anyway.
it's all right. Man. I don't. Yeah. You used to talk on the other show. I'm not a part of it anymore.
Yeah, no, I did. Like, I had like a debut, but that's like before I even knew who I was dealing with. And now that I know who I'm dealing with, at least on that, the other show. Yeah, that's why I'm like, okay, I don't even want to interact with that type of energy. You know what I mean? It's like, even if he's not giving me that type of vitriol and hate and all that, it's like I don't even want to be around someone that's willing to go there in the ways that he has. But that's besides the point.
Oh yeah,
go into all
he's
that.
awful.
That's just
He's
me.
awful, actually. Yeah, he's fucking. What makes him bad is that he thinks everything can be okay or readjusted a bit. And I'm like, dude, you are no different than like a fucking like a bliptard. You are. He is one. He is one.
Hey, you said it. I didn't
He's
say
a fucking liberal. That's what he is. Like Like he doesn't buy into any conspiracy theories. He tries to like rationalize them, right? Right? I fucking watch him. He tries to rationalize them. He tries to give answers for everything. I'm like, dude, get fucked.
He thinks that just because I like LA means I hate him. So he doesn't let me on his show. He doesn't, I mean, he's very derogatory towards me all the time. It's like, hey, I can like LA and like you too. I don't know why you have to be so.
My thing was that, like, I don't take sides. Like
I don't either.
I was trying to be a kind of like a neutral actor. I was, but he fucking did something to me. He says that I should break bread with my enemies. I'm like, do you not know what demographic I'm in, bro? Like, I'm like a minority of a minority. Like, if they're against me, they were never gonna come to my side, even if I fucking like offered a branch of gratitude. No, they were never gonna come my way. That's such
who are you talking about? I mean, are you talking about a group or somebody specific?
Somebody specific.
Starts with a D.
That's with a D.
Yeah. Let's say DW from Arthur. If you watch that TV show, it's a pretty good one.
Oh yeah, Arthur. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he wanted me to break
Arthur's
bread
sister.
with my enemy. Oh Lord. Okay.
We don't have to talk about this. That's why I was trying to shut it down early. But if you want to, hey, I'm okay.
No, I don't understand what. Just because I like LA, I hate him, and I don't.
Who's LA, bro? You talking about the state? Cali?
Life abolitionist.
Life abolition. JC. That's
Who?
That's JC. JC's other name for us is LA.
That's your dick, bro. Who are you talking about?
They're talking about me. Okay, now let's just. They're talking about me. Now he's not really mad at you. He's mad at me, and the reason he's mad is because he's not getting the amount of views that he used to get when I was on there, and
right.
so he's actually lost some subscribers because his channel has gone downhill. So he wants me to go back. He wants me to go back, and he's upset because I'm not going back. And he hasn't. He still is talking shit about me in my book, even though he's never read it. And I don't have any desire to go on his channel because he's just trying to extract. So this is old. This has been months ago since the last time I was on his channel. I don't know why he's still talking about it.
Yeah, he's like a scorned ex. That's crazy to hear that he's still talking about your book and stuff.
Everybody, please. I want to know what channel y'all are talking about, man. I want to know.
DNW, the Finding Gnosis show.
Who?
It's called Finding Gnosis.
Finding
Gnosis?
Yeah.
GNO Gnosis SIS.
I'll post a link. I'll post a link, and then you can find his channel. But yeah, we're talking about a whole bunch of drama that transpired like months ago.
Yeah,
he just gangs up on people unfairly, and you don't know what's going to trigger him, and then it's like the wrath of God.
Exactly. Yeah. I will never ever forget that one time he had his own like snowflake meltdown at the fact that none of us were vegan. Yeah, I still remember that bullshit.
It was pretty funny, to be fair. It was pretty mind blowing, but it was pretty fun.
It was pretty funny. Like, he pretty much put animal lives over our lives, which, okay, understandable. But that's a bit rich coming from you, trying to lecture us that all life is valuable, you know? Because that's essentially what he espouses now.
It's all life is valuable till another life tears it up for food.
Yeah.
Well, human life isn't valuable. He said that motherhood was the most rewarding thing to some parents, and I'm just like, yeah, but what about the child who has to exist? He just said you should get over it. I'm like, well, clearly you don't care about all life. You want to care about animal life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Doesn't even care about children. Doesn't care about innocence.
What a nugget.
You're right, Daniel. He could be listening right now. I don't care.
No,
I had already stopped talking about
care.
him, but he was still talking about me, so it is what it is.
Yeah, and I'm not coming.
Well, I never had a negative thing to say about him. Not once. As a matter of fact, when he would play his songs, I would compliment him and how good they were and how much I liked them. The only negative thing I ever said about him was how unfair they were when LA came on the show and they all gang up on him and they wouldn't listen.
That was weird. That was always weird.
Right. He wants me to go on his channel so he can mute me, so he can tell me to shut up and kick me off the show. So this is his narcissism.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to be the one who controls the talking stick. On my channel, I get to say what I want, but on his channel, he gets to overtalk me.
Yeah, which was always very annoying because sometimes you would be making a really good point, and it seems like he would acknowledge that, like he knew that, which is why he would talk over you and be like, "Oh, wait, hold on." It's like, okay, buddy, I can't stand that shit.
Alan.
Yeah, and it was always controversial and adversarial, and everybody was at each other's throats all the time.
Exactly.
Let me respond to this comment because this is actually annoying. DNW is better than LA because he's vegan and LA isn't. Okay, well, I'm addressing the root cause because if a person isn't brought into existence, then they consume nothing. So consuming nothing, because by the way, veganism is not zero harm. They still cause crop deaths. A person who exists, if he's vegan, maybe he's causing less harm than an omnivore, but he's not causing less harm than a person who doesn't exist at all. Because by not procreating, you are cutting off future generations of harm to animals. So I'm addressing the root cause. He is not. And a vegan who procreates causes far more harm than an omnivore who doesn't procreate.
Yeah,
I've already talked about this repeatedly. You can virtue signal all you want because you want me to have low self-esteem, to not care about my health, to be an animal supremacist. I'm not doing that. That's not what this channel is. So you can say that he's better than me all you want. Then I don't know why you're here. Are you hate watching or what is this? I don't understand this shit because I don't even talk about veganism, but they'll bring it up and they want to like browbeat me and try to get me to capitulate. I'm not doing that shit. The best I can offer you is to not talk about it because I know you're easily triggered. But if you think I'm just going to bitch up and just bow down to put animals before my own welfare, that's not happening. Humans matter, and my channel is about eliminating human suffering. Animals can benefit from that, but my primary benefactor is going to be humans. That's what my philosophy is about. It's not about animals.
And also the fact that like he says that might mix right. I'm like, yeah. So stop complaining about like the factory farms because that's like the pure definition of might mix right. And like you should hate civilization because civilization is the reason why we have animal farming. So it doesn't make sense for him to tell you to get over that the world is might mix right when he should get over it too. Because like
and also medicines and cosmetics and all the shit we torture animals for, it's not just food. So he better quit using medicine. He better quit using all the products that we get out of animals.
What else? Yeah, he better stop using all of that shit if he really cares about animals, but he won't because his life probably depends on it anyway. Probably depends on like cosmetics, medications, like. And here's the thing: some medicines are made out of animals. That's a brute fact. And guess what? But they help some people. So what are we gonna say to them? And vegans are against all animal usage of products, right? They even are against like wool of like sheep.
Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Why is it wrong to be a human supremacist, but somehow it's justified to be an animal supremacist? They would literally say that if a baby was drowning and a cat was drowning, they would save the cat and let the baby drown. And then if you were to say the opposite, all of a sudden, oh, you're so specious. I'm just so tired of the fucking double standard.
No, I'd let them both drown.
I love cats, but I'm going to save the baby.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. I'm going to let them both drown. Put them both out of their misery.
I'll save both. I wouldn't mind. I'll save both cats and babies.
Yeah, ideally,
I wouldn't in reality, but that's my thought process because both animals are going to die anyways.
For sure. But drowning is a pretty bad fucking way to go, though, because you do suffer. Like, you do get a moment where you get to feel the water come into your lungs and you can't, you know what I mean, get it out properly. So that's what I mean. It's not a good way to go.
I was going to say, would you want to be saved? Like, even though this life is misery and we need to get the hell out of here because there's nothing good for us here, would you want to be saved? because
safe.
like we don't know what's afterwards. Like, of course we should, you want the suffering to end, but like, it's not easy.
Depends on how I'm going.
Okay, so you would want to be saved. It's just depending on the circumstance.
Well, I think whether if I want to be saved is out of my choice, because to be saved, like that has a lot of connotations. Like
you're right. Save.
Alan,
You're put right back.
Alan, are you going to pull up? Are you going to pull up, Alan? Because you're talking shit in the comment section. I posted the link. If you want to come up here, otherwise we're just going to disregard your comments. You're not going to talk shit in the peanut gallery. You're just not going to do that.
Yeah. Well, the best way to
I see what
help.
they're saying about veganism. I see what they're saying. Like the suffering of a human is no different than animals. But I'm not about to try to know what I mean. But I can understand where they're coming from.
Okay, so
animal products are in everything.
Physical suffering can sometimes be similar, but there are differences though. Humans do suffer on a completely different level than most animals. Most animals are prone to their hormones
Like if I take a cow's leg and put it in the fire, and then put a human's leg in the fire, they both gonna feel some pain.
Yeah.
I want to respond to his stupid question, to his stupid comment. So vegans are against all form of animal exploitation. Are humans not animals? Why are they still species?
We are.
Because they don't seem to have a problem with human exploitation, though. Because they will exploit their own children. They will procreate, and they will pimp their own children out, take them to factory farms. They're little 8-year-olds, so they can post them on social media and say, look at my cute 8-year-old who went to a factory farm. And then they want to pimp veganism on their little children. So no, they're not against all exploitation. They're only against animal exploitation, which makes them specious. So if you want to pull up and actually defend your position, then you can do that. But I think it's rank hypocrisy. I think it's completely paradoxical that they're talking about speciesism when everything about it is specious. Why are you only focusing on animal exploitation when you don't care about human exploitation? Can you answer that question for me? Otherwise, we're going to ignore you because we're not going to derail this conversation and make it about veganism.
I really hope Alan comes on.
Also,
He ain't gonna pull up. No, he ain't.
He says he doesn't do VCs. Okay then.
What? Why are you talking so crazy then? And then you want to go on and say you don't do VCs, so you don't defend your positions, you don't defend the shit that you talk. Really?
Oh,
I hope you're not a man.
Look at
You
this
probably
reverse speciesism. Animals are superior to humans.
Of course it is. The definition is demonstrably specious. It only talks about animal exploitation. It says nothing about human exploitation. Are you familiar with the definition of veganism from the Vegan Society?
No, well, I just know that's not to exploit animals, but like, what's their like definition of it, like on like their website?
Of course it's not. That's what I just said. Veganism has nothing to do with human exploitation. So why would I support a philosophy which is specious, but yet they're still claiming to fight against speciesism? It makes no fucking sense. This guy is about to get me tricked. You ain't gonna come up here though. You're gonna sit up here and talk shit from the peanut gallery.
That's the thing, is that like, why can vegans care about both at the same time, and why can they care about like other humans who are not vegans? Like, I've met vegans who fucking hate like humans and they want them all to die. Seriously, like I've met those ones before. Like they don't care if a child goes hungry like in Gaza or in Africa, because like, oh well, they're gonna eat meat somehow. Yeah, I literally met those fucking type of people.
The definition of veganism, according to the Vegan Society, is the elimination of animal exploitation as far as possible and practicable. It says nothing about human exploitation. Do you not know about your own philosophy? Or are you just one of these vegans who does not read the literature and you're just a follower?
Uh-oh.
Okay, Alan, you're too ignorant about your own philosophy. I can see that you're a follower. I can see that you're an automaton who has low self-esteem, who does not care about your own damn health, who will sacrifice babies in order to save kittens. I think there's something wrong with you. I think that you are anti-human. I think you're specious. I think that you don't have any empathy for yourself or for your own species. I think there's something wrong with you. Maybe you should get some fucking professional help.
All right, let's do something to this conversation. We will not argue with one another. We are already in hell together. Let's talk about something else.
Let's talk about something important. How Loon and Noodles are going to make more babies.
Oh,
We're not fucking dude. Okay. You know what? I think he actually has an OnlyFans. You know, who knows what might happen? I don't know.
Everyone seems to have that nowadays.
That's because people are fucking broke. They're just
Yeah,
like,
they are.
oh, let's just slut ourselves out, you know, for the money. We already slut ourselves out at jobs, you know.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
fuck
There is no different criteria.
Yeah, I'll be honest, the Israeli propaganda on shit like that's nuts. Like, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing a show recently. I think it's on like Apple TV or something. And it's basically about a young woman who has a child in her early 20s. And because she can't make money in any other way and stuff, she does do the whole online cam thing. And it's a whole TV show at the moment, which is crazy to me. I already know how and where they got that idea from, and I know who's pumping money into that show, but yeah, it's crazy.
Oh, we all know who's pumping money into
Okay,
all the
you don't
Hollywood.
sacrifice anything by becoming big. That is demonstrably false. You sacrifice a lot. You sacrifice convenience. You sacrifice health. You sacrifice your social interactions. You sacrifice nutrition. You sacrifice a lot.
There's other ways to get it, but I'm not going with
If
you.
you
I'm not
want to
going with
take a nutritionally deficient diet and then supplement it with pills, you can do that all you want. I choose not to do that. That's your lifestyle, it's not mine. You want to prioritize animals above humans? You know what? This is actually starting to piss me off.
Don't be
Yeah,
pissed
it's
off. No,
redundant. Don't
control,
even
control.
engage with them at all.
Don't let him do that.
Nah, it's like his
Wait, I
words
actually
are
don't know
just
whether Nayless or not vegan is worse. I take back my earlier. I know what you're trying to say, Alan.
Yeah, I mean the
I don't want
best
anything
way
to be exploited. When I look at a horse and when I look at an ant, I don't see it any different from what I am. I understand this world is about, you know, like it wants us to consume another organism to survive, which is really fucked up. And that's why this whole Epstein Island shit with them cannibalizing on children, to me, it's like it's no different than what the hell we're doing to other creatures. It's really no different. And I feel like the people that are rich
No,
would say
trust,
the
it
same
is
thing.
different. Trust, if you knew the depths
It's
of
not.
that shit, it really is. You need to do
We're
more
eating
digging on that
babies.
shit. I'm
We
telling you.
are no, because we are eating babies. Like, let's simplify it. Like we are eating babies, bro. We eating some babies, bro. We eating babies with barbecue on it. You know what I'm saying? You know, seasoning it up, chopping it up.
Well, the babies are only involved in things like mashed up, you know, like meats, like grounded meats and stuff, either that being beef or chicken
we,
and
like,
stuff, the things they put in chicken nuggets and stuff.
Yeah, don't we
They
feed
will use like
Yeah,
baby
all at
chicks for
McDonald's
that.
and fast food, we literally are eating human remains that are in fast
You
food. Yeah.
never had a baby with a good Chianti. It's really good.
What'd you just say?
Hannibal reference. It's a Hannibal
You've
reference.
never
What'd you
had a
just say?
good baby with a Chianti.
No, bro. Get the fuck out of here, dude.
Yeah, dude, this
Sorry.
I feel fucked up. I have baby back ribs. That's fucked up,
very,
man.
very just kind of childish. the
Okay,
whole
Alan, I gave you your chance. You don't want to come up. You're just going to get blocked. You're not going to keep trolling in the comment section. If you're not going to come up here to defend your position, then you basically need to shut the hell up. You're about to get blocked. I'm giving you 1 minute to come up here, and if you don't come up here, I'm blocking you. So we're going to make this real simple.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nah, I'm not gonna count. That's
Okay,
he says he's cool with it.
Get the hell out of here.
He's cool with it. He's cool with it. He says he's fine with being black. He told the truth. I don't know what
You
truth.
didn't tell the truth. And your comments have been removed. Now you have been silenced, and now we can continue on with our conversation.
All right.
Respect.
They respect, yeah. Like, I don't know why. Yeah, exactly. I like people who will stand their ground. I know someone else who doesn't stand their ground, and they let everyone like talk and walk over him. You know, even though he lets like actual crazy racists on his show.
Oh shit, I'm back. Here we go. Whoa, where's the thing?
Yeah, he has some interesting characters on there for sure.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Comeback thought. Don't do that. Oh my god. Shit. Oh, I know that if we were out in nature and if society collapsed and shit, and then it came back to having bows to go kill a deer or some shit, I wouldn't be able to do it. I guess I'd die. I'd have to eat plants or something. I just could not kill a squirrel or kill something out there to survive if shit really went down. I know I personally wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah, I get what
personally
you
wouldn't.
Yeah, the best way
To
to
be honest,
help
eating
nature
plants would probably fuck you up though.
is
Out there. You have to know
to
what you're eating. Yes, very good.
That
is
part
human
too.
extinction.
That too. I probably get poisoned. I don't know what's poisonous out here. Shit, bruh. See? That's some things to learn, actually. Bro, I need a
The best way
survival
to
book,
help
bro.
nature is simply refrain from having children and don't support industrial progress. That's those. Even though no one is in full control. I mean, the thing is, we have less autonomy than ever. As the industrial complexity grows, we lose more and more autonomy, and so it's not as simple as being vegan.
You know,
It's
this
not.
Allen person wanted
I
to
mean,
be
okay, look. Guys,
this
can I say something
Allen
too?
person
Like,
wanted
when
to
it
be
comes to
direct.
being vegan,
Wait, no, let Jay talk for a second.
sorry.
Allen wanted to be a director of my nonprofit. I don't know why, because he clearly does not support my cause. I don't know if he just wanted to come and disrupt what I'm trying to do, but I never trusted this person. Because why? Because this isn't the first time he's done that. He's coming, attacking me and trolling, and yet you want to be a director of my nonprofit so you can attack from the inside? I don't trust this person. So no, I don't want you on my channel.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say something real quick. So I was just gonna say, is the reason why you guys don't want to eat vegan, do vegan shit, is it because like y'all think about like green food? Like I'll be like, oh shit, if I become a vegan, I gotta eat salads and tofu and shit.
It's not that. It's just that it seems kind of pointless when vegan foods do exploit the environment themselves. And as Avian said, it's not just the food; it's the structures of the food. As I said, like if you live in Wyoming, and if your avocados, you're not gonna grow your own avocados. You're going to import them from like fucking Peru, and guess how they go from Peru to Wyoming through plains, fuel exhaust, right? That's how veganism kind of ruins.
That's not my position. My position is that I don't think it does anything because the number of people who are converted to vegans is being outpaced by the number of omnivores.
Yeah,
I would say that if they're going to continue procreating, then it's pointless to go vegan because there's too many people. The small number of people that are going vegan is not making a dent in factory farming. That's my problem. The definition of veganism is flawed. It is specious, and vegans themselves will continue to procreate. So I would say the greater problem is human procreation. If you reduce the human population, then you would reduce our dependency on factory farming. But they don't want to do the smart choice. They want to continue procreating just like everybody else. Many of them procreate above replacement rate, put their children on a deficient diet, and then virtue signal to everybody else about how they should sacrifice and go vegan. How about you sacrifice and stop procreating?
Yeah, exactly.
Also, this ties into what's called overshoot. From William R. Cotton. Basically the Earth has a regenerative limit, and when you have overpopulation, there's like a surplus population, and they're like, it goes beyond the regenerative limits of the Earth. Stuff like soybean fields and what Fatima was saying about the exporting of foods from different countries. All of this ties into overshoots, and this ties into the structure that we're embedded in.
Yes,
So,
it does. It's horrifying.
Yeah.
It's actually very bad. It's horrifying. Yeah, that's why I'm an AN, because this structure doesn't have any creaks in it. It doesn't have any weak points. It's almost like everything. It's almost like it has taken over everything except for procreation. Like veganism isn't gonna make any dents in this machine. It's not.
It doesn't. I guess it's just ethical. It won't, but I guess it's just down to ethicalness, like just not eating a dead carcass.
And at that point, I can empathize with that because I don't eat too much meat anymore. I don't. I straight up don't. I don't eat too much meat anymore because I do feel bad about
I'm a consequentialist. If I'm going to make a huge sacrifice to change my lifestyle, I wanted to actually do something If I'm not actually saving any animals by making that extreme sacrifice, to me, it's not worth doing it. And some people, maybe they feel whatever. I don't. And I'm not going to make that sacrifice unless I am actually saving animals. And I don't believe veganism does that.
Of course,
I know what you mean. I know what you're trying to say. I get it.
And I respect your opinion and your position there, like, because you are right.
Have any of you ever tried vegan meat before? I know there's some that taste really gross, but I've actually tried some that taste exactly like it. Like I still make the same meals.
Whenever
just
I go
with vegan meat,
Chipotle, I get like those like sofritas plant-based meats, like those chunks of meat in Chipotle. Like that's all right. I have that with beans and rice. It's okay. Yeah, but they usually just eat like eggs and like tofu now and rice, pasta, and like some other like beans. Yeah, but I still eat.
They got some plant-based meat. I'm not trying to convince you or anything. It's just I actually did go looking for it, and I had found some brands of like vegan-based meat. I just made the same meals. Like I still made chicken Alfredo. I still made spaghetti. It's just it wasn't meat. It was something else, plant-based. I'm not trying to convince you. It's your life. This is your story. You know what I mean? I'm just explaining. That's all.
I've always been like interested in it, but like I did try plant-based meat before in like a restaurant, Chipotle. Like I had like their burritos that had that stuff. It was good. Like
Yeah, I'll be honest. You guys should probably read the ingredients for Beyond the Meat, though. There's a lot of suspicious shit going on there.
Yeah, no, they do got some shit on there.
What were you gonna say, Jay?
It's not conducive to my lifestyle. I buy food that is on clearance, that is cheap. When I look at that high price vegan shit, I'm not paying that for you get a tiny portions. The shit costs like $10 to $15 for some little bag of fake steak. And when I can get the real shit that's on clearance, the stuff is already a lost product. So if I don't buy it, it's going to be thrown in trash anyway. Why shouldn't I buy the lost product? I'm not actually contributing to anything. So to me, it's just not.
I can see rich people just defending their position, like with eating, not rich people, just people defending cannibalism. And I know you guys say that's not the same, but I can really just hear them saying like it's the same thing. I can hear them saying that shit. Like, because like, what if we told them like, okay, you're obsessed with eating human because we taste like pork. Okay, but you could try something else though, and they'd be like, but like, why would I want to do that though? You know, why would well, buying a human is pretty cheap.
Energy and power they get from it though, like their health and all that stuff, and it's also just like a fucked up enjoyment thing for them. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
That's not true though. They'll give veganism to us, the little slaves at the bottom, so we can eat this shit. Those wealthy people are not vegan. They eat whatever the hell they want to eat. They want the most expensive, best quality shit that money can buy. Yet they want us to sacrifice, and they're the ones who come up with this shit because it's easier to produce, it's cheap to produce, and then they can just get some soybean shit that they and some chemicals and shit and mix it all together to make it look like me. And
don't they do the same with real meat?
And then you're paying more for the slop that has no nutrition in it than you would pay for the actual.
I mean, that's true. That's true. I don't even know who's making it, but I was just trying to say, don't they do the same thing with real meat? I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just having conversation. I'm not trying to be funny. Yeah.
Of course, yeah. No. There is an argument to be made that all meat now is just fake shit, which is true. And by fake shit, I think that means it just like has a lot of hormones in them, like all of the cows and chickens inside.
No, 3D printed. They've been 3D printing meat in the United States since 2014. You can look that up.
What's that mean?
Even on
3D
Google.
printing. What's that?
It's you get a machine and stuff that can replicate certain textures or physical materials and stuff, and it can replicate something
exactly
akin to like meat or something like this. You could like 3D print even a weapon if you wanted to as well. You just have to make sure you have the right materials in the machine.
It doesn't have the same nutrition as meat. It doesn't. I mean, there's so many macronutrients that are not in plant-based products. There is no plant-based collagen. There is no plant-based B12. There is no plant-based taurine. There's so many other things that I could go down a list about, but they don't care about the health, and many of them will say that explicitly. I don't care about health. Okay, well, I do. I do care, and I'm not going to take a whole bunch of supplements. It's even, and not only that, there's the anti-nutrients that is in plant-based products. that even if there are nutrient implants, the anti-nutrients will actually block that nutrition. The calcium, the well, not necessarily the vitamins, but more so the minerals. It will block your body's ability to absorb it, even if it is in a plant. So they don't know about nutrition. They don't know anything. They just virtually about ethics, but they don't know anything about health. They don't know anything about nutrition. They don't know anything about, well, they don't know even how to prepare their plant-based products. They just eat a whole bunch of slop and then tell you to eat it. Meanwhile, let me stop. See, I could sit up here and start bashing them and talk about their health outcomes, but I don't want to do that, because when I do that, then they make it seem like I'm the bully. But you guys are the ones who keep poking the bear. You have all these comments as if I can't respond to it because you think I don't have a response. But then when I do respond, then they all want to get triggered. They all want to cower, start crying about how I'm picking on these poor vegans.
Yeah, they always cry.
Because I used to have an anti-vegan channel, and I have all this information that I could pull up out the woodwork, but I don't talk about veganism. They come bothering me.
Yeah.
So don't come poking me and think I can't fucking respond. I can respond.
Honestly, no, I think you should talk about the health outcomes. At the end of the day and stuff, straight up, the only thing you're doing is basically spouting truth. The only reason why you sound annoyed and irritated as you're spouting the truth is because of how they're approaching you with their bullshit. So for you to respond the way that you do and stuff, it's completely justified. If they feel butthurt about it, it is what it is and stuff. Either accept the truth or not. The fact of the matter is, a lot of vegans are already delusional about what the fuck they are now, here and now, what they look in the mirror at. Every single day when they look in the mirror and stuff, you're not just looking at a vegan, you're looking at a natural omnivore. What were you before you were ever a vegan, before that concept ever came to you?
It's just,
what they'll say is that you're making appeal to nature, yet they make appeals to nature when they want to procreate. They say, oh, it's natural.
I don't understand vegans who have kids. Like, what if your kid doesn't want to be a vegan? Then what? Are you gonna shame them? Disown them? Like, what is gonna happen? Seriously, if your kid becomes a vegan?
Well, some of them have actually starved their children. There's been a couple of cases of vegans literally deleting their own children because they don't know anything about nutrition. Their children are malnourished. They think that they literally believe that we're overboard. So what they'll do is they'll go out into their lawn, chop the grass, put it in a fucking blender and feed it to their babies as if a baby can ferment grass the same way a cow can. These people are so fucking delusional. They actually believe that we're herbivores.
That is so fucked up. That is nuts. That is beyond fucked up.
I think existence just shouldn't be here. Nothing should be here because I don't like the fact, when I think about, I know how I understand life, okay, but just nothing should be here on some ephilism type shit because we're taking the life of another and it wouldn't be any different from our lives being taken to be a meal for something else because that's just how the game is. And I don't like that. Because now I understand that an animal is no different than me. I'm an animal, So that's how I look at it. I don't think anything should be here.
Humans have the potential to be more,
I am here, and while I am here, I'm going to get proper nutrition. I'm not going to perpetuate the cycle. I'm not going to create another generation of meat eaters, but I'm not going to sacrifice my health for something that doesn't even really do anything to benefit animals.
I understand.
Completely justifiable.
Yeah, that's actually I can't have any critiques against it because it's your life at the end of the day and you're not hurting anyone. It's not like you're in the factory farms hurting animals that no one is doing that here. So
well, it's that, but the main thing I think that should be focused on and highlighted based on what JC said is the fact that it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't literally solve the issue. That literally, if you become vegan and stuff like that, that literally you have protected at least a farm of animals, of cows or chickens or whatever. That's not true. That's not true. Those chickens and cows, those farms and stuff, they will still slaughter all of them and still feed them to the majority of people that are what? Omnivores, meat eaters.
Yeah.
It is what it is and stuff. You're never gonna stop that and stuff. And especially considering how vegans have approached trying to communicate their position to people throughout all these years. Yeah, it's like how long has it been? What, since the 90s? Like seriously. It's been probably since the 90s they've been going on about it. It had a fucking resurgence, back in like 2010, 2008 or something. But since then, like how has the impact been? And I think the only reason why it's being pushed now the way it has is because, as I said, with the Beyond the Meat stuff, have you guys looked into the ingredients on some of that stuff? Who do you think is behind that? Who do you guys think is behind that goy slop? It's that's why they're selling it to you. That's why it's so accessible. You can go into Walmart today and probably find some Beyond the Meat product or some vegan product. It's all part of the game. It's all
So
part
what's
of
the
the
difference between like the Beyond Burger and me eating like some Tyson chicken nuggets? I mean, yeah, the Tyson chicken nuggets are cheaper, but what's in that?
You might get iron from it. You'd probably get a bit more protein.
Bioavailable protein.
I mean, yes, it has the vitamins in it, but my whole point was just like it still has some type of weird. You know what I mean? Like they still put some weird shit in it.
Synthetic vitamins and inauthentic vitamins. But yeah, sorry, go ahead, Jay.
It's processed, sure, but it still came from something real.
Yeah.
But you have to understand how plants have their own anti-nutrients. They bind to iron, calcium, and other minerals that prevent you from over-consuming them. So that plant-based stuff that they're eating is why that's why they're, oh gosh, I don't want to start insult, because I used to do this, by the way, and that's why their teeth are the way they are. That's why their bone. That's why they have brittle bones. That's why they age so poorly. And that's why they have low energy. That's why their glucose is. They have these glucose spikes because they're getting all of these carbs. And they don't want to trace it back to their diet. They just think, oh well, I'm just aging. No, it's because of your diet.
Yeah. Not because you're aging.
That's hilarious that they think it's just aging. Oh yeah, I'm just aging.
No,
That's why I feel so exhausted every day.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Oh, what? I'm 30 years old and I'm aging. My fucking like bones are like weak as fucking. I'm 30. Yeah, right.
Have y'all seen Vegan Gains recently?
No.
Yeah.
Yes, he's aged like fucking sour milk.
Yeah.
Yikes. Is he losing hair? Is his skin really like, I don't know, like
no, he's
almost Botox?
No, his skin looks like it lost like shades of like his like.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I swear to God, and dude, he has like an inflated gut right now. He's fat.
Oh yeah, the bloating. Yeah, that's part of it. If you're eating like a lot of lectins and lentils and all that stuff, beans and shit. Yeah.
All those fucking lectins, and they got a leaky gut and shit.
Yeah.
A lot of them. Okay, I don't want to stop, because if I do this, they're going to say I'm bashing vegans. I used to sit up here and crack jokes, not on this channel, but I used to have another channel called Stop the Vegan Mafia, where I would just sit and talk shit and crack jokes about it. But I'm trying not to do that. But they think that I can't respond to them. I have so many jokes that are just waiting to pull out the boat. I can sit here and clown on them, but I don't do that. But they keep promoting me.
Yeah, exactly. No. Like, no. Vegans are so like. What else are they? They are so self-righteous too. Like they want to shame you for like doing like a lifestyle that you've been doing all your life, as if you had any control of like what your diet was when you were a kid. Your mom and dad would feed you shit that you probably are going to eat into adulthood. Like no one is born a vegan. Like no human is born a vegan. We're not. We have to train ourselves for that.
It starts with acceptance of the concept. No different to religion. The only way that you're able to accept that there's a God that looks out for you, that's benevolent and all that shit. And literally a lot of pastors will literally tell you that. Do you accept the Lord into your heart and all that? It's like you have to accept these things. So a lot of people tend to accept a lot of fugazi bullshit that they don't critically think about.
Yeah.
If they critically think about it, a lot of these concepts, religion or veganism, all fall apart. Critically analyze it and think about it, but no one ever wants to do that. Everyone wants to stay as a fucking subhuman. And I'll be honest, it's getting very fucking insufferable and annoying in 2026 to recognize that about majority of humanity, quote unquote.
Yeah, it's really dumb.
It's just the most cowardly movement I've ever seen, where you don't actually have to take a stand and fight against the system. You can just shame people for their diet. You're not going to fight the power structure. You're just going to, these poor animals. And then it's just like, okay. So now I'm going to be oppressed and I'm going to be hungry. So I would rather, if I'm going to be a slave, I would rather be a well-fed slave. That's how I see it. I'm going to be a slave with a full belly. I'm not going to be gassy. I'm not going to have a leaky gut. I'm not going to have rotten teeth, and I'm not going to age prematurely. I'm not going to have any of that shit. I'm going to get something out this shit. I'm going to get proper nutrition.
Amen.
But yeah, for you saying that you want proper nutrition, you know, all of a sudden that you know brings their ire, and they got to get all angry at you and be like, what? You want what's best for your nutrition and for your own body that you clearly know better than me because I don't fucking live inside your body with you know what I mean? It's just ridiculous, the whole thing.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. Yeah.
I guess I could see because I like playing devil's advocate. I guess I can see where they're coming from because it's kind of hypocritical. Like, okay, we're anti-natalists. We know we shouldn't bring humans here, but we're bringing other creatures here for us to consume. But I understand that we're already here, and like just because you stop eating, you know, some animals or whatever, that doesn't mean that the majority will stop. It's still going to keep going on. So it doesn't feel like it's making a dent. So, and yeah, I see where you're coming from. It's like it's not actually making a change.
Why do vegans procreate? They would never breed. They would never breed an animal into existence, but they have no problem breeding a human to existence.
Yeah.
The human did not
into a
just
corrupt
breed more
power
than the
structure.
animal did.
Yeah, the vegans that have kids, I don't agree with. I don't understand that. I genuinely don't understand that part.
Have kids, though. That's kind of the funny part. Most vegans are okay with like procreation, believe it or not, they are.
Well, that doesn't make sense then. That defeats the whole purpose of being a vegan. So that means, yeah, being a vegan because you don't want to eat animals.
So sorry.
No, that's all I had to say. Go on.
Well, yeah, no, I was just gonna say that I think it's also just because subconsciously a lot of them, especially since they're ultimately normies, like if you actually interact with them and you ask about their takes on things and stuff, and just to see how critically thought out they are, yeah, you kind of start to realize, oh wait, you're not that different. Like the only thing that you are is just, oh yeah, you're just like a vegan. So that's one of the main reasons why that they tend to still end up having children anyway, because I guess in their minds they view it as like, oh, I'm just a herbivore animal. I'm no different to like a deer or something. and that's why I'm choosing to procreate and bring other humans here and stuff to also be a herbivore like me, even though that's not very realistic at all. And you're probably going to have that baby on, you know, fucking cow's milk for a bit or something. But then again, I think a lot of these children too, unfortunately, are probably being raised on fucked up chemical scientific concoctions like formula, quote unquote. Ever since I was younger, I always thought that shit was weird. But yeah, now that I know more about that, yeah, no, I understand my fucking intuitive feeling about that was completely warranted. So I think, yeah, the whole thing is just an absolute mess, honestly. Especially just to consider the fact that they're also damaging their children at an early age with all that shit. And also the fact that they also likely agree and follow the establishment in terms of like medicines that they should be giving their infant basically as soon as they come out. They probably agree with all that bullshit too. So
yeah,
right.
They do.
And they'll say that you're anti-science. These are some of the most indoctrinated people ever. They believe whatever the government says about health. They go according to the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics. Yep. They will make all these appeals to authority. Everything is based on a logical fallacy. They'll claim that you're making a logical fallacy, yet they make logical fallacies all the time. They will accuse you of speciesism while they're the real species. Yeah. Why is it that all animals on the planet are allowed to consume their natural diet except humans? Why they're not going to condemn a lion, they're not going to condemn dogs, they're not going to condemn any other animal besides the human. So basically is anti-human speciesism. Only,
It's that.
only,
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
only the human must forgo his natural diet. The human has an ethical duty, but animals don't. So because you have superior intellect, you're supposed to be punished for it. Your superior intellect is something to be taxed. You must suffer, you must go without, you must consume a nutritionally deficient diet and take supplements because you're more intelligent. That makes no sense.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was actually going to add on and say. I think it's mainly because the vegans, they view humanity as like, it's like this thing where it's like they view us as low, but then at the same time we're also superior. It's this weird fucked up cognitive dissonance they have going on.
Yeah,
that's the whole reason why they want people to convert to veganism, because they're like, oh, well, you have a human brain that can think and empathize and have emotions and all these things. You should be able to make the change, right? So because that we have a brain like that, and because the lion has a brain where it's just mainly a predator and it seeks after flesh because that's the only way it can live, and it doesn't have critical thought like a human, that's why they're like, no, I expect you as a human being to make that decision or change or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And it's coming from a thought process of viewing humanity as like a superior thing to your standard lion or something like this, at least psychologically anyway, within the brain.
Yeah. And also OE has said something here. It comes down to appeal to nature versus appeal to emotions. Problem for vegans is that nature is a brute fact and emotions are completely subjective. Yes, that's the whole thing about that, is that like our emotions to like animal suffering, while valid, it's entirely subjective. It is like there is no command in nature to say you must care about the suffering of even humans or of animals. We choose that. I chose that. I care about both, but like still, there is no commandment or like ethical duty somewhere out there in like the abstract realm.
I do want to just hear this because that way it can make sense to me. So, eating humans is okay, even if it wasn't a human eating a human, it is okay because that's the game here. We need our nutrition, and we are nutritious. We are a meal. We are a meal. We are in a predator versus prey world, and we can be predator or we can be prey. So if somebody wanted to eat us or something wanted to eat us, that is okay. That's just how it goes. Right?
Yeah.
No,
as long as it's not the same species. Human on human cannibalism is not right. That goes against nature. But if that's subjective. Wait, because you said it's not right. What do you mean objectively? Objectively? Yeah, cannibalism. Yeah. Because any animal that cannibalizes itself and stuff, it causes damage to them. Like long term, they can't just keep cannibalizing the same. Yes, right. Yeah. You can't cannibalize your same species. You can't do that for long.
Cannibalism actually has bad effects. Unlike eating other species of animals, eating your own species can actually do damage to you.
Yep. To you mentally or like actually like physically to your actual body?
It's not just eating your own species.
I'm not trying to be funny, by the way, Jay. I'm not trying to be funny. I'm actually genuinely curious.
In nature, carnivores don't generally consume other carnivores. A lion is not going to eat a cheetah. A lion is not going to eat a jaguar. They just don't do that because they consume other animals.
They don't?
It's not good meat. That's why they only eat herbivores.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, the lions never eaten a. There has to have been like there.
No. They kill each other. They do kill each other, but they don't eat each other.
So humans eat each other because of like a mental thingy.
They kill a hyena, but they're not going to eat it.
So humans that kill, it's just so humans are doing it because they mentally can do. Like it's just their mental, like because they can think that way, and they're sadistic like that.
It's not good meat. It's full of toxins.
Mm-hmm.
Human meat's full of toxins. Well, that makes sense.
It's full of heavy metals. It's full of all. I mean, I don't know. It's not the same quality as an herbivore.
Yeah, human meat is full of toxins. That's because most people like what smoke and drink, right? That goes directly to our bloodstream. It does, and we have fucking plastics inside our blood anyway. So if you're gonna eat a human, you're still eating like very bad meat in general.
Especially medical inoculation as well and stuff, with the jabs and stuff, that also fucks with the quality of the meat too.
You can also develop a type of a disease from eating human meat. It's called cholera. It's kind of like yeah,
that's so weird. So would that happen with any animal? Like, let's say they did eat their own. So they would just develop a disease. That's interesting to me. Why don't we develop a disease from eating other animals?
Wait, remember the whole mad cow disease thing in the early 2000s?
Mad
I
cow
think
disease.
so.
Yeah, they were feeding cows a bit of like their own, basically,
Yeah, they
What
were.
happened?
as like an
Wait, what
experiment.
happened to the cows? What happened to the cows?
They became diseased. If you ate any of the cows that were cannibalizing their own or being fed their own, they weren't choosing to do that. Yeah, no, you would get sick. You would get some sort of fucked up viral disease from the early 2000s. I don't remember too much about it because I was a child. It was 2003, but yeah.
I'm confused. So they must have like cures or something. So when people are cannibalizing, especially the rich, they must be eating people that haven't been infected with vaccines and shit or something. Or have never smoked or.
It's 50. It varies. It's hard to know for certain because, like, I
Because then
mean,
they'd be diseasing themselves, so they have to have cures.
yeah. Well, like, I mean, if you look at some of these politicians, you can see how they're falling apart. If you look at a lot of these politicians, you can see how they're falling apart, like a Joe Biden and all that stuff. His psychology's fucked. And it's probably because of what he's been consuming. It's also probably what he's seen and been through. That's part of it too. And also age. But it's also what he's been consuming as well.
Why would they do that? I don't get it. That doesn't make sense. They're smarter than that. They have to be. Like, why would
well, no,
y'all don't have any cures? Yeah, they're monsters, but they can't. I mean, come on.
They don't give a fuck. They just want what they want. Why do you think they like to violate people? If any of us were to give them the opportunity in a dark alleyway, yeah, they're gonna do it. They're monsters like that. If they have any opportunity to violate something, they're gonna do it.
But wouldn't they be smart enough to be like, okay, like we're gonna eat people, but don't worry, like this will fuck us up, but we got something to prevent us from becoming diseased. Because like, why would you want to? What would be the point of doing that? I don't get the satisfaction. I don't get it.
Hidden knowledge, hidden gnosis. They know why they do what they do.
Yeah, they're evil. They
Sorry, I'm on an elevator. Can y'all even hear me still?
Yeah, we can.
Oh shit, it didn't go out. That just doesn't make sense. This is a big ass bag. This off my back. Because this doesn't make sense to me. It's like, okay, you're evil, but like, why are you dumb though? Like you're an evil idiot. Yeah. You're going to disease your body.
Like, I mean, look at how they've arranged our lives. Like, I mean, they can't be that dumb. They can be restarted in some ways, but they're not completely restarted. That would be really dumb to sleep on your enemy like that. They're smarter than they appear.
I found the answer. The reason that most carnivores don't eat other carnivores is because carnivorous meat is high in uric acid.
Yep.
Oh, good point. Yep.
It's not palatable.
It's not. Exactly. So that's why we usually eat, us humans, that's why we also eat like herbivores mainly, right? Like cows, chickens.
True, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't
do. That's true. People don't eat lions or bears?
They do, but it's not common. Like they do. Like if you're gonna live in Alaska, you're gonna eat a moose faster than a bear. Than grizzly bear. If you live in and fish are like a whole other thing. Like they're not carnivores. They just eat dead bodies. They're scavengers mainly. So are lobsters. So we can eat those all day. But when it comes to carnivores, we can't really eat those all day because they have an acid inside their meat because of the meat they also consume, and they eat a bacteria, parasites. Yeah, like I don't think you'll ever see a person eating a Komodo dragon anytime soon unless they're fucking starving.
Yeah. And even so, I don't think it would be very good because I do remember hearing with bears and stuff, one of the main reasons why many people who live in areas where they hypothetically could hunt and eat a bear, the reason why they don't do it is because, the meat is just absolutely riddled with parasites because of how the bears live out in the wilderness. They're eating a bunch of things that are filled with parasites, fishes, berries, so on and so forth. So, yeah.
Well, you're eating alligators?
Well, that's more rare to eat alligators, even though it's a common occurrence. I wouldn't say they eat it every day, though. I think
exactly.
I think people who eat alligators more often than not eat regular meat, like a steak and chicken and beef. So I don't think they can have alligators here and there, or even snakes. Some people eat snakes. It's fucking disgusting, but still, I don't think they're eating snake every day. I don't think they would choose alligator over a fried chicken. I don't think that they're gonna choose that over the other option. So yeah. It's just a very, very screwed up world. Like I think Ra's al Ghul said it best, saying that it's just suffering all around. You can't solve it other than just stop procreating. Because if you don't bring anyone here, who's going to like feel pain? No one is. No one. Sure, someone else might bring them in, but like at least you don't have to add to it, And I think anti-natalism could solve more than veganism, because like veganism just stops at animal procreation. What if more vegans want more like children, which they do?
Yeah, most vegans are just not good at systems level thinking. That's what it comes down to.
Yes, they're not.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah,
they're not good at it because, like, as I said, they're literally using the fucking. They're using civilization and technology to import their foods. Like, yeah, like they're importing like fucking what's that fruit from Thailand that's smelly but sweet? Adorian fruit. Yeah. Adorian fruit. You think a person in Montreal is gonna have that grown in his garden? No, he's going to import that. He's gonna buy it at the store. And that fucking plane has to go all the way from Thailand to fucking California and then Montreal. Do you realize how much like fuel exhaust is being wasted there? A lot.
Mm-hmm. It's spewed into the atmosphere.
It's fucking polluting our planet. So no,
Bring me
vegans are
back.
not helping the environment at all.
Shit, I got disconnected. I knew it. What were you guys talking about?
Have you read Reza Negarstani's Cyclopedia? He talked about how we're living in a petroleum-based economy.
Yeah, we are. It's almost like that oil is alive. Oil is like
Yes,
Yo, imagine if we were all together, bro. Like, never mind. That'd be so dope if we were all together outside, like camping or something.
Yeah, it would be cool. Yeah, but Reza, that's a guy. He's from Iran, I believe. Yeah, he's very interesting. He was once a I think he's either now a speculative realist or he's something else now. I don't know what he is, but he's interesting though. Avian, yeah, I like him too. There's a lot of good modern philosophers who kind of like take the question into other areas, like him. He does. Dugin, Alexander Dugin. Do you know him, Avian? Dugin?
Yeah, I know that. Dugin, yes.
Dugin, yeah, I think he's interesting too. Even though I don't agree with everything he says, I think he has some points about like the West and like a type of like because he's also influenced by Heidegger. Avian Dugin is actually a Heidegger scholar in Russia, and he claims that the West is like very corrupt, it's too rationalistic, Napoleon, it's dependent on like convenience, rationalism, technocratic. Yeah.
It's very interesting stuff. Yeah, I think it was more of a multipolar world, but I don't think that will necessarily make things better. Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it would be better than the world we're in now. Though I don't.
Yeah, relatively it would be better. Yeah, relatively speaking, it would be better.
Yeah, though I don't think a world should even exist in the first place. Though that's my thing with Dugin.
Imagine if we could never yeah, this is a prison. It's like, what if we were just orbs? Like, what if we were just energy flying around? God, can you imagine?
What if we're just bags of like air and void and walking around? Like we're just like shifting perceptions of like each other, right? We don't have a self, but we still like shift everywhere. It's very, very crazy.
Yeah, no, there is definitely a precedent to indicate that we are some kind of electric energy being and stuff. The fact that like if you rub your hand on like your pants or whatever for a bit and stuff and touch your arm or something and stuff, you might zap yourself, and then also the fact that like frequencies can work either to your detriment or even to heal you. You can even look into that. There's frequencies that can actually help clear your mind if you're going through an anxious moment. And I actually know this to be true. I actually found a really good YouTube channel that plays 432 hertz and it's like a pure tone. And there's been moments where I've been in my own head and stuff like that. And I actually play that, literally sit in it for like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, no other thing going on. And yeah, no, it will help. It actually will help. So that's another indicator to me that it's like the frequency stuff that, oh yeah, we are some kind of energetic being, because the fact that a frequency like that would have that much of an impact on us, it's like, yeah. And also just the environment overall, like even animals like that shit too. That's why, like, if you've seen videos of people playing certain instruments, especially in beautiful ways, especially if it's like an orchestral instrument, like a what's the one? Oh yeah, like a cello or something like this. I remember seeing, or even sometimes even a violin. Yeah, sometimes cows or even elephants, even like literally animals from all across the world will sometimes stop and just look over and listen, and or even will come up to you as you're playing the music. It's because of the frequency it's giving off.
There's this interesting guy here. I talked to him. He has some interesting Gnostic views. Let me just describe it in like 2-3 minutes. So he claims that initially there was a spirit sphere, and there were like multiple divine beings where they were gazing to the center. Then there was a hole or perforation in the spirit sphere, and one of the spirits betrayed the origin. You know, the origin is the spirit sphere, and he left that perforation, causing the spirit sphere to invert, and people's gaze are oriented away from the center now. And that spirit that escaped is the demiurge, and it plasmates and shapes forms in the deceptive world of matter. The world of matter is like separate from the origin, but it's eternal too. So then he's like shaping and the forms, and in order to, like, you know, for the evolution of the demiurge, he enchained the spirits from the spirit sphere, from the origin, to the primates, the pasu he calls it, and by doing that, it can bring about his iteliki or something, you know. So the reason why I'm mentioning that is because this is a kind of dualism. It's influenced by the Cathars. It comes from this guy named Nimrod D. Rosario. I don't entirely accept the metaphysics, but I'm saying that there's something very appealing about it, though. It's a dualistic metaphysics where matter and spirit are separate. You know, they don't require each other and stuff, but it kind of makes sense. It resolves the problem of evil. I have a serious problem with monotheism, because in monotheism, God created Satan, right? But in Zoroastrianism, Ahura Mazda was not responsible for the creation of Ahriman. So I think Christianity and Islam are kind of stupid, you know, like philosophically speaking, because of what is called the Epicurean paradox. The Epicurean paradox. Because why would God create Satan? Why would God even create the problems in the first place? So yeah. So I do think.
What if God's like What if there's a God? What if God is basically like the nigga that created GTA 5? Like, what if? Because like, you know how people like to play people like to play GTA 5, and it's like, imagine if the NPCs were actually conscious, like Ryan Reynolds and Free Guy, and they like one of them awakened because of all the bullshit that was going on in there that just made no sense. Like they in traffic and then they randomly just get shot and their car gets stolen, or they just get yanked out, and it's like, yo, it's so much negativity, and they somehow the NPC awakens conscious in the video game, like how me and you guys have, because this. And I think the creator would laugh, wouldn't they? Like the one that created this video game, it's like, yo, like we made the game so fucked up that even the NPCs in the game started asking, like, what the fuck is going on? I feel like this is reality.
Well, yeah, like, I mean, the thing that created this reality is definitely malevolent. There's no two ways about it. It's not it's not benevolent in any way. It's not.
Yeah. It's just very
And honestly, I think the uncanny thing actually about with what you mentioned there about GTA 5 is that apparently for GTA 6, one of the main reasons why it's taken so long to come out, that's one of the things they've been trying to flesh out, is that they said that if you were hypothetically to waste time in GTA 6 and observe a specific NPC, apparently they do have certain patterns and things that they'll do, almost as if they're a real sentient being. Because they're using AI as well. I'm pretty sure GTA has mentioned that they're using like proper AI to help make the experience more authentic, more real. So they've used AI for the NPCs in that game to give realistic responses and reactions. Yeah, it's uncanny. Welcome to the fucking future.
That'd be amazing, because then you'll see, I mean, it'll just, people will show their ass like they already do in GTA 5, but it'll really show They're no different than God of this reality, the creator. It's like, okay, like if we make these sentient beings, I mean, if we make these things in the video game seem very sentient, like how y'all are in real life, how are you going to treat them? Like, what if it really was alive? What if you're playing a video game and that graphic was actually alive? Like this, whatever the hell it is. What if it really was conscious in some type of way? How would you treat it? What would you do to it? Would you like to watch it suffer? Would you like to put it through horrific shit? What would you do? What would you do? I'm actually asking you guys, what would you do? If you were playing GTA 5 or GTA 6 or any video game and the character that you were playing, or you could watch NPCs and they were somehow conscious in the fucking game, like they were just like you, they're there. What would you do to that thing? Would you watch it? Would you put obstacles in its way to make its life harder? What would you do?
I think the big caveat here is just that for a lot of people, they would view it as like, oh, well, since it's a video game, it's not actually real. So even if the characters or the side characters' responses are kind of realistic, but they're not entirely because it's happening on a screen, for a lot of people, yeah, that takes them out of it morally and they can be however they want. That's why people love Grand Theft Auto. That's why it's the biggest gaming, but not even just gaming franchise, just biggest like franchise in terms of like, or product. There you go. It's just the most lucrative product in this whole reality, Grand Theft Auto, believe it or not. But there's legitimate stats to fucking back what I'm saying. Like the amount that GTA 5 has sold, just financial, is nuts. And if you're considering how much GTA 6 is about to sell, that's what I mean. It's like, yeah.
That's just gonna get like 1 billion fucking views in a day, bro. It's gonna get 1 billion views in a day when GTA 6 comes. People are crazy, bro. They're like, bro, my fucking friend passed away, bro. They'll never get to see GTA 6. I'm like, yo, is that serious, bro? Like, is that serious?
People, yeah.
It's just a video game. People are like, bro, I need another cope, bro. I go to work every fucking day and get high and get drunk, bro. And I've been playing GTA 5 and all these video games. I need my GTA 6 so I never leave my fucking house ever. Ever.
Yeah, that's the idea. Especially with the Hanta coming. Trust, those that rule this whole societal structure shit, they know exactly what the fuck they're doing. That's all I can say. Just wait until we get to December and November. Watch. Because that's the same time where GTA 6 is going to come out. Well, no, the war's still going on, and that's going to continue. It probably finishes probably in 2028 or 2029. They'll, finally be like, fuck it, we're tired of holding back. We want Solomon's Temple over there in the Middle East and stuff. Fuck it, let's just send all the bombs down. But yeah, they're one way or another, they're gonna get that shit. And while they're doing that shit, they're gonna do a similar thing to what they did to us 6 years ago. They'll try to do something like that again. And of course, it will work out perfectly and especially lucratively for the product, the massive project, or not project, but the mega product that is GTA 6 and stuff. It'll work out perfectly for them because if they have another event similar to, the Convid, yeah, everyone will be at home, right? So everyone's at home and everyone picked up gaming back in 2020 and stuff like that with the Nintendo Switch and all that. It's like, if you don't think people are going to do that again, especially when a game as big as GTA 6 comes out and stuff, it's like, of course they're going to do that. And on top of that, they'll have the perfect excuse because, you got to be at home. You got to protect others. You can't be outside right now.
If GTA comes out, people are going to be more okay with being slaves at their jobs because they'll have something to come home to. That's actually going to make it worse, dude.
That's over with. I'm telling you, 2027 or 2028, watch how many people get laid off. Even common workers, retail workers, all of it. Watch. They don't really need that. I actually remember finding a stream. I should try to get the specific link for that. But straight up on YouTube right now, there's a AI Android company that is literally, I think it's probably Amazon based. But they literally have an Android right now. You can go to the live stream, and they have different names. The few that I've seen, one was called Gary, and the other one was named Rose. But yeah, it's these androids. Literally, if you ordered anything on Amazon, it's them managing it. They have a live stream showing you androids, no humans, just all androids, looking through the products, making sure everything's good, sliding it down the line, looking at the other product, flipping it over, sliding it down the line. They're not going to need retail. They're really not. This is like the last year people will be able to make money at their jobs comfortably. 2027 and your ass is on the chopping block. It just is. You're probably not going to keep your job.
I mean, you know what? Humans are so backwards. Like, if AI takes her job and it doesn't become a conscious, sentient thing like us, and it's really just some fucking parts that doesn't become conscious, then what's the problem with them taking our jobs? I mean, okay, the whole point of existence is trying to survive. And that's why rich people have had slaves and why they're doing what they do. You know, it's because they don't want to do the hard work. They don't want to put in the hard work when it comes to survival. They want someone else to do that shit for them. So creating robots is basically having these niggas take care of survival for us so us animals can fucking just live freely. But I know that they don't give a shit about us having freedom. So I really want to know what the fuck they're making robots for. Like, it's like, if they're going to take our jobs, yeah, but then it's like, okay, they replace the jobs, but who's going to have enough money if they don't have a job?
Like, well, fully. Then your freedoms are going to be completely gone because...
Wait. They don't need robots at jobs. They just need robots for themselves personally. Like, why would they need robots at jobs if they don't need us anymore? What?
Because it'll make it easier to depop like the whole planet. Because they don't have enough money, they won't have enough to eat. There will be a false food shortage coming. That'll be part of the next pandemic, if you will. Trust. They have, like, they know what they're doing. They've done this before. Even in the Ukraine with the Holodomor, they've done this before. They have. And they have the perfect dictator type character.
Because if you're completely dependent on them, then they're going to dictate everything. They're going to be spying on you. They're going to control your language. They're going to police your behavior.
I mean, they're already doing it. I told you about the gang stalk and shit. It's already happening. This is happening. It's already going on.
But it'll be more normal. It'll be more normalized. Everyone will be going through it. That's the difference. It won't be hidden. It won't be a conspiracy. It will just be happening to everyone. But yeah, go ahead, Jay.
They're going to force you to get vaccinated. They're going to control what you're able to eat, what you're allowed to read. You're going to have to you're going to have to conform for everything just to get their universal basic income. So
dude, that means people that are, oh my God.
Do you want to be controlled like that by some assholes who are, dictators?
Nope.
It's too late, man. It's too late. No, I don't, but shit. That means people are going to be having kids. Yo, it's going to continue. People are going to have kids in a system like that, and they're just going to make their kids think it's normal that they have to obey and be monitored and surveillanced. And
I think that's going to slow down, though. Yeah, go ahead.
That's part of what I was trying to say earlier. They were trying to make it seem like I'm oppressing people by not procreating, but no, they're oppressing me because they want to protect their children. They're going to willingly accept the mark of the beast, and they're going to expect everybody to do it to save their children. So they're going to hold their children hostage, and then they're going to blame me because I'm holding out because I want to resist. I'm going to be the reason that their children starve, and I'm going to get blamed for it.
That part. Yep. That's how ugly it's going to get. Yep. They have the perfect calling card to force niggas to do what they want,
Yeah. I put this piece of peanut butter on the ground just to watch the ants around it.
And then at that point, there's not going to be any need to convince people to go vegan because they're going to force you to go vegan. They're going to have their little fake chemically laden slop and force feed you because that's all you're going to be able to eat. So at this point, whether you're vegan or not is going to be irrelevant because you're only going to be able to eat what they feed you.
Cook.
So bye freedom of choice. You're not going to be able to go to McDonald's. You're not going to be able to eat chicken nuggets. You're going to get their vegan slop.
It's the amount of people that defend these motherfuckers. I think it's because of conditioning. It's because
well, definitely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. This is years of setup, years of giving you religion and being like, yeah, no, be a Christian, be a Muslim, yes. Build up to this moment where we're at right now. It's all built to this.
When I said that I'm being gang stalked, what would you say the mindset of the stalkers is? The ones that are like perfectly okay with
just
being
obedient. Huh? Yeah, just to try to they're trying to incite despair, worry, all the just negative emotion. That's what they want from you. They want you to feel scared.
I know what they want from me. I know what they want. I know what they want from me. I meant like, because I've always been trying to understand, even though I could literally just look this shit up and I've already looked it up. It's just, I'm always shocked. Why am I still shocked at this? Like, the humans that bootlick, bro. This whole planet is full of bootlickers, bro. It's like, it's scary, dude. It's scary. What I mean, it's like, cause like, I don't understand. Like, when I see the military, when I see the army, when I see, just like when I see all these like soldiers and like these people that their brains, like they don't look like they're there, bro. There's nothing. They're just a fucking robot. It's like there is no soul or whatever the hell we are is in there. It's like, what are they, dude? Like, what the?
Automatons, subhumans. I don't know. There's a myriad of things you can call them. Golem, I think, is another thing that our our enemies would also call them. Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. It's like, I wish they saw the bigger picture. It's like you're hurting your own species, man. But I know they don't give a shit because it's like, I don't know. What do you think? Okay, let me ask you. Yeah, money.
It's money
but
and status. That's what they want. That's why they do it. That's why there's soldiers right now in the Middle East helping the United States and the IDF right now. Why? Money. And also, they also believe that maybe some of the really, really naive, ignorant, gullible types that are, soldiers and stuff, some of them might actually think they're fighting for the right reasons. But I think any of them that are actually deployed out there, there's no way that they're seeing what the fuck is actually happening. And they're like, yeah, I'm doing the right thing. There's no way.
Like, how do you convince a bunch of, I don't know, how do they convince people to do the Holocaust? How do people, I don't know, they just, if you have authority, if you dress a certain way, you act a certain type of way, you act like you know what the fuck you're talking about, and you got a bunch of people standing behind you, I guess people are more likely to just listen to you because, I don't know. I don't know. If you don't listen to them, then reality collapses. It's like none of it was real. So. Well,
yeah, it's because they have the keys to quote unquote reality as we know it now. That's why it seems like, reality is ending if they don't get their way. Exactly. They're like little fucking dickhead children, but they control all of our lives and our jobs and how much money we make and what we have to pay for rent. But they're dickheads at the top. They think like that, where it's like, if you guys aren't going to give us what we want on our time, on our agenda, then yeah, we're going to make your guys' life fucking pain and genuine suffering. You guys are going to hate your lives until you guys give us what we want. Yes. That is who's ruling over humanity. Absolutely. That type of energy. Yeah.
It makes sense why
I don't think anyone has full control anymore. And the thing is that the system, the technical system, in a sense, has infected people's minds and it just made things way worse. It is technicized too and stuff. So I think the issue is more with the system. It creates the very complications it claims it can solve. Also, no one is in full control, and we're dealing with Homo mechanicus now, like Homo mechanicus. Yeah, Homo mechanicus.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. It's just crazy that nature dominated. It's so crazy they don't see the beauty and the beauty and emotional intelligence. It's like it's so crazy how that's so dismissed because it's like nature is dominating it. Like I don't know, like they're letting the ancient, lowest, primitive parts of us are still active today, more now so than ever, and it just wants to dominate everything forever, and it doesn't want to grow up and just, I don't know, share the world. I don't know. It's just,
I don't know. Not all of us have this psychology. I most certainly do not. I have studied humanity's enemy thoroughly, and I can tell you, I no correlation. Like I'm actually baffled by some of the shit they've done to just everything, environment, to people, everything. They perverted everything. They've ruined everything. They've ruined your and everyone on this panel and everyone in the chat and potentially watching the stream. They've ruined all of our genetics, all of our DNA. Straight up. It's all been polluted because of all the decisions they've made and stuff with the spraying of the skies, the polluting of the food, the jabbing of medicines into food without telling you, the giving you synthetic meats and things like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's a proper not concerted, but thoughtful attack by them. Like they know exactly what they're doing. There's no like, I didn't know that this would cause medical issues in society if we continued to feed them this or give them this or greenlight that product. And you know what I mean? It's like they know what they're doing. Things could be better. There are and the reason why we know this too is because there's certain herbal medications, certain herbal lotions or shampoos and so, you know what I mean? Things like this. But instead, those aren't the things that are promoted for human health and life and longevity. Those are not the things immediately promoted. It's all this other commercialized products,
I would say that they make things worse. Definitely. I definitely agree with you on that. But even if they were gone, these problems would still persist. Like
for sure,
state highways. interstate highways were initially made for defense reasons, for war purposes. Then they were repurposed for civilian use. Same with the internet. Same with, a lot of technology that was once considered conspiracy is now being acknowledged as real. Stuff like directed energy weapons. They're real. Directed energy weapons. Yeah, lots of crazy stuff are coming out. The point is things will just get worse. It's better mankind goes extinct. I agree with everyone here about that. I would prefer mankind to go extinct. Yeah, I don't think there is a future for this species beyond killing itself and increasing suffering more. That's the thing that's going to happen. Now we're creating something that could decouple from us. If we create AGI, artificial general intelligence, that's going to decouple from us. It's going to make things worse. It's like creating something above us in the food chain. That's basically what we're doing. We're creating something above us in the food chain. And it's just, there are a lot of problems. You could fill volumes of books, from all the issues that are happening now and stuff. It's just best not to have kids. This species is a very violent, sadistic one, and no one is not going to get better on this. It's not going to get better.
Of all the places we could have ended up in the universe or whatever this is, like I can't get over the fact that this randomly just happened. It's like it's such a crime in the cosmos. I don't think anything that's emotionally intelligent in the universe could. Let's say that there was like an entity like that. Like, what business would it even have in a universe like this that creates evil? Like, how would it ever be able to defeat it when it's like emotional intelligence comes from how do I word this? You got to get by yourself and you got to question everything outside of what everyone else is telling you. And so it's like, how could an entity have the power to like change things when it's like there's always going to be evil popping up everywhere? Like how can you do it? How? You got to have some type of Harry Potter powers, bro. Like, I don't know how to word it.
The children of the being you're referring to, God, whatever you want to call it. I like to call it, honestly. no different to Pennywise the clown, honestly, because it is ultimately a clown. The creator of this place is a clown, but that's besides the point. Point is that if you pay attention to how it's quote unquote children, its chosen ones here on Earth among us that kind of look like us, but they're not like us, act and how they behave. Yeah, they're no different to their daddy in that way and stuff. It's all intentional and stuff. The inciting of certain negative emotions and all that. Yes, if there is a God and stuff like that, yes, all the emotions we feel and stuff like that. You want to talk about being emotionally intelligent? That thing is technically, quote unquote, the most emotionally intelligent. Why? Because it created emotion. God, even in the Bible, says that I create the light and the good. I created good and evil. He didn't lie. He kept it real.
It just didn't. It's like you created good and evil, but you didn't give power to the good to defeat the evil. You just wanted to watch evil keep on defeating the light and snuffing it out.
Well, this is inherently an evil reality and stuff. And I think the thing that this creature enjoyed about fucking creating this place is that it could throw in authentic, real, genuine, sensitive beings like myself or you or so on and so forth into a place like this. Why? Because it would be suffering to be here when you're a being like myself and stuff, where I want things to be good and ideal. And that's why we think and talk about the subject matters we do, especially on the homie LA's channel here. We do ideally want an ideal world that makes sense, that's logical, that is not unjust and stuff, but it will never happen. Why? Because those that run this whole thing, and then on top of that, the shit that they also worship on top of that, neither of those things want anything that's just. They just want what's just for them and what's fun for them. What gives them the power trip and all that. That's all they care about. That's it. Because they view us as less. They view us as like nothing.
I guess a lot of metaphysical questions, which is difficult to get into, like what is the intrinsic nature of reality? I don't think you can create something out of nothing. I don't think that's possible.
Something has to come from nothing. How could there have always been something? How could there have always been something? That means there was always something. There was never ever nothing. How could there have? These are questions I can't answer. I'm not an entity, like how could there have always been something in the universe or whatever this is? How could there have ever been just something? And then that's something.
It's hard to know for sure. I'll be honest. I feel like that's one of those things that if you want to know 100%, yeah, you got to die now. Basically, if you really want to know, like, yeah, that's the only way. But yeah, either which side you stand on, especially while you're living and having the conversation, I don't think either side is bad to necessarily think, that, oh no, nothing did come from something and something did, you know what I mean? Like, it's fine, because it's hard to know for certain. No one can necessarily prove to the contrary that either side is correct, for sure. Anyway.
I mean, this goes back to the kind of stuff Parmenides argued, the pre-Socratics, and also Heraclitus maybe, but yeah. But anyway, the point I want to make is that I would say there are different. Anti-natalism could be justified in many different ways. The way I justify it is mainly looking at the human species and it's the direction of our civilization. And overall, it's negative. It's bad for us. Our autonomy. It destroys communal integrity. It destroys biodiversity, and it's not going to change. It's just going to get worse. That's because and so I say mankind. It's best mankind goes extinct. I mean, at this point, I really like really, it's not
the whole planet has to go. Bloop has to go.
No, I mean the planet can stay. I'm not willing to extend
this. Why would the planet stay? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Well, because let me tell you why.
The planet's indifferent. It just exists. It just is what it is. Like, the planet isn't thinking. It's not trying to be malevolent. It just is. Like, if you're out in nature, you'll see it. There's things in nature that are wonderful. There's certain berries and fruits and things like that you can have where you're like, oh yeah, this is great and stuff. And hell, even if you're someone who is a meat eater, even if you were to do that, it's like even nature will provide that for you. And on paper, while you're out there and stuff on your little camp, it can seem great until the bear or the cougar and so on and so forth shows up, when reality shows up. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, even if that predator does get you and rip you apart and all that stuff, it's not like nature is like over there smiling in the corner being like, ha, at least that human got by my bear or something. It's like, no, it's just like, oh, well, yeah, I guess an animal just slaughtered another animal. It is what it is. There'll be another one. It'll happen again at some other point. You know what I mean? Like, nature doesn't care. It doesn't even think, as far as we know.
You need to watch the cartoon. You need to watch the movie that came out you need to just watch that movie that came out. I forget what it's called. Hooter, something. It's literally the movie is so good. The animation is good. I mean, it literally is like a cartoon PG, but it's like telling us about how humans are destroying the environment for us and the animals and shit. But the way it was done, it's a good movie. It's a popular one that came out. It starts with the H. You guys got to watch it. It's basically, and it basically showed
it's that Disney
Hoppers.
movie.
You saw it. Okay, you saw it.
No, I didn't see it. No, I'm just familiar with what it is, honestly.
And they basically put a human's conscience in, like, they're in an animal or like a robot.
Yeah, human consciousness transfer. Yeah.
Yeah, to see what it's like to be an animal. Yeah, to see what it's like to be a different creature. To see how humans are treating them.
Let me make my point clear. Is that let's say mankind vanished. Which is what we all want. Let's say mankind.
It's not just humans. The whole planet should do it.
But I'm not willing to extend judgment to the whole planet or other beings. Let me tell you why. Because 20 million years in the future, maybe the organisms, the populations will evolve, and they will have more harmonious community, more honorable communities. Like.
Whoa. You're confusing me. We know the planet's about predator versus prey. Why would you want a bunch of creatures that aren't as conscious as we are, which humans still ain't even this fucking conscious, to continue doing the spiral? Why would you want anything to stay alive here? Why would you want the ants to still be here searching for food just to get fucked up, stepped on? Like, why do you want this whole thing to keep going?
Right.
Why?
Yeah, but I'll tell you why. Because I support human extinction, but I don't extend that to other animals. I'll tell you why. Because I'm a Buddhist. We have different metaphysics. There is no creator god in Buddhism. Just like in Mahayana, and I'm a Mahayana Buddhist, to be precise, not Theravada. But there's no creator god. It's just about the cycles of rebirth. You can end the cycle now by meditating. Or if you go into the signless or emptiness, you can purify the repository consciousness, and then you end rebirth or something like that. But the point I want to make is that the reason I'm not willing to extend it to animals or other future hypothetical beings is because the moral dimension is different, because it depends on your metaphysics, depends on what you believe. So yeah, I'm not going the Legatian route. I have read a lot of Thomas Legati. I read Peter Wetzel Zapif, but I do kind of diverge from them. in the sense that, you know, I'm a human being. So when I talk about human beings and whether or not they should persist or not, I feel like I have more justification, stronger argument. But when it comes to the internal sensory world of other beings, you know, non-humans, I feel like, you know, that's a little bit trickier, you know what I mean? So I would say that just human beings go extinct, that's good enough for me, you know. That's what I am. You know, I dislike humanity, you know what I mean? You see, if you can tell, I dislike humanity a lot. I would say I'm a low-key misanthrope, but not to the point where I take glee in the suffering of others. I'm not a sadist, you know what I mean? I'm not a sadist.
I would try to save. I understand. I would try to save other animals because they can't save themselves. It's a really sad existence watching animals birth more of their young. They're not intelligent enough to understand where they're at and what they're doing and the harm that's about to come. It's just a stupid cycle with all these creatures existing. It's just really stupid. If they're all just gonna die.
For sure, I get both perspectives, but personally, just the way I say it, just quickly to say, I don't know, if I was hypothetically a god in this example and just like overwatching this stuff, like I understand getting rid of humans mainly just because I incarnated and lived here as a human and got to observe and analyze human behavior and all that stuff, right? But in terms of animals and stuff and seeing some aspects of their beauty and brilliance within them and stuff like that, in a fair way, at least the way that, you know, my mind's working on this, is just that, like, it almost seems almost a little unfair to, you know, dictate how their fate goes if they continue to live and thrive or if they don't, you know what I mean? Because it's like you weren't one of them type of thing. But at the same time, though, I also do understand getting rid of the earth, though, like overall, like destroying it. Like I do get that part too. But I don't know. I see both perspectives.
Because I don't understand. They can't save themselves. Evolution didn't gear them up to save themselves. They can't do it. So they're just going to keep bringing more young here to suffer and die and then birth. And then I don't understand why you wouldn't want to stop that. And it doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand. I don't
because you know, the intrinsic nature of reality, it requires a more like unique approach. I said it's signless, but you know, nature itself and evolution, you know, I think it's a sign producing system. But you know, when it comes to the animals and their umwelt, you know, UMWELT, it means their sensory world, the way they experience things. You know, we can only rely on inference. You know, I mean, inference, you know, based on, you know, like various stuff we can measure. But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, evolution has more unfolding potentials, you know, than the number of particles in the universe, or billion particles. You believe that? So you know when so I'm a little bit more cautious to extend judgment to non-human beings. You know what I mean? You know, but there is a difference with robots and with cyborgs. You know, we create them, so I'm against that. You know, actually, if we created a robot and it could suffer, I still would be against extending moral consideration to robots. Actually, because I have several arguments for it. You know, like I don't think we should extend moral consideration to robots or our creations. You know, I mean, there are several reasons for this. You know, I could go into deeper. You know, it doesn't matter if they could. You know, but the point I'm making is, yeah, mankind should go extinct. But when it comes to animals and the ecosystems and the evolution of biology, we still don't know everything. You know, there could be a deeper mystery to it and other things like that. So I say, don't extend judgment to them. If mankind go extinct, that's sufficient. Don't you think that's sufficient?
So you would leave everything back on this planet, like, so we will be gone, but the cycle would continue of eating and dying and eating and dying and birthing. Okay, that's I understand. All right, that's fine. I get it. Everyone's different.
Yeah, this is what I say. I don't like euphemism. You know, I don't personally like euphemism, but I am an anti-natalist. So.
What makes you feel uncomfortable about it? Like, what is it? The thought that it's uncomfortable?
Wait, the thought of what?
Like, after, you know, like what's?
Because you know, we don't know what evolution will look like. Let's say mankind vanished. Okay, 20 million years in the future, we don't know what life will look like. What will it look like? 40.
Are you trying to say that they're going to create technology to get rid of suffering? Like maybe one of these creatures might. Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying maybe they would have a more harmonious Buddhist society, more honorable society. You never know. It's possible, you know, like it's possible. I'm getting into that stuff deeply. I wrote like 100-page, I wrote like 40,000 words in a book about these kind of topics. But the point is, we don't know what evolution will look like. I don't know if mankind were to vanish. It could be could be better, it could be worse. I don't know. So, I think it will be better in some ways. I think human beings are closer to demons. Closer to demons or the Narakas as a whole. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, look at the freaking genocides that happened in the 20th century. What the hell? Like, it's worse than anything nature does. It's worse than anything nature does.
We are nature. We're nature unchecked. We're nature
Once you have
unchecked.
open-ended symbolic systems, symbolic reference, it becomes a little bit different. It kind of becomes, because you have iconic reference. This is C.S. third. That's based on resemblance. Indexical reference is based on correlation. Well, symbolic reference is like, we can like have the language.
It's okay. Thank you.
The arbitrary symbols, stuff like that. Like it's symbol to symbol relation. It does kind of makes human beings different. Like we can get existential and stuff like that. Also we can also do a lot of stuff other animals cannot. But like we put on clothes, we have dances, ceremonial dances, all of that kind of stuff, but that means no other animal does that. Like where did that capacity come from? I think it came from like I have my ideas where it came from.
I guess I'd be stepping out of my lane. I don't know. I don't know. I can see why things don't care. Whew. Oh yeah. Big bag. You guys still there? It's a long ass fucking call. Oh, Dale left. Huh. Where'd he go? You gone? We need less humans. We need focus on improving program. Hey, C left. I don't know if you're still in here.
Well, I'm still here, but I was just listening in the background.
Oh, are you posting this whole thing? 6 hours, 40 minutes? 40 minutes?
Well, it's live, so it is what it is. It's already posted.
Oh, duh. Yeah, I forgot. That's how it works. Yeah, I thought it gave us an option.
I didn't plan on being here this long. I just thought it was going to be a little hour thing or whatever, maybe 2 hours. And then, anyway, it is what it is.
It was dope. I'm going to listen to the beginning and see what y'all are talking about. I just randomly joined in. So what are you about to do?
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, what are you about to do?
Well, I don't know if everybody's done. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's coming up or if you guys had anything else you wanted to say, but if not, then I guess I'll close it out.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else to say for right now. This was fun, though. This was not fun, but this was educating. It's interesting. It's nice talking to other individuals that can actually consider different perspectives. So
Yeah, this was supposed to be my long live stream. I was going to do another one tonight, but now I think I'm going to save that one for another day.
Word. All right. Well, hey, thank you, man. I'm about to get off for right now. So I'll talk to you guys later. I'm going to subscribe because this randomly just popped up this channel. Y'all were live. So crazy. So glad I joined.
All right. Well, I appreciate it. And you all have a good evening.
You too, man. Thanks.
All right. You have a good night too, Vivian.
Oh, shit. Silas. Hi, Silas. Silas 50. I don't know if you can still hear me, but my Discord is Monopoly M and then an underscore and then Monopoly. So Monopoly was just an underscore after the first letter. So you can text me if you have Discord. And talk to you later. Yeah, I hope you're okay, Patsy. I haven't talked to you in forever. Sorry for interrupting.
Have a good night, everyone.
You too, man.